no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Delta Force National Champions Southeast Asia Season 3. And finally, we're here on the final day, final chance to secure top 6 in the final stage. And obviously, with me, Bang Liga, joining me with Olu, once again with Everyday Olu. I think I want to call you Everyday Olu because every single day there's a... How are you today, Olu?
I'm doing fantastic, Bang Liga. Of course, coming out of yesterday. Of course, Bang Liga didn't join us yesterday for the funsies that we have, especially on the mobile division, where we had a lot of funny moments. Of course, with the backpack meta being that, I don't know if you noticed this, but Bang Liga, when you decode a mandel brick, you can put a lot of stuff in front of the station, so you are unable to click the button to actually seize the mandel brick, which caused really a havoc yesterday, where Underdog FPS and some of the other teams actually got down while trying to seize the mandel brick, but unable to do so because of the backpack metas. So I'm hoping that we're not going to see that again, Bang Liga. Of course, that would be a really cheesy play. But if it does happen, then it will just be more entertainment for us. So I'm really excited. Of course, this is going to be the final day also for the PC before we are going to go ahead and head on to the LCQ and also the final stage on the upcoming weeks. So it must be today, where if you are currently in the bottom 6, you want to rack up as much points and actually ending up in the top 3 of your each respective group to gain those points. I mean, talk to me about the teams, Bang Liga. How do you think the teams will do in this particular day? Do you think they are going to go all out, or they think they will be a little bit more safer in gameplay? And I don't know. How do you think the teams are going to play?
Oh, maybe it depends on what their placement right now. I mean, if you're in the bottom six, of course you want to all out for today's match, because you want to make sure to guarantee gets to top six. Because as you can see, of course we know that bottom six doesn't mean you get eliminated, but will be slimmer your chance to going for the Pan Pacific operation. So I think that's why for me personally, the bottom six gonna be all out for today. But from the top six, I will really interesting to see. Maybe team like ROG, maybe team they're gonna be play like usual they play, because they're in the placement, they're in the first place, so comfortable in the first place. So I think that's why maybe teams like ROG gonna be playing like they usual to play. But maybe the different thing, maybe teams like in the 4th place, 5th place, or 6th place, or maybe 7th place, teams like Onyx, teams like EVOS, RRQ, maybe the position right now, I think they're not directly safe maybe to the top 6. So I think that's why they still need to get some point. Okay, but let's see about the director, because I'm really interesting to see about today match. So let's see about the format tournament itself for the today match. Maybe some of you just recently joined for this tournament, so let's talk about the roadmap allocation from the PC division in Southeast Asia operation. We have a Southeast Asia partnership and Southeast Asia open qualifier with a total of 12 slots, and of course 3 of them is going to the Delta Force. Southeast Asia PC going to Pan Pacific operation, and of course don't forget we still have a last chance qualifier, like always say. It will be from the Southeast Asia Partnership 9 slot and open qualifier. So there's gonna be another qualifier for you guys getting the last chance qualifier. So all of you will be joined to Pan Pacific Operation Cup Season 2 with a 3 slot, and join up with the other region from Vietnam, Thailand, and Taiwan. And of course, the 3 slot will be going for a Delta Force Invitational 2026.
Of course, that is going to be our PC roadmap, where you have the chance to actually qualify for that Pan Pacific Operations Cup and make your way all the way to Delta Force Invitational 2026. But other than that spot that you are fighting for, you also have the chance to win $1,000 in cash. For the first place, second place will be 700. Third will be 500, and 4 to 8 will be 400, and the last will be 200. So it's all about your gameplay. Your gameplay decides whether or not you're in first, you're in second, you're in third, or on the bottom 6. And I think it's just fair to say that some of the teams, Mang Liga, is just way up there. Like we have Navi, who's showing us how to end the games. And we have ROG Community Indonesia, where they are showing us how to actually play the game. And it's going to be the first team who ends the fastest. They are the only team who was able to finish the game in round number 4. Do you think ROG has a chance to find another round 4 win? Or do you think there is another chance for some of the other teams, as we are going to see here in just a bit? Do you think ROG can find that gap again, Bang Liga?
Yeah, of course there's some opportunity to do that again. There's some chance in there. Obviously in the Group B, ROG will be together with EWG, Team Flanker, EVOS, Onyx, and Executor. So I think this is gonna be really interesting. But first, let's welcome them, all of them team, of the participating team in the PC division. We have RRQ, EVOS, Onyx, MNA, EWG, Magic Spaceship, RBN by ROG Community ID Team 4, Navi, ROG Community ID, Tarung Valhalla, Team Flanker, GTS F1, and Executor. There's a 12 team will participate in Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And continue with what I'm saying before about ROG. I think that's good. There's some possible, because as we all know, it was kind of like this team really play some risky move. They sometimes they kind of reckless. So I think that's why maybe EVOS need to be careful, need to play more discipline, because now you face the really strong team in ROG, and same goes to like Onyx. I mean Onyx, as we all know, they really good in terms of how they defend the Mandel brick, but in terms of how to retake it, I think there's still some issue with them. So I think hopefully they can fix them and they can make some fight against ROG. But let's talk about the rule itself. I think same like yesterday, same like last week, because we still have overtime rounds. With round 7, it's the final round, not round 10, because round 10 is for the final stage. For the group stage, we're still just going until round 7 if the overtime is activated. And of course, round 7 will be count if there's no one gets the match point. As we all know, if you want to trigger a match point, you need to secure 40 point first. So I think that's why some of them, maybe they kept after they get 40 point in the match point round, they need to get the Mandel brick to secure the groups to become a champion. So I think that's why it's really tricky. I think I remember yesterday in the mobile division, I think it's really tough until game 7. Correct me if I'm wrong, Olu. I think this is really interesting. Maybe it's gonna be happening in Group A, but in Group B, to be honest with you, Olu, I don't think there's gonna be round 7. Maybe max in round 6. Olu, how about you?
I think Group A, of course, we're just going to see in just a little bit, guys, about the groups that are going to fight it out on this last day of pick and ban phase until we are going to the finals in the upcoming weeks in just a bit. Of course, with the new rule change, we are seeing different games being played, especially on mobile yesterday, where some of the teams who cannot accumulate enough kill points just unable to really take the game. I think it was Onyx. I think it was Navi yesterday who played on mobile with 0 kills in their points, and that just goes to show that in order to activate your match point and actually exceeding it and able to close out the game, you need those kill points and those loot points to be an addition to the main point that you should be getting, and that's the Mandel brick. Yeah, sure, you can get the Mandel brick, but if you don't have those skill points, you don't have as much kills as the other teams, you're never going to be able to end the game. So you really need to find your rotations. You need to really find how you should play the game while also cutting down people who's trying to rotate to your positions, or maybe trying to take a certain position. So you need to be able to find that creativity to actually kill someone on your way to the Mandel brick before you fight on the Mandel, because we saw the Mandel brick really matters, and when there's 6 teams fighting for one single Mandel brick, there are most likely going to be the hardest fight, and nobody can guess who will come up on top. And I think for mobile, that is what usually happens, but here in PC, of course, we have team like ROG that was able to outstand everybody in their way. But on Group A with Navi and RRQ, some of the teams actually show up to the fights and brought the game onto round number 7 last week. So of course we are now on round number 6, but for PC currently we are week number 3. They are playing their 3rd game today, so that's going to be interesting, because this is going to be the final day before we are going to go ahead to the LCQ week and also the final weeks, Bang Liga. And I'm hoping that I'm going to see new teams emerge victorious, not just Navi, not just ROG, but to be honest, they are going to win again. I'm thinking about it.
Well,
but I want to see some fights, Bang Liga.
Yeah. I think that's gonna be tough for other teams in the Group A. I mean, because if, as you can see in the Group A, there's like a Magic Spaceship. As we all know, they still not performed really well, I think, in the recent
Yep.
in the recent week. So I think that's why they need to step up really that much. And so does of GTS F1, Tarung Valhalla, RBN ROG, maybe RRQ. Maybe RRQ it will become a challenger for Navi in the Group A, but let's see, because at the end of the day, RRQ still need to play more discipline, especially maybe Beyond, because sometimes Beyond play by himself. So I think that's why you need to chill a little bit, just play second. But I think correct me if I'm wrong. I think last week RRQ actually play really well. They are not that bad. They play really good, but I think still not enough to become a champion. So I think that's why they need to step up again. And let's see about the bracket, because right now we're still in the group stage, and then of course we're going to the next week. We're going to be for the last chance qualifier, and then the other next week I think we're going for the final stage. And this is the bracket itself. So I think for all of you maybe just recently joined us, you will be understand about the bracket itself. As you can see, for top 1 for top 6 we're going for the upper bracket in the match 1, and of course the bottom 6 will be played in the lower bracket with only one spot to make sure they going for our bracket. So I think for the last chance qualifier, I think it's gonna be a really bloody match. I'm really curious about next week, but let's focus about this week, because there's something I think that still have a possible going for the top 6. So I think it's gonna be a really good match, and especially like I said before, maybe teams like RBN ROG, maybe GTS F1, Tarung Vala, I think they're gonna be all out for today's match. For Navi, maybe because there's some gap in the placement, I think Navi gonna be playing like with less pressure. So I think that's why Navi gonna be play like so relaxed for the today match. And let's see about the group standing, because now like Olu say, Navi and ROG gets a 20 score, a perfect score actually, perfect score for both of them. And until today, there's no one defeat both of them. So I think that's why it's really interesting to see RRQ flanker with 14 point, EVOS GTS F1 10 point and 8 point, and Tarung Valhalla with a 7 point, Onyx 6 point, RBN ROG 5 point, Executor and Magic Passive 3 point, and EWG still, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this team with only 2 points. I think it's really hard, I think if they want to go into top 6, I think they should become a champion. But I don't think it's really possible, I mean, they are in the Group B, Olu, and of course in Group B, you have ROG in there, Team Flanker, EVOS, Onyx. That group is really tough for EWG. How about you, Olu?
Well, I think it's going to be the middle of the table brawl here, especially on the top 5 all the way to the top number 9. I think is going to fight it all out today, because they can still have that advantage on ranking top 6, right? Some of these teams, Tarung and Onyx, of course we know Tarung is a really good team. Onyx also was the one who represented Indonesia to POC last time that POC was rolled in. So Onyx was there on POC, but right now they are currently struggling. So I think this is going to be an all-out match, of course, for Onyx, because you need to be able to secure yourself top 6 to have more chances to actually qualify. If not, then you're just going to go down and down and down, and just you don't have the chances anymore. But of course, we are going to see on Group A, the fights are going to be Navi, RRQ, M5, RBN, GTS, and also Tarung Valhalla. While on Group B, we have ROG Community, Flanker, EWG, EVOS, Onyx, and Executor. So if I were Onyx right now, I think I'm eyeing my most targeted team right now. It would be EVOS and also Flanker. How they will end up on that top 2, especially on this Group B, because if they want to get that top 6 to have more chances to qualify to the next stage, they need to beat Flanker and also EVOS. ROG Community, yeah, okay, you guys do your thing. Also in Navi, I think GTS and Tarung Valhalla will have the fight of their lifetime to fight onto the top 6, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, in terms of the chance for Onyx, I think I agree. They need to really put some target on EVOS. I mean, they need to make sure EVOS doesn't get any points. So I think that Oni can go for a top 6. I think I totally agree with you. And let's talk about map rotation. Yeah, like you saw yesterday, we start with the economical round in Zero Dam, and of course after that we're going for the Mandel Brick round in Brakkesh, in 2 rounds, and then Space City until later. So let's see about the situation about can we going to round 7 or maybe just end it in round 6 or maybe round 5 or maybe round 4. Let's see about that. But Zero Dam, I think it's gonna be really interesting. Obviously, with teams want to put some pressure in brackets, I think they're gonna be all out in the Zero Dam. But if you're talking about Zero Dam, I don't think there's many teams, play really aggressive right now in Zero Dam. Some of them, I think they just want to play safe. They just want to make sure they can get extract. They can bring some resource for the round 2. But if I'm remind me, although I mean, I think there's only few teams, play aggressive in Zero Dam. I think team like ROG, Navi, maybe Navi. I don't think Navi play aggressive in Zero Dam. I mean, I kind of forget because I remember about the airdrop. I remember Navi gets one team. He gets an airdrop, he gets M82, and then that's it. They just extract in the riverbank, they play safe, and they secure, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 9 points in round 1, and I think that's how Navi gonna be played. But in terms of the aggressive, I think teams like Tarung Fala and GTS F1, definitely GTS should play aggressive also, because GTS is not in the safe place, They are in the 6th place with 8 points, so I think they need to secure for this match. So I think that's why GTS F1 need to put some pressure to initiate the move. And I really hope GTS F1 just play with aggressive, looking for kill point from the early ones. So I really hope so. But let's see, because there's RRQ. I mean, we never know about Beyond. I mean, last week Beyond played really well. Play as a team actually. Beyond. It's kind of surprised me because we all know Beyond is like, like a lone wolf. Sometimes he just going by himself. But last week, I think I'm quite impressed how they play as a team. They kind of like put some break a little bit, and they play with a discipline. I really hope RRQ gonna play like that again. But talking about the other team like M5, I don't know. M5 is kind of similar like EWG for me. Sometimes they put them in the awkward situation. I mean, sometimes they get a tier 1 spawn and suddenly they just getting eliminated so early. I don't know why, I don't know how, but yeah, I think M5 need really to step up really that much. But for my prediction, maybe Zero Dam, I think it's gonna be like maybe just 1 or 2 fight in airdrop. And then some of them maybe just stay in their spot, maybe until last 5 minutes, and then they start to put some gunfight. But yeah, let's see, because I think Navi in the really good position with a perfect score. I think Navi just play with chill. I mean, even if they lost, even if they doesn't get a maximum point today, I think they're still safe in top 6. But how about you, Olu? Are Navi gonna be play aggressive with this situation, or maybe they just play as usual they play?
Navi is usually the type of team, if they got a lead on the earlier stages of the game, they will try to accumulate that with more points coming to their way. Especially we saw how they got a full wipe onto M5, I believe, last week, and then getting that airdrop and then just dips out of the map. And I think that's probably how eco round should be played. For the teams who are really confident, I think, such as Navi and RRQ, maybe Navi is a more safer team, to be exact, while RRQ is more an aggressive team, because, well, we saw what RRQ was able to do last week, where they got the most kills with a 34 total kill points on their names just last week. While Navi, the winner who actually got the Toon Mandelbrick and was able to finish out the rounds, they only have 31. Yes, that is a lot of kills, guys. But again, it goes to show how RRQ is actually the more aggressive team. They want to take the fights. They want to kill. They want to have that kill points for their own. They don't want to share it with any other teams. They want it for their own. But it is still going to be a race between Navi and RRQ, especially in Zero Dam. RRQ is going to rush in towards the admin area and try to win that fight, and after that, usually if airdrop comes down, that would be their priority, or even go and fight the teams who are coming for the airdrop, especially if it drops in admin. But on the other hand, ROG with flanker on their team, usually ROG is just going to go ahead and let everybody fight, and then they will come, because flanker is usually the aggressive kind of team. But again, they still have EVOS and they still have Onyx on that Group B, so we'll have to see what they do. But as for now, for Group A, I'm hoping that GTS and Tarung Valhalla will try to do something, you know. They are now in the mid-table, so they are fighting for that top 6. So they need to either stand their ground on their current position. GTS now is rank number 6, so they need to hold on to that position, and Tarung will need to step up to get, you know, the top 5. So as we are saying that, we are also going to go ahead for game number 1 on Zero Dam Bang Liga. I think it's going to be a real fun watch, because there is going to be a lot of aggressive team right now. We have Navi, of course, RRQ, Tarung, and also GTS going to fight it out in this particular group.
Okay, let's see about that, and of course we start in round 1 in the economical round Zero Dam, and interesting to watch because I think there's one team. I think there's Navi that didn't bring Raptor, you know, in round 1. I think it's really interesting.
Yep.
They don't have a recon. Maybe the correct me, I think they have Toxic, Uluru, and Firen. So I think they want to play aggressive, because in terms of the aggressive, you have Uluru with Incendiary, you have Toxic with Dragonfly Swarm, especially a Firen. You can dash forward to put some kills. So I think that's why Navi doesn't need recon. I think they just want to, okay, we can play aggressive, and let's see, are they going to do that, or maybe they're just waiting in that spot. But look at that, already start with a red for M5. So I think still good start, and side is down by RB and ROG. It will be really good one for the start, because a nice early gold gear for most likely from Said. So I think it's really good, and yeah, it's a really good start for M5 and RB and ROG. But let's see, because now RB and ROG gets a tier 1 spawn, and look at that, another red secure by RB and ROG. Really good start, but hopefully they can secure in this resource. But because there's another team in the tier 1 spawn, and I think that's gonna be correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's RRQ maybe, or Navi. I think Navi. It's really close one, but let's see about that, because I think this will be really interesting to see. And yeah, for the start, I think there's no such thing as gunfight. I think they just want to loot in their spot, and I think maybe like 3 or 4 minutes later, maybe there's gonna be some gunfight. Hopefully, it's gonna be a close one, because look at that, Navi, Pizza Boy, already really close, and so does from M5. I think M5 in a tier 2 maybe, or maybe tier 3 spawn. But let's see, because now Navi is getting closer, and I think it's gonna be really good matchup. Navi and RBN ROG is gonna be interesting, Olu.
RBN ROG and also Navi is going to spawn over the admin area, that tier 1 spawn. Navi usually kind of chill for the most part, so this is not going to be a fight anytime soon. Of course, they are going to hear these footsteps coming out of Pizza Boy and Stretch. Silverwing is in hand. Navi is already bringing out that Uluru for round number 1. So this is going to be a really different strat coming out of them. Usually we see a lot of Ulurus being spent over by the Brakkesh or Space City, because we have seen how annoying it was on Brakkesh with the incendiary grenade to do all the delays. And of course, the double Uluru strat coming out of the mobile division in Space City for round number 4 was also a meta in mobile. But it looks like Navi is going to go a totally different route, where they spend Uluru, and that just might be we still have yet to see. But I think it's going to be a questionable decision for them not bringing Uluru in Space City or Brakkesh, because there's not a lot of operators out there that could provide you what Uluru does, because you have that deployable cover to create new angles for your team, and also you have that incendiary grenade and loitering munition, which is very lethal, very high damage utilities to kind of cover up or even try to um fight the teams who are currently trying to seize your mandal brick. So that's going to go out. They only have one chance to use it now because they have spent it on a zero dam. So we'll have to see. But again, on the other side, M5 bringing out that Viren with no knocks. So that means they will have a knocks to use in Brakkesh, which we have seen a couple of times where teams have utilized that knocks to find the flanks on the museum area, to go from balcony, drop down, and then kind of circle around the teams who are trying to seize the mandal brick from the staircase. So I think that's also going to be a viable option for M5 to do in Brakkesh, because they have yet to do such. And now the first airdrop is going to drop. Two teams facing off each other. Tarung Valhalla and also GTS F1 is going to go ahead and have their first fight for this airdrop that's probably going to spawn either on the southern side or in the northern side of the map. And yep, it is going to drop in the southern side of the map, which means Tarung and GTS is going to go ahead and fight for this airdrop. Dims actually starting the fight. Gunshot has been fended by Team GTS F1, while the M82 is actually getting obtained by Dims. Mio, of course, with that silent assault, have moved forward. Dims actually is in the open but unable to connect his shots. Mio misses 60 bullets on the rounds but unable to take him down. On the other side though, admin Stretch is also going to go on a fight with Sushi and able to take him down, Bang Liga.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be really interesting to see at Atman. Now, let's see, because now Navi puts some pressure against RB and ROG. I think RB and ROG not in a good position. I think both of them from Pay, and I think they're going to be just fall back, looking for a chance for make some fight back. But let's see, because now RB and ROG, I think this is really in a bad situation. Susi is down, and I think going to be one kill point. I think it was a cure for Navi. For Navi itself, I think it's a really good advantage for Navi, because like I said before, their composition is really good to play aggressive. Don't forget they have Firen, Uluru, and Toxic. I know spend Uluru in zero dam is quite risky, because Uluru is really useful for Brakkesh or for Space City. But I think if you want to play aggressive, you want to play like a good composition for in terms of how to gunfight. I think Uluru is a really good one. And of course, if you're talking about Brakkesh, I think there's some substitute operators you can put Shepard. But let's see, because now we come to let's see, because Navi is starting to fight, initiate to fight, and Pay need to fall back with his teammate. And let's see, 2 versus 3. The situation is not looking good. Oh, McKinsey stuck in the corner. I think he need to escape in this situation. And of course, there's some fight in other side. I think it's going to be from the bot side, but look at it from behind. RRQ become the third party, going to join, but Stretch gets the kill, and Zavi down, one player down from RRQ. Good defense by Stretch, looking for from balcony, take some kills, and of course RRQ now need to take a chill, because now they know the position is not that great. They are in the open field, and that's really bad for RRQ. This is going to be really interesting, but somehow, because the situation of RRQ, somehow RB and LG still survive with 2 players stuck in the toilet, Olu.
Best way to get out of the fight is to lock yourself inside a room. Of course, that was not received well by Team Underdog FPS. Because of that, they weren't able to close out that match yesterday. But again, now Pizza Boy, of course, Crouching Tiger connects, and now one player is down. Close the door. The spray down is there, and a full wipe onto ROG RBN. But of course, we still have RRQ on the other side of the admin area. Yon, of course, is trying to get that. The spray down from Stretch again. He gets another kill. Too many kills coming out from Stretch. One player remaining. It's Beyond trying to survive. Of course, Navi will take a really quick reset here to finish off some of the teams. Wheezy using that toxic Dragonfly Swarm goes out. Beyond is alone, getting pushed and out by Wheezy. Before he gets the trade, did not get a full kill onto Pizza Boy. Pizza Boy only goes down, and so this will be a huge win for Navi. But on the other side, again, Bang Liga, we have Tarung Valhalla closing in from the basement area.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be really, really interesting. Are they going to join the fight? But let's see, because like I said before, the composition itself is really good if you want to put some gunfight. And obviously, Toxic play really well with a good roll, and Uluru with the Incendiary really good. But let's talk about airdrop, because airdrop already landed, and I think it's going to be free for M5. Because M5 is kind of like in a weird situation, because I think they don't realize that, okay, where's the other teams? Oh, where are they? because they don't know, because they already become a fake Navi victim, and of course it's gonna be free airdrop for M5. But yeah, so let's see, is it gonna be really going to for useful for them or not? Because now look at that, because now like Olu say, Tarung Valhalla joining the fight, and I think they want to put some pressure against Navi. But Navi now already secured 13 points. This is a really good point right now for Navi. And like I said before, this composition is really good if you want to put some gunfight. Don't forget, Uluru still doesn't launch his loitering munition, so I think it's gonna be a really good one if you want to maybe just looking for someone, you know, as you can see, loitering, you can control it. I think yeah, it's more like a recon substitute maybe, so I think it's fine. And of course, don't forget, you have Firen. We have for the Crouching Tiger. I think Crouching Tiger is quite useful if you want to play, if you want to gunfight in admin. Okay, but let's see, because now Dim's already in a good position, in a good spot. They want to pick Pizza Boy, but I think Pizza Boy, with his instinct, I think they he already know that someone already going from eastern of admin. So I think that's why Navi just just play safe, you know. You just play safe. You just waiting for other teams, because in terms of the kill point, I think they quite satisfied actually, because they wiped 2 teams, you know. So I think in terms of kill point, Navi is maybe quite satisfied with this result. So I think that's why they doesn't need to put some pressure against other team. They can just play safe. They can just going for an extract, and that's it. They secure so many points. But let's see, because now Stretch now looking for utility, and there you go, the Incendiary burning down the Tarung Valhalla. And look at it, Stretch try to looking for some kill, but I don't think so. They're still safe, but now Navi really put some dominant performance in round 1, Olu.
Tarung Valhalla was trying to initiate the fight, but unable to do so, because unfortunately Stretch was ready there for them. And now it looks like Stretch is lagging. Oh no, that's a really bad position to lag out, Stretch, because he's in the open. And one thing for sure, Dims actually have that M82 in hand, so this is going to be a real bad spot for him to lag out. But of course, M5, after getting that second airdrop, is going to close in the gap onto the admin area, but unsure of to where to go, because they know that there is currently 2 teams inside of admin, so they take the long route. They don't want to go in. They're just going to rotate out actually, so they will pull out of the admin fight. But on the other side again, though, on the western side, we also have GTS closing in. So they are just going to try and third party the teams who are going to fight inside of admin. Of course, we see Stretch, unfortunately, have to lag out in the middle of the balcony. So it might be some technical problems there, but good thing nobody really realized what's happening, Bang Liga, because GTS is not peeking anything. And if they just peek that balcony, I think Stretch is going to die straight off the bat.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. And let's see, because now I think the lever is already pulled. So I think the elevator extract, I think, is going to be open. But let's see which team is going to be extract, because now Tarung Valhalla so early. I think they just want to secure in an extra. They want to put some defensive position. But let's see. Because now I think Stretch still doesn't move. Yeah, maybe there's some internet issue. But hopefully he can reconnect. Because of course this is gonna be a really crucial time. But you know what? Actually, yeah. Like I said before, you already get so many kill points. So I think that's fine. Even if they didn't get extra, I think it's totally fine for Navi. But let's see, because now there's other team. There's GTS F1 now from the left side of admin, from the western side. I think they just want to put some safe position in outside admin. They just want to waiting for one team maybe just going out from admin, and it will be Navi. But let's see, are Navi gonna be gaining bait? And GTS F1 secure some kill point, but now Tarung Valhalla still, I don't know, still no competitor anything going for extract. But I think M5 they want going for the elevator extra. I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup between M5 and Tarung Valhalla. Maybe especially Tarung Valhalla, because Tarung Valhalla really need this point if they want to secure top 6. I think that's why Tarung Valhalla need to maybe secure 1 or 2 kill point, and then they going for the extract. So let's see M5. I think they're going to be less pressure. But now look at them, Navi already going from outside. I think they're going to be looking, because there's some trap from GT1. GT1 can secure this kill. Renis take 1 kill, very easily. Whopper down, Weezy down, and Navi really in bad position, and God kill and Navi can eliminate GTS F1. Patient is the keyword from GTS F1. He secured 3 kill point. Navi's down, Olu.
Navi getting caught off guard with that rotation coming out of GTS F1, and they did not do anything about it. And on the other side now, M5 getting caught by their own trap. They were trying to pull the lever, but now they are getting wiped by Tarung Valhalla.
What?
Oh no! They did pull the lever from the substation area, Bang Liga. They were trying to camp out the extraction, but unfortunately they get camped out by Tarung Valhalla. So the trap goes absolutely wrong for M5. Unfortunately, they are going to be wiped with a full backpack worth of loot, because they haven't had any fights. They have just been looting for the whole game. But now, of course, they are going to give it all to Tarung. And of course, Tarung will be very happy if GTS is going to fight them in the extraction point. GTS now still trying to look to have this extract. So Tarung will be the patient one again. Getting thrown out when this goes out. Did not connect on too many. Mew now, again, trying to look for the angles, but unable to do so. Dims trying to peek out and able to give some damage, but it is only 5 seconds remaining. And I think GTS will not be able to do so, but on the nick of time, Tarung again, finding the kills onto RNDZ. And that is +1 kill points going off to Tarung Valhalla, Bang Liga. I think Navi and Tarung Valhalla is very, very happy with this round number 1. And of course, the one that is going to be very sad is RRQ and RBN with only 2 points in spare. M5 also trying to lay out the traps to go in early to the extraction point, but it looks like the trap kind of backfired and they were the one who gets wiped on the extraction point that they themselves pulled.
Yeah, I think Tarung Valhalla is gonna be really happy about this result. I think this is a really huge win for Tarung Valhalla. I mean, of course, we know, as we can see, in terms of the total score, it's similar with Navi and Tarung Valhalla, but don't forget, Tarung Valhalla bring home his M82, and I think it's gonna be really, really huge resource for them for the next round, for the Brakkesh, or maybe for Space City. You can use it in any round. So I think it's a really huge win for Tarung Valhalla. But my point is, I quite didn't understand about M5 and GTS F1 because the position itself, I think it's really in an awkward situation. I mean, let's talk about M5 first. I don't know why they just go for it like that without smoke, without any utility, you know. I mean, they just just going for extract. I don't know why. I mean, come on, man, using your common sense. You don't want to check it first. You just want to going for extract. I think that's really questionable decision. They just careless about the situation around them, and they just getting wiped out so easily against Tarumval. I really don't understand about M5, and so does GTS F1. I mean, okay, maybe GTS F1 is quite a little too late to contest for extract voting. That's why they kind of like stuck in that situation. So I think I'm get some benefit of the doubt from GTS F1, but for M5. I really don't know, bro. I really don't know about M5. How on earth they done it? I mean, why they do that? I really don't understand. But of course, in terms of the kill point, maybe Navi is gonna be quite satisfied with the kill point. Yeah, it's not a good, not a perfect ending for Navi, but it's okay. You still secure six kill point. Correct me if I'm wrong. 6 skill points. So I think you're quite satisfied, with the result, and it's really good result for the next round, for good value. But of course, Aru Valhalla play really well, play discipline, secure a really good result for the next round, Olu.
I think Stretch played a really good match, but again, some teams might have a good match while the other not so much, and that is exactly what happened to RRQ, RBN, and also M5. I'm still questioning whether or not M5 realized that they are planning a trap not for them but for themselves. So that's kind of a bit weird there. They did pull it, so they went to substation. Of course, they went to substation. There's a lever to pull the extraction point out from there. They pulled it, but then didn't instantly go, or even if you want to go in, at the very least, you need to pull up some recons, because again, you bring yourself a Silverwing, a Raptor. Why don't you pull out that Silverwing first to check on the extraction point? They didn't do that. They just plainly go in, and bada bing, bada boom, Tarung Valhalla was there, and so it was just a unprecedented kind of event going on for M5. I don't know what the communication behind that was, but again, it's a good game for Navi. I think everybody is happy for the top 3. GTS had a happy ending. Of course, didn't quite extract, but still they got a full kill onto the Navi squad and was able to bring back some of the loot in their safe box, so that's good. On the other side, Tarung Valhalla is probably the happiest one because they got their M82 back to the lobby. They extracted in full for three beats, and so Navi, of course, with the KPs, is going to go ahead to round number 2 in Brakkesh with a full swing. They are ready for it. We'll see you guys in just a bit because we are going to a little short break before we start round number 2.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, operators, to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 PC version week number 6. We are currently now, of course, with your caster, it's Alyo, and of course, Mr. Zanken over on this side. Mr. Zanken, how are you doing, Mr. Zanken?
I'm great. I'm doing great after all watching the first match. It's kinda, making my heart rate a little bit, going upside down a little bit. But I have some question for some questionable move. Specifically for Team M5 that I don't actually know the movement or either the way they want to play the zero dem round, even though we have seen them in multiple weeks the way that they have played the eco rounds, but this time I don't even know. We usually see or watch M5 playing the zero dem, a little bit more to a passive type of gameplay and decide to actually just loot and extract from paid extraction point like the riverbank, but this time they actually pull it from the substation major side, going to the dam type of extraction and doesn't even check whether or not there's a player or a team in there or not, and actually getting punished for it, and just gathering all the loot and actually deliver it to Tarung Valhalla. And now looking at the map rotation, we can see the second and the third map as well going to the Brakkesh with airdrop and Mandelbrick as well. We're going to see RRQ, and also as M5 has to make something out of nothing if they want to actually catch up, especially for M5 and also RBN, because they are also really needing these points to actually finish in the top 6 to actually play in the top bracket. Now, as we can see for the first map, Tarung with the 14.40 million for total kills with total 11 points, and then Navi with 6 kills, 10 mil assets, and GTS 3 total kills, all of it from Navi players, and bagging 8.4 mils with 7 total points, chased by RRQ, M5, and RBN. Back again, I think RRQ itself doesn't need these points as much as M5, RBN, and GTS, and as well as Tarung. Tarung needed desperately to actually finish in the top bracket. But I cannot say too much because we haven't, matched to the Brakkesh and Space City as well. We cannot see or judge the way that these teams going to play because back again, Zero Dem is just an eco and a setup round. Even though they can still actually gather a lot of points from it, as we can, saw yesterday. The mobile teams gather so much points from the Zero Dem, but this time I think PC is just PC. Zero Dem has and always been slow for them, Olu.
Well, if there's one thing to keep in mind in every Delta Force operations gameplay, it's to check your corners. And yeah, M5 did not check their corners, especially on the extraction point where there's a lot of rats staying in there. And they just got ratated by their own move, which was unfortunate for them. But on the other side, we also have Navi, who did not check their corners and got caught off by GTS F1. After a stretch lagged out, I think, in the middle of the game, they kind of want to rotate around, especially. They want to kind of stick away from the eastern side because they know that there are going to be teams, especially going to the extraction point. So they immediately went to the west side. But unfortunately for them, GTS, after failing to get that first airdrop versus Tarung Valhalla, was there to kind of gatekeep Navi from rotating, and that's exactly what they do. But of course, this is going to be the Mandel Brick rounds where everything could happen and everything could change in an instant because it's going to be Brakkesh, where we are going to see our first round of Mandel Brick. Now, looking at the operators, of course, PC has a really huge priority when it comes to Brakkesh on picking a Gizmo. While on the other side, if we're looking at mobile, nobody really liked to bring Gizmo, especially in Brakkesh. They always
I think the mechanic
stick
of
to their
Gizmo is a
shepherd.
little bit, tricky when you play on mobile. No, have you played on mobile? I think it's a little bit tricky to, play Gizmo with that. I don't know, with the utility that we as a PC player try to do. Oh, is that? Oh, Tarung.
Happening. Ooh, RBN actually going down to the hands of Tarung Valhalla, and this is what we want to see from Tarung Valhalla. Of course, Jammer goes out. 2 players is down onto the machine gunner again, Zanken. The machine gunner is striking again. Oh my god. Tarung Valhalla just got a full white onto RBN ROG, who left with one player remaining. Sushi is the only one alive on ROG RBN. He's going to make a run for it, but Milk, of course, is going to be here to fend off him from escaping this area. Milk. Oh, okay. The lag, maybe. Sushi, of course, now in 1 HP. Dims is just going to finish him off. And now again and again, we see the NPC strike again, Zanken. Of course, one player from ROG RBN actually get knocked down by the machine gunner.
I think, Olu, I think that's kind of unfair, I think it's a 4v3. Tarung with the bots.
Yep.
Tarung with the NPC, Olu. That's unfair. Bro.
What can you do?
If it were me, bro, I would molt. I would be tilting so hard playing 4v3 in a tournament. A whole Tarung roster plus one machine gunner? Bro, just get me out of this lobby. Every single time on Brakkesh, it's either the helicopter or the machine gunner, Olu. How is this keep going?
I mean, it's part of the game, ladies and gentlemen, and that is what entertainment is looking like. And of course, we have seen a lot of NPCs ruining some of these team fights coming out of the teams who are currently trying to fight or even rotating in to the Mandel Bricks or away, trying to escape, but then getting cut off by the either a flamethrower or a machine gunner. Is always the case, and that is why we love a Delta Force. It is an extraction
Exactly.
shooter, so it's not all PvP. There's also PvE, and I love to see how the bots actually interacts with you. You know, they shout at you.
Yep.
And then they shoot you and
Yeah.
they melee you with a sledgehammer
Yeah.
apparently somehow and one shots you. You know, we saw Raven pulling up some strings over in Tide Prison when we still had that map on the pool. That also happened. So I mean, yeah, that's just part of the game, ladies and gentlemen. We love to see it. Now back to the game, of course. M5 is just going to camp out this decoding station in the Asara camp. They don't want to risk anything, it looks like, because there's only 2 teams currently in the Mandelbrick station, have yet to touch the Mandelbrick. Now, we have seen a full game without any team touching the Mandelbrick, Zanken, yesterday on the mobile division, where we have a full game, full 20 minutes, without anyone pressing the Mandelbrick from the station. Never even once touch it.
I think maybe these players have, you know, different approaches in their heads. Every single team does, but you know, maybe they on all of their heads they thought, okay, I'm gonna press this. Come on, man! Another. What is Somplak doing here again and again? Stop hitting my players here. Again, the helicopter.
It's always the NPCs.
Is ruining M5 lives right there. No actual chance. I think M5 needs to kill the pilot first to actually have the comfortable space without the helicopter messing around with their heads. Now back again. I'd say these teams have actually the mindset to, you know, just play the third party, but there goes the same with other teams. You know, the whole 6 team thought, okay, we're gonna hold until someone initiate the fight, and resulting in no one initiating the fight and no one's getting it to the Mandelbrick now. Airdrop incoming. 9 o'clock is going to drop on to Navi here, who is going to secure this either M82 or the AWM. And now still after Tarung, Valhalla, and ROG, RBN went on to a clash. There is no more fight initiated by other team. And this Blue Eagle Havoc helicopter still messing around with M5. Rip still proning under the ledge. Not even having any type of sequence to actually kill the pilot here. I feel a little bit petty to M5 gathering only like 4 points. That's it. That's if they can actually extract. But now M5 is just holding around, waiting for other people to actually push into the setup or just play the third parties, because finally Somplak is out of this lobby. No more helicopter to actually harass M5 here, so they can actually make space onto the Mandelbrick. Now Navi on the second level stretch, still going to Dr. Romatius there. I think he wants to kill the NPCs as well. Pizza Boy. And looking at this tempo, Olu, 10 minutes. There is no actual, you know, aggressiveness towards other team. I think it's just if they want to play just like you've said before, no other team that actually wants to take the Mandelbrick. But in this time, I think it's a little bit of, you know, too passive to play on the second round. This is the round that you have to like gamble it and get the first Mandelbrick, no?
Well, you do want to play for the Mandelbricks, of course. We have seen a lot of teams falling out because they do not decode that Mandelbrick. But, of course, some other... Maybe the strats have changed a little bit on the PC side, where they are getting a little bit more scared. So they want to just get their loots in the first 2 rounds. Maybe act like round number 2 is another eco round for them. It is going to be a possibility. Of course, Wheezy using that Silver Wing after activating the Doctor contract to guard him is going to go ahead and going to be able to secure probably the wooden sculpture where you can actually exchange it for a tier 5 gear. So they might just be able to do so in the earlier rounds, right? So that might be a good call coming out of Navi, of course, to get the loot points up for them, especially with this contract being done. So it might just go into a new era of strategies coming out of this PC teams. You know, it might be a good use to other version, like the mobile version. Probably will take some notes, but again, we'll have to see whether or not the fight is going to break out. Not much is happening, of course. The only fight that was very close was that Navi trying to rotate into M5, but again, the NPC, the Mr. Pilot there showing up and actually revealing the position of M5, and so Navi pulled out and just went straight in to the airdrop and was able to gain that AWM for themselves. So now GTS actually getting caught, their position again by the pilot, by the helicopter. So Navi, who's currently seeing this, will probably say to themselves that there is people who are currently trying to camp out this area on the Mandel Brick Station. So they don't want to play it aggressively because they will, whoever tries to get this Mandel Brick will die to GTS. So I think you need to throw out your utilities first to clear out this particular house to get GTS in a kind of scramble. We see a hit onto Pizza Boy, but again, Pizza Boy of course has that AWM. So if he wants to challenge Mew on the SV98, that would be a wipe onto Mew. But for now, they're just going to play it a little bit more slow. Nothing is happening, of course. It's 8 minutes on the clock, which means you have 4 minutes to get the Mando bricks onto a decoding station. But as of for now, nothing is really happening. Tarung also is still in the Tower of Babel. What do you think?
I don't know, man. The tempo is very low, and as we've seen in GTS, is holding in Urwar spot, Urwar Sineva spot here, but the difference is Mew is using a sniper to actually hold that spot and hold that Mandel Brick area. And now, finally, some initiations has been called towards other teams, especially from GTS. And that was called from Navi here, Pizza Boy, getting some more spacious towards the tower, towards the houses that is complied by GTS1. Now RRQ on the Royal Museum is also holding the little windows to actually get some picks towards the Mandel Brick as well. Now I think some initiations is going to be happen towards the Mandel Brick from Navi here. One frag grenade has been launched. Not getting anyone though. Now Xavi decided to actually back down. Now Pizza Boy with the smoke. Initiated. Sonic Trap is out. They were aware about the presence of GTS F1. Now Xavi with the spray. Half HP. Both of them connected. No way to the Mandel Brick. It's actually close to impossible to actually hold that with 3 people. Now Tarung Valhalla from the back, from the flank side, not being aware. Wizian Pizza Boy is nowhere to be seen to aware about the whereabouts of Tarung Valhalla. Here are some headshots now. 5 for 2. The spray down. Connect to only just one. Pizza Boy left inside the container. Sonic Trap out. Spiders is out as well. Pizza Boy goes down. Unfortunate for Navi there. And I think Tarung will still have time left to actually loot it first. Zig, Dims, and Milk getting their first 2 kills on this map. smoothly and doesn't even have the chance for Navi to actually fight back because they are on a sketchy situation, sketchy positions there. GTS, on the other hand, still holding the same exact spot. Although I think we're gonna end this match without any players or any teams to actually get a hold of the medal break.
I think that is exactly what we are going to have and to witness. Of course, this is very rare for the mobile for the PC team to do this kind of metas. But again, I think all the teams are currently just scared of each other. Now, Stretch, of course, is getting really close to GTS F1. On the other side, though, M5 have closed in the gap. So I think this is going to be a full-on fight for the extraction if they do want to pull the extraction lever. Because as per now, nobody has pulled it yet. So Beyond will make his way onto the basement of the museum to pull that extraction level. Tarung has this extraction point on lockdown. There you go. 4 minutes and 22 seconds left in the game clock, while 3 minutes and 45 seconds on that extraction point. We'll see whether or not Valhalla will be able to defend them sites. Of course, they are going to see again M5 being ratted out by the helicopter. So Tarung now knows that there is a team currently on their right side. GTS have not made a move. RRQ also have not made their moves. So we'll have to see in just a nick of time who will get out of this game alive, Zanken. Of course, the NPC, Mr. Helicopter, is going to drop real low. Stretch, of course, using his Shepherd, who we saw shines last week, is going to try and take some of the kill points to go down with him. It would be GTS or RRQ who's going to get cut off by him in just a little bit. Loitering munition goes out, trying to scout out the area of the museum, coming out of GTS F1, but did not connect onto anybody. Stretch is going to move away out of his position. GTS is still standing by. RRQ has not made their move. M5 is getting closer, but again, the helicopter is still alive, so they know that there is going to be a team here currently. And Stretch dropping real low, getting shot by Beyond. Trade shots has been open. Stretch dropping to a really low HP bar, but was able to find that reset.
Now,
Dims.
we can see Dims here is also having his snipers on his hands now. Oh, look, another time, the bad timing of this helicopter to actually comes out again. And M5.
Ooh.
Oh, look, I think this helicopter has a vengeance towards M5. It's always M5. I think they can't say right now, why always me? Now Dims with the one getting. Oh my god. Look
No,
at that.
no, not again! He
Look
goes
at
down to the...
that.
Oh no! Helicopter again, Zanken! Rip
Disaster
goes
class.
down to the hands of the helicopter! Now M5 is left with only one player and Stretch is there to find the full kill! Thoughts now aware of the position of Stretch. Stretch trying to pull out his utilities. Frag grenade goes out. Sonic paralysis also goes out. Thoughts trying to make his run. Another frag grenade goes out. Another KP for Team Navi. Stretch gets his revenge on M5, but on the other side, of course, it's going to be Tarung Valhalla who has the angle onto Thoughts, and M5 is now down. RRQ has made their move inside near the extraction point. Beyond getting a little bit pressured by Dims, while on the other side, of course, we have the two RRQ players pushing from the left side. We are going to see whether or not GTS is going to make their move from that middle area of the museum. Smoke goes out. Milk reloading his gun. Needs to fend off the push coming out of RRQ in just 30 seconds of time, Zanken.
Oh, GTS. In the other hand, Olu is flanking RRQ who is shooting at him! Getting the match! Shooting the match from Dims. What a shot! Shutting down Beyond to the ground. Now Shavi trying to get a little cheeky pick there. shooting through the containers now. Little bit of pre-fire, but doesn't connect now. Mio! Another one, ending Beyond to the ground. Beyond is nowhere to be safe. Mia, aware of the whereabouts and presence of GTS Airport, trying to get back down. Mio!
Oh my
Getting shot
god,
down
Tarung is
again. Mia, what a clutch. What an MK4 spray there. Now, Mia on the other hand, half HP goes down. Mia with a 1 HP. Push in 3 other and getting burned down by Randy's. And Tarung
Oh.
Valhalla managed to actually extract it with just 2 layers.
Well,
Oh my God.
ladies and gentlemen. I think that is a second eco round for us because the PC meta is kind of changing where we saw a lot of fights going on in Brakkesh in round number 2, but right now we are seeing a different strat, especially coming out of Na'Vi, because usually they will look for that rotation onto the Royal Museum area, especially to contest the Mandal break. They did, but right after they finished off airdrops, claiming their own airdrops, because of course they spawn in the tier 3 spawns over by the Cherry Town. So, and then they pick up the doctor's contract, and so they finished that, and then only then went into the Royal Museum area. But unfortunately, Tarung Valhalla was there very late, coming from the middle side of the map onto the extraction point, and unfortunately, Na'Vi was still repairing their armor. So I think they just didn't hear the footsteps coming out of Tarung Valhalla and instantly get caught, and that was really unfortunate. But pretty questionable round coming out of RRQ, who we usually see become this killing machine on round 2. But in this particular game, they got wiped again, Zanken.
Yeah, I think they also get caught off guard, caught in a little bit awkward situation there. They were trying to actually push Tarung Valhalla, who were on the extraction area here, as we can see. And then GTS out of nowhere trying to, back them up, backstab them from the behind, and getting Beyond to the ground, pushing Mia, even though Mia has already punished Dims there. But in the end, RRQ get caught up in a awkward situation. Now, I want to talk about the helicopter. I think this helicopter got a little beef with M5, because if you remember and if you notice, every time this helicopter spawn, they always aim through the M5 players, and I don't know. Did you notice, although every time the helicopter spawns, the turret from the helicopter is aiming towards M5 players every single time until one of them is ended and is killed by the turret on the helicopter. I don't know. I think they got some type of beef.
Well,
or the
I
helicopter
think
just doesn't want M5 to win.
Well, it looks like the universe is saying no to M5 because, well, they as soon as it spawned, it just goes straight for M5. I think on pubs, I think they have a little grudge. They always play in Brakkesh, and I think they always kill them in pubs. So when it comes to the tournament, they just say, here's the one who always been killing our pilot. So let's just go for him. And that was really unfortunate. Of course, M5 was trying to camp out at Asara camp and was able to get close, really close to Na'Vi, because Na'Vi was rotating into them. But again, the helicopter kind of blow up their cover. So that was really unfortunate on M5. But I mean, I think this is going to be the last round where we are going to see no Mandal bricks being decoded. Of course, this is going to be the final day of the pick and ban phase. That's why I think some of the teams are just trying to play it really cool, really safe. So we'll have to see in round number 3 whether or not the Mandal brick will be getting put onto the station or not. But in just a little bit, because we are going to a little break, so we'll go ahead and have that in a little bit. So don't go anywhere, guys, because we are coming back for you with round number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Champions Southeast Asia Season 3. And we're going ready for round number 3. And what a round in round 2. I mean, yeah, there's no mental break, but I think that's fine because, because of the new rules. So I think the mental break in round 2 doesn't mean you're going to win it all. So I think, yeah, you just want to make sure you get the 40 point first. So I think that's why none of them contest for a mental break. But I think they prefer to looking for secure resource, secure more kill point to get the 40 point, and that's how Tarung Valhalla doing. And I think I know you're really happy about this result, right?
Yeah, I really agree with you, Bang Liga. Finally, I can see Tarung Valhalla play their game. I haven't seen this kind of play these several weeks, Bang Liga. Every single week you roast me because this Tarung Valhalla is playing not their game. They're being underwhelmed, under the weather, some bad days, and now somehow, I don't want to jinx it, but these 2 rounds, I quite, a little bit satisfied about how they just played these 2 rounds, and I hope they can actually play the same performance for the rest of the game. Now, round 3, as you've said, because of the new rule book, I think Mandel Brick is not essentially needs to be taken by team on round 2 because 2 Mandel Brick doesn't assure you that you are going to win, but need to actually take the match point, which is 40. They also want to take the kill points, the assets actually, set up for the next game, which is the Brakkesh as well on the 3rd round. Now, as you've said, Tarung Valhalla managed to gather around 20.83 million, chased by Navi with just 10, and GTS as well with just 10. Now with the total kills as well, finally, they getting more kills, more than 1 digit. 12 kills on the 2nd round, not too bad. I don't want to say it's like, because I've seen Navi and RRQ and even ROG Team 1 on the next group having like 20 kills on the 2nd round, but 12 kills, not bad. It's a 24 total points. They can actually trigger the match point if they keep doing this type of performance on the next round, and as well getting the Mandel Break. And do you think on this round, the 3rd round, they would actually, try a little bit more aggressive towards Mandel Break, or they can, play the same passive play style on the last round?
Obviously, there's a really huge chance for Tarung Valhalla to trigger the match point. So I think they're gonna be contest for a mana break for sure. But let's see, because Tarung Valhalla in round 2, I think they already planned this situation. I mean, they just waiting, just doing some gatekeeping maybe in a round of extracting points. So I think that's why they gets point. And don't forget, Navi actually the one who initiated the move, but Tarung Valhalla already set up the defense position. So I think that's why Navi is down by Tarung Valhalla. I think that's why Tarung Valhalla, like I said before, I think they already planned for the round itself. But I think now you have 24 points. You only need 60 points to trigger the match point. Obviously, you want to fight for a Mandel Break. I mean, even if you didn't get Mandel Break, even if you're getting wiped out, I think it's totally okay, because 24 points in 2 rounds is already good. As long as you get some more kill point, even if you didn't trigger the match point, I think it's fine for Tarung Valhalla. I mean, they now have the lead, so I think that's why Tarung Valhalla have many options how they want to play in round 3. They want to play aggressive, you can do it. If you want to play same like round 2, it's totally fine too. You can play a gatekeeping again, so I think it's totally fine for Tarung Valhalla. But for Navi, I think it's good. I think it's more like a wake-up call maybe for Navi, because okay, we know that you guys are leading in the overall leaderboard, but come on, man, you're getting embraced by you're getting embraced by Tarung Valhalla. So I think you need to fight back. I mean, in terms of the pride itself, I think Navi going to go for it against Tarung Valhalla.
Yep, I agree with you. I think Navi, even though, as you've said, they're on the top of the leaderboard, even though they don't get as much points as other teams in this current match, in this whole group stage today, which is the last group, which is the last ban and pick, I think they're still going to be on the top of the bracket, on the upper bracket. And back again, as you've said, pride. I think Navi they don't want to be crushed like this, but it's still a long game. It's just game 3. There's a lot of game to come, maybe game 4 or 5th. But actually, it's a wake-up call for Navi to actually do something for the team now. Finally, Navi on the fountain area. Mandelbrick has been picked up by Stretch, who is using Shepard as his operator now. Walking towards Market, I say. Little bit of a jacked right there, and I think other teams like ROG is already aware that Navi is going towards the decoding station here, and as we've seen, another team has already made some movement towards the Mandelbrick station, because what I can see here, this open Mandelbrick station, as we know, that Bang Liga doesn't like too much because there is a lot of angles to cover, not just like the Royal Museum, right? I think it's one of the hardest decoding station to actually defend. And as we've said, that M5 has already made themselves closer and closer towards Navi. They can see the Mandelbrick from the map. They want to press this Mandelbrick defending setup as soon as possible. And now Navi decoding. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Judge putting the troller nets, wanting to grieve and harass Navi from up top of the angle. Thoughts, even though getting EMP grenade on top of his head. Ripped with the Morse, detecting 3 out of his ulti. Still, no actual initiation point made by M5. They're still holding. I think they also aware and waiting for other team to actually fight this Mandelbrick position, because we know RRQ is crawling behind them. M5 actually playing a little bit aggressive and brave towards Navi here. Pizza Boy on the container, trying to hold up with his KC-17. Another crawler nest. Still no actual initiation, still holding this type of angles now. Bang Liga, I think, do you think RRQ is going to actually third party this in the Mandelbrick fight, or just waiting eventually until either Navi or M5 has been wiped off the lobby?
I think they need to do it now, because in terms of the range, I think Ark is still far away. So I think if they want to contest Mandelbrick, obviously they need to move right now. But don't forget, there's still RB and ROG. It's gonna be the next challenge for RRQ if they want to join the fight. But right now, I think it's all about M5 against Navi. I think just both of them will be fight for the Mandelbrick. Let's see, because Navi is still in a good position. M5 is once again in the really awkward position. I don't understand why they always stuck in this moment. I think they need to, put some utility. But in terms of utility, I think you don't have many utility. Maybe you can use smoke. Maybe you can use a smoke to make sure you can go for it. Go at least put some kill point maybe on the line. So I think that's what I think M5 need to put some confidence if you want to rush it for a Mandelbrick. But 1 minute 20 seconds remaining for Navi. Secure the Mandelbrick, and if they get the Mandelbrick, I think it's a really good matchup in the next round between Navi and Tarung Valhalla. But let's talk, because now GTS F1 from behind, crawling around, looking for the chance to take the kill. And look at Miu once again, only try to pick around, looking for one player. But like I said before, Navi really in a good position. And of course, patience is really key point. And of course, one player already marked. And of course, they all going to find out by Navi. Navi already know. GTS F1 now become a third party. Two teams already crawling around in the Mandelbrick zone with Navi trying to as best as they can defense against two teams from M5 and GTS F1. Now look at it, because now Miu put some pressure, and that's some more utility. And there you go, Miu ready for the smoke, ready for the team, ready for the spider. Now looking for one player, and then they're gonna move forward, going for the Mandelbrick. And Navi try to fight back, but I don't think so. Miu takes the Mandelbrick. I think Diego is gonna drop and sees Mandelbrick done by Miu. But now Miu stay behind, but it's not enough, because that's the kill. Miu down, and 3 players down by straight GTS F1. getting eliminated by Stretch by himself. What a play! And once again, GTS F1 once again getting wiped out. You're in bad position, and I don't understand why M5 still holding the position. I mean, this is their golden chance. If they want to become a third party, they want to put some pressure on Navi. But GTS is down. And look at that free kill for Pizza Boy. M5, like I said before, they play really in the bad position, and now with really bad timing, one player down, and this is not looking good for M5, Zanken.
What an anticlimax there for GTS F1 Bang Liga. They wanna play the third party, but eventually getting the one who is punished by Navi as well there. M5 left with just 2 players now. Navi can actually seize their Mandel break again with now 2 minutes on the clock. As we can see from the drone view, we have RRQ, ROG. Now I think ROG is going to be met with RRQ as I've said time. Getting half HP and Sushi is down. RRQ is aware of the whereabouts of Navi there. Navi still trying to actually hold their own a really good position. As we can see, Tarung is going to join the party as well. RRQ left with 2 players as well. Zeke. Now I think RRQ is already aware of the whereabouts of Tarung here as well. Tempo is slowing down, but Mia almost. And Milk getting the chip damage. Not enough. Still on a sketchy situation. Navi on the other hand is really comfortable waiting for these teams to actually fight each other. Because M5, RRQ and also ROG, none of them is still on the complete roster now. It's only been Tarung Valhalla is still on a complete roster. M5 doesn't even care to actually seize the Mandel break anymore. They're on the 2 players handicap. Navi still, Pizza Boy is really in a good position. Ow! What a headshot! Tots out of this lobby as well. And one player from M5 has to make nothing. Ripped, trying to kill Stretch there. I mean, Pizza Boy, but doesn't seem to actually complete the mission. Now Tarung is choosing other way around to actually backstep Stretch right here. I think he saw him. Little bit of an angle now. Stretch getting punished by Dims and Franz now. Trying to save the Mandel brick. Another one. Wheezy with the clutch with his Raptor. Extracted. Navi getting their first Mandel brick and getting 30 total point. Now the match hasn't been over. Stretch is down. Tarung also left with 2 players. Pizza Boy trying to get a little aggressive towards Tarung there. But doesn't seem to actually find the kill. Oh my god, RRQ! Getting back with 3 people. Tarung, on the other hand, still left with just 2. Beyond!
What?
With the wipeout towards Tarung Valhalla, Bang Liga.
Okay. I think Valhalla is gonna be really disappointed with the result. I mean, the problem with Tarung Valhalla is they kind of hesitate about their moving. I mean, if you look at in the last 15 seconds in the Mandel break itself, I mean, when Tarung Valhalla came, I saw that, and I don't think that's enough time if you want to get the Mandel break. And I think Tarung Valhalla is just going for a kill point. But no, I mean, okay, they got 1 kill point from Navi, definitely. But suddenly, one player going move from Mandel break. But look at for other team, because now M5 is down by RRQ. Is it gonna be start for a comeback for RRQ? Let's see about that. Another kill point secure in his pocket. But now, let's see, because now Beyond gonna fail. One player down. What a shot by Beyond! Unbelievable performance by Beyond. Like I said before, now Beyond just waiting to recover his HP. But let's see, because right now RB and ROG really in bad position. RRQ have a really good visual in the high ground and looking for another kill. Beyond now, this is their chance to secure another kill point. And now obviously, if RRQ wipe out RB and ROG, yes, of course we know the point itself maybe is still not enough to going for the top 2, but at least their confidence is gonna be huge. They're gonna boost up for the next round because RRQ in the first 2 rounds, I think they didn't play really well. So I think RRQ needs this skill point really that much. But okay, let's talk about Tarung Valhalla. My point is, I don't understand why they keep deciding to seize the Mandel Brick in the last 5 seconds. I mean, I don't think you should go for Mandel Brick. I think you just let Mandel Brick going for Navi and you're looking for a kill point. And after that, you're going for maybe going for extract or just go for a good position if you want to play some gatekeeping. But no, Tarung Valhalla want to seize the Mandel Brick, and I think that's kind of a little bit greedy for me. And of course, RRQ.
Yep.
Get the opportunity to wipe out both of them, and of course Navi and Tarung Valhalla is down, and now RRQ really gets the benefit. Now 15 points, now they already secure. RB and ROG once again stuck in really bad position in the lower ground, and Sushi in other side, I think I think they're just gonna be just play defense because only 2 players remaining, and RRQ from the other side, I think they going for extract maybe, or they going for the kill, and look at that wooden sculpture getting by Savi is a really good resource if you want to get in tier 5 gear. So I think it's really good for RRQ for the resource itself for the next round. You get a tier 5, you can fight for Space City. So I think it's really good for RRQ. But overall, I think Navi quite satisfied with this result because at the end of the day, Navi get the mana break. Navi now in the first place, but at least there's no match point trigger. So I think that's why it's guaranteed minimum going for the round 5. But look at for the round 3 with 5 builds remaining. I think RRQ going for looking for another value, and then they going for an extract. Zenken.
Yep, I agree. I totally agree with you, Bang Liga. Especially for the, Tarung Valhalla side, they're a little bit greedy. But if you want to be greedy, you don't need to be hesitating, right? If you want to be greedy, just be greedy and rush them when you have like 1 minute or 30 seconds, not in the last 10 seconds. It just doesn't fit around. Greedy and hesitation doesn't fit in the same sentence. Now, Mia, I think they realize about the whereabouts of ROG here left with just 2 players because they see the body there trying to cross from that gate with the smoke of Gizmo here. Savi still running towards ROG players who is hiding on the basement, I think on the Royal Museum. Doesn't want to get caught there. Still RRQ, I think there still wants to find the other 2 to actually connect the kill points here. They don't want to extract yet. They want the kills, and Sushi with the K416. Is he going to get Beyond off guard? Yes, he is! The end of Beyond's there. Even though I think Beyond still managed to be safe. If RRQ can actually win this match. Sushi! Oh my god, that was close. That was really close for RRQ to get caught up in a 1v3 situation, but it is RRQ. Mia, Xavi still can get themselves to actually wipe ROG because one of the players of ROG has been extracted as well. Now it's just the matter of time for RRQ to actually end this match.
Yeah, but I think there's not enough time, I mean, they're quite a little bit too late to pull the lever.
Yeah, and pull.
So I think there's not enough time. So I think right now maybe they just going for dog tag extract. I think that's their only option for them to at least bring out some resource. I think they going for the Babel, and I think 3 minutes I think is enough for one of them going for dog tag extract. I think that's the only option. I mean, that's kind of shame. I mean, RRQ a little bit too late, but I think you need to put some respect on ROG, RB and ROG, because RB and ROG try to, just bait. They want to bait. They want to make sure RRQ doesn't get enough time to extract. So I think this is a really good play by RB and ROG. But at the end of the day, they only get 1 kill point and they get wiped again. Only 5 points now they secure. I think this is not looking good for RB and ROG. Same goes like M5, but in RRQ, okay, I know they cannot get it fully extract. Maybe only one of them gonna be extract in Babel in the dog tag extract, but in terms of the overall result in round 3, I think they're gonna be quite satisfied because they finally start to fight back, starting to looking really good as a team. Because in the first 2 rounds, I don't understand why RQ play like that. It's kind of confused. But there's some habit that I think RQ need to fix it, and that habit is when they going for somewhere, when they going to some objective or going for some destination, I think they need to put some respect to looking for a corner. Look for a corner. Look, just looking for information first. I mean, sometimes they kind of like careless. Sometimes they kind of little bit reckless about about their planning. They just strike, move forward, doesn't look around. I think that's a problem with RRQ, and that's why sometimes they get eliminated in this weird timing. But I think, yeah, in terms of the individual skill, I think we never have a doubt about RRQ, because RRQ, all 3 of them play individually play really well. But my point is, sometimes you need to look when you're looking for corner. I mean, obviously there's going to be some teams is going to play like a gatekeeping, or maybe just doing ratting. I mean, they just waiting in the blind spot, looking for 1 or 2 kill point. So I think that's why RQ need to put some more care about around them. So I think that's why. But yeah, like I said before, I think there's not enough time to extract. I think, yeah, they already put some. I think they already know about their fate, and maybe they're just looking for secure another value to the safe box. I think that's a point, and I think one of them is going for dog tech extract, right? I mean, I didn't see one of them going for bubble. I mean, so or maybe Arbian extract in Doctech. I mean, I quite confused right now, because I really hope that maybe they're going for Babel and they're going for Babel for Doctech extract. But I think RRQ, yeah, I think just fine. Like I said before, at the end of the day, even if they didn't get extract, kill point already secured by them. So I think it's totally okay for them. And I think in the last 13 seconds, it's nothing gonna be changed. And yeah, it's gonna be really interesting in round 4, because I think no one triggered the match point. So round 4 is gonna be really good. It's gonna be good round for all of them. Navi and Tarung Pala is gonna be good match up, and RRQ starting to fight back in this group. And I think 3 of them is gonna put some action in round 4, and that's gonna be really interesting in Space Citizen.
Yes, I agree with you. The way that these teams have been playing, especially RRQ that you've mentioned, they really, need to actually take control a little bit of their angles, and respect other teams that is playing passive and holding just these angles. And the other thing is, I also didn't know about how RRQ wants to play that game. They don't want to go to the dog tag. They don't want to go to the Babel. I think they seem to have 0 time to actually extract, that they eventually, decided to not extract, but secure the kill points toward ROG, RBN, especially Sushi there. And yeah, as you've said, I think RRQ is already going to actually, having the grasp of their team, having the grasp of the chemistry, and eventually we can see what would RRQ play like if they have the chemistry or get the grasp again. And as you can see, they play really good. They can actually find the timings. They have the angles to actually play together. They eventually revive Beyond, even though Beyond get knocked down first. Now, on the other side, Navi was holding very, very nice. He's holding very good, but eventually has to actually getting punished by Tarung here, and then as well as Navi, Wheezy. Even though he can actually punish Dims there for actually seizing the Mantle Brick, eventually he also get punished with, as you can see, RRQ joining the party. And oh my god, the way that these teams has been playing, wow. I can see now, as you've said, Bang Liga, Beyond as the killing machine finally put his hand on the job done. Now on the best timing that he can get. Yeah, I can't actually wait for the next round, Bang Liga, on the Space City.
Yeah.
And actually for Navi and Tarung, even though Navi can actually get that Mandel break, what do you think specifically for Tarung to actually for securing the first placement on this group today? To secure, they also have to secure their position on the standings, right? On the global standings, they need to secure themselves on the top 6 to actually play on the upper bracket, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I think Tarufala are going for Mendel break, obviously, because don't forget in round 3 Tarufala gets a tier 3 spawn, so I think they get a better position in Space City in round 4. So I think that's why they're going for a Mendel break. But I think we're going for a short break. Next, it will be Space City looking for the exciting match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. So stay tuned in the channel.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And we're continue still in the Group A. We're going for round 4. We're going for Space City. And yeah, that's come really interesting result in the round 3. I mean, RRQ start to fight back, firing back. I mean, yeah, Beyond play really well actually in round 3. And Navi takes the manual break with a little bit contest, to be honest, because of course I know there's Tarung Pahala doing some sis manual break. But I think it's kind of like a bit greedy for me, because you going for system break in the 4 seconds remaining and without any utility. I think that's some greedy from Tarung Pala, and of course they're going out by who? By Beyond actually, not by Navi but by Beyond. And I think it's going to be really interesting because now 3 teams fight for trigger the match point. Olu.
Oh, I mean, Tarung Valhalla came in a bit late. Yes, they did get the kill onto Stretch on top of the roof. And of course, Navi was not prepared for the push because they were fighting M5 on the other side of the decoding station. So they just came in a bit late, because when they tried to seize the Mando brick, it was on the 2-second time, on the 2-second timer. And fortunately enough for Navi, Wheezy was there to protect the Mando brick station, and that is what gave Navi the advantage right now, because the Mando brick is on the hands of Navi, and they are currently on the top of the leaderboard for this group. And RRQ, I was going to say something about RRQ, but if they did not do well in this particular round number 3 would be a questionable remark being left by RRQ, how they didn't try to do anything. But turns out they came in gunslinging, and of course I think why RRQ did not do so well in round number 2 is because of the budget that they have. So they did, I saw Beyond on that round 2 using a Vector, which is, yeah, sure, you can argue that a Vector is a really expensive gun and a really expensive build. But the question is, a Vector is not made for long range gunfights. That is why probably RRQ was inside of the museum for most of the time. That's, I think, the only reason why RRQ didn't really play aggressive. But now, of course, RRQ getting their 8 kills on that match, bringing them up all the way to position number 3. Of course, Tarung had a really great game so far in this 3 match. They already racked up a total of 15 kills, and of course Navi with the 13 kills plus the Mando break on round 3, which gives them another 13 points, which means now they are going to be in the top of the leaderboard with a total of 33 points. So round 5 is a guaranteed, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see more Delta Force, more action is coming your way, so don't go anywhere, because I mean, I think I want to see Space City being the map where every team is going to try and get Mando breaks. There is not going to be a 0 Mando break contested anymore, because we always see the fights happening either on Centrifuge or some other places which aren't really the favorites of the teams. But again, I want to see more fights happening in that black chamber, specifically that black chamber decoding station, because that always brings on the close quarter combats to the fullest extent, where every team is fighting for themselves and fighting for survival. It is survival of the fittest if you decode on that black chamber one. I think some of the teams here might have a chance to actually take it all, the Mando break to that black chamber decoding station. I want to see some of the gunfights in close quarter combats, Bang Liga. Do you think it's a possibility that we are going to take it to black chamber, or will it be just the normal decoding station on Centrifuge?
I think it's my wish as well. You know, I really wish they play in Black Chamber. You know, Black Chamber always puts some entertain move. I think the clutch itself always on if you play in Black Chamber. So I totally agree with you. Really my mind actually. I really want they play in the Black Chamber. But let's see. Because now going for round 4, and once again not Tempest for Navi and RRQ. I mean, it's kind of like usually for Navi because I remember Navi never used Tempest in round 4.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm
Yep,
wrong,
yep.
but I think they want to save it for round 5 or probably in round 6 because don't forget, Navi now in the first place, but there's no match point trigger. So I think that's why Navi doesn't want to bring Tempest as this early
Lineups.
stage. I think they want to.
Oh my God, the
waiting for,
lineups!
waiting for- and I think it's connect. Actually, it's connect.
Yeah.
Okay, one shock arrow is connect. I think it's more like a threat, for the other team. Like I said that. Oh, don't forget, there's us. We're going hunting you down. But let's see, because like I said before, Navi in the previous round getting a tier 1 spawn. So right now they get a tier 3 spawn. So in terms of the position, I think it's not that great for Navi. And I say to Zanken in the previous round, I say that Tarung Valhalla should go for Mandel Break as soon as possible because they don't want to waiting for any longer. They don't want to make pressure by himself. They want to bring the Mandel Break by himself. They want to decorate by himself, and they just focus on defense that Mandel Break. So I hope Tarafal going for it. But let's see because now Arben and ROG already moved in the dormitory, and I think they just want to play safe, maybe a little bit gatekeeping because maybe they want to look for the other teams because RRQ is getting closer by to RB and ROG, and I don't understand why, Olu, but how on earth these two teams, RRQ and RB and ROG, always meet each other? I mean, I don't know. I don't know why. It's really coincidence, definitely, but I don't know why these two teams always meet each other. RRQ and RB and ROG is really close by, and it's gonna be another match by them, and I think it's already third time in the row. I mean, they face each other. I mean, wow, it's really interesting. But so far, RB and ROG never win against RRQ in today's match. And let's see, because now a red item is going to get by GTS F1. And like I said before, we will going for it and go for the Mandel Break. I think they're going to see. I think they're going to be on the Mandel Break. I think they want to bring up to the inside. I think they don't want to play it outside. I think they just want to wait and looking for another position. And let's see, can they secure the Mandel Break? Because it's going to be really interesting. And don't forget, GTS F1 is really close. And okay, I think that's going to be a familiar decoding spot. I think they just put in outside and they just want to play safe. And Tarval will be starting really well only.
For starting Valhalla with that 15 kills, of course, they are going to be on a full-on swing. As we see, Zig is actually coming into the match with that gold ammo in hand. So they are going to try and full-on this. They won't go down without a fight. Gold ammo in hand, which means they want to fight this. So they are going to go in with a Tempest, a Toxic, and also a Luna. So this is going to be a similar strat that we used to see for the Mandel Brick rounds, where you have usually the Stingers. But for now, I think Toxic makes more sense, especially if you're trying to defend that centrifuge area, because you have that Dragonfly Swarm, right? Which is going to be a great use when a team is trying to push you from underground. So you can just pop your Toxic ult onto the staircase and delay even more. Whether if you are using a Stinger, you only can do smoke for your Tempest without any delays happening. You can only block the vision. But now, using that Toxic, I think it's a really good idea for Team Tarung Valhalla. On the other side, though, RRQ did not bring a Tempest, so they want to play the Navi game. They want to play the delay game. They know that this round, nobody is currently on match point, so there is no use to waste their Tempest. But unlike on the other teams who are pulling their Tempest, the other side of Navi is trying to, I think they want to play the third-party game. They want to be the last team to contest because they are bringing out that Nox. That means they don't want to fight. They only want to pick to get some pickoffs coming out from the other team. And as you see, of course, Navi going for that bridge rotation all the way here, meeting M5 inside of the task range area. That's going to be getting caught here because Pizza Boy actually clearing out the bridge of all the bots that's currently here. The boy, of course, have seen a lot of clutches being done by him. So he is one of the players you need to watch out for if you're in a lobby with him. He has been the clutch player for Na'Vi. Of course, you also have Stretch. On the other side, of course, teams like M5 have a really hard time when it comes to gunfights. You know, ROG, RBN, and M5. When it comes to the gunfights against some of these top teams, they just seem to struggle too much. I don't know if it's because of the aim power capabilities or just position. What do you think, Bang Liga? When the lower tier teams gets faced with the upper brackets team, it feels like they always have a hard time to either try to get a kill or even try to survive from them, you know? What do you think?
Yeah, I think in terms of mentality, you know, I mean, sometimes when you face, you know that you face Na'Vi. I mean, sometimes you're getting a little bit scared. I mean, that's totally normal. I mean, as a human being, I mean, Na'Vi so far gets a perfect score, so I think that's why you need to put some respect. But now, let's see, because now the time is running out. Only 10 seconds remaining. Are Na'Vi going to fight for the middle break? I don't think so. I think they're just talking to be, and I think they just let it go. It's gonna be Fremantle break for Tarung Valhalla. Okay, it's interesting. Valhalla secure the Mando break without any single fight. But let's see, because now Pizza Boy takes the kill, takes the initiate move, and now Tarung Valhalla secure a 40 point. The match point is gonna be triggered for Tarung Valhalla. But let's see, because Na'Vi needs more kill point to secure the match point trigger too. But let's see, Dims starting to defense on the inside. I think Dims just want to defense at any cost. But let's see, because now Na'Vi still in the outside. They want to hunting down Tarung Valhalla. They know Tarung Valhalla is inside. They want to get the kill point. But let's see, because now RRQ starting to looking for another kill. And Savi takes the kill. And just R&D Zays and he's down. And RRQ Savi getting 3 kill streak. Now GTS F1, now we're really in trouble with one player remaining, and it's not looking good for Miu. Miu become the last man standing. Savi looking for a good timing to make a surprise attack against Miu. Miu doesn't realize, Miu doesn't know. Savi already signaling to the teammates to go for it. Let's go 2 versus 1, and let's see, because now Na'Vi going for it, going against M5. But let's see, M5 starting to fight back. But I think once again, M5 is really in the bad position. You know, they just fight in this middle situation, and they gonna be hunting down by so many teams. Don't forget, RB and ROG still behind them. So I think it's not looking good for M5. But let's see, because now Dims, now he's doing down, and let's see, because now Stretch is down to fight back from Dims, starting to fight back, and Tarung Valhalla really in a good position on the inside. Olu.
Of course, the fights has been secured, the Mando break has been secured by Tarung Valhalla, but still they want to secure their position on that top of the leaderboard as Sushi now trying to pick Milk, but unable to do so. On the other side though, Zig actually falls down to the hands of Wheezy, and Wheezy got that trade onto Stretch, so they are going to be able to take Stretch back and try to revive him. On the other side though, of course, GTS getting wiped, almost getting wiped by RRQ, trying to chase them back. ROG, RBN is now trying to look for this rotation onto the ramps where Miu is currently located, and Na'Vi is back to 3 feet. Milk, of course, going to try and revive his teammate, but unable to do so. On the other side though, M5 finally showing up on the kill kill area right there on the top right, but unfortunately Judge, after finding that 1 kill, gets taken out by Savi. Again, the trades coming in. Dims, unfortunate, the arrow from Wheezy actually caught him off guard. Milk getting pushed by 2 players from Na'Vi. Na'Vi Pizza Boy gets a full wipe onto Team Tarung Valhalla. Some friendly gesture getting shown off by Pizza Boy there as the last player alive from M5 is getting chased by RRQ, and it's going to be RRQ again with the full wipe onto M5. What is this fight happening everywhere? Miu, the last man alive from GTS, now is getting thrown down by Beyond, and Beyond is going to get a full kill onto GTS F1 after their fight on top of the CEO area, and it is going to be left to RRQ and Na'Vi once more. with the addition of Pi being the last man alive from ROG RBN Bang Liga.
Yes, I think that's the achievement that Navi won. I mean, they know that Navi know that if they contest for Mando break, I think they're gonna be, I don't know, maybe wasting one or two life. 2% is gonna be done because of course Tarang Fala already prepared for defense position. So I think that's why Navi just let the Mando break going for Tarang Fala. Of course, there's some risk because now Tarang Fala trigger the match point because they get a 41 point. But look at the bright side, Navi eliminate Tarovala, and now they secure 40 points. But this is still can be changed if they didn't get extract. So Navi still need to going extract or maybe looking for another kill point to make sure they're going to 40 point. So they're going to be trigger the match point to same like Tarong Palala. But I think that's the point. I think that's quite smart for Navi because I think they choose a safe option. They don't want to put some fight in Meta break. They just want to kill point, and there you go. Now another kill point. Now they're secure because now one player's down. But Savi takes the kill against Pay, and Argen Energy is down. Only 2 teams remaining, Navi and RRQ. Oh, this is gonna be really interesting because if RRQ wipe out Navi, probably maybe Navi doesn't have enough point to trigger match points. So I think that's why this is gonna be really interesting. Navi needs to make sure they can secure the position.
Ooh,
they can secure the extract. But let's see because now RRQ already found out the position of Navi. And now this is gonna be really interesting. Navi against RRQ is gonna be a really good matchup. Stretch already looking for other player. And let's see because now he put some respect. One player he tried to pick, but I think that's not enough visual. And I think RRQ just want to stay behind. They just want to waiting game. They're just looking for a chance. And maybe Navi just stay in this position. I think both of them doesn't want to move any single inch going for the other team. I think they just want to, just going for a gunfight in the middle range, and maybe someone may be down, and there you go, Pizza is down. Now I think there's gonna be chance for RRQ because now RRQ is the chance. He want to put some fight and one player down. Stretch is down. Navi now under 40 points. RRQ is going without Navi. Navi is going no more, and it's done. Navi is getting eliminated. And RRQ secure another kill point, and Navi didn't trigger the match point. It's really close, 39 point, but it's not enough. I think only Tarupala is going to trigger the match point in the next round. Really close one, but RRQ takes the chance really well, Olu.
I think it is a really good showing coming out of RRQ with that last wipe onto Navi. Navi was not sure whether or not RRQ is pushing in or not because it was they were showing off sense of the team actually trying to push, but Pizza Boy just gets caught off guard with the position from Beyond, and I think it was just unfortunate that Beyond got the angle first onto Pizza Boy because they were really preparing for that push. But unfortunately, I think you need to have the red dot there for Pizza Boy because the scope that he was using kind of blocked off the vision from Beyond peeking. So I think that is just unfortunate. You do need some adjustment there on the gun to be able to see where Beyond was. So that was really unfortunate. It was a thing. It is part of the game, guys. Your gun actually blocks off vision. So the more vision you have, the better the chance you are able to spot people who are trying to pick you. But that's just it for Team Navi for this game. Of course, they almost got that match point unlocked, but unfortunately, without that survival instinct, I think that's just what happens, man. Liga. Some teams really want to wipe out the whole lobby. Some teams like to survive. I think Navi is one of those teams who likes to wipe out the whole lobby before extracting. That's why I think they kind of went in without any hesitation and it just instantly die. I think that's just truly what happens, Bang Liga.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I didn't blame Navi with the decision because I think that's quite smart. To be honest, I'm quite impressed about the option that Navi takes. I mean, Navi just want to make sure they get a kill point because, like I said before, in these new rules, as long as you get 40 points, it's enough to trigger the match point. It doesn't mean you need to bring a mana break, right? You can only get the mana break and at the match point, and you win the tournament. So I think that's why. For me, for Navi, I think I'm totally okay with that decision. But of course, there's some risk. If you, of course, yeah, that's life. Sometimes your option, yes, have a good set, but of course there's some bad side, and the bad side is off. Is Navi didn't get a 40 points in that situation. 39 points is really close one, and I think it's gonna be. I think they're gonna be really regretted if Tarung Fahala secure the match point in the next round because. Come on, man! 39 point. They only need one more kill. They only need one more kill to trigger match point. I think it's really close one. But RRQ now, look at bright side. Now they can get extract with a full resource. I think it's gonna be really good for RRQ in the next round. And don't forget, they saving so many operators. And don't forget, they still doesn't bring Tempest in his pocket. So I think that's why Tempest is gonna be on for RRQ for the round 5 or maybe for the round 6 too. I think it's going to be really interesting. And yeah, I mean, RRQ starting to fight back, starting to looking scary, And I think Navi and Tarung Fahala need to put some respect. And obviously, of Tarung Fahala, yeah, at the end of the day, it's still a good result. You get the mana break, you trigger the match point. But still, in terms of how they defend the mana break, I think they need to put some more effort. Or maybe, like you said before, you need to put maybe in the black chamber if you want to defend from inside. Because, of course, we cannot have comparison because there's no one contest mana break. So I think that's why Tarung Fahala doesn't get any challenge in the mana break. But I think in the next round, you're gonna be make sure because no one gonna make sure going to match point, right? So I think that's why in the next round, Tarung Fahala need to put some more effort, need to put some more care about how they defend the mana break, and let's see about it because now RRQ is really scary and it's really on fire. And Beyond, I think he really play really well, and I don't know why. I think he's sleepy, maybe. I think maybe he's sleepy, Get a night shift maybe, and so that's Beyond. Look at that, some similar face, Beyond real doing some role play in game, I mean, the player himself and the character is similar one. Oh my god, maybe next time in the next update you need to put some Beyond skin. Maybe you can bring some Beyond skin in the next update.
That is true.
I think it's gonna be a really good match up. And of course, round 4 is done, and Tarung Fahala now the only one trigger the match point.
I mean, I wasn't really sure what was the other teams were doing currently when the mana break was being decoded. I think it was a complete waste coming out of all the other teams. RBN was really close. GTS was also close. RRQ was backstabbing GTS. That's why they did not go for the mana break. But on the other side, Tarung and also Navi was very close to each other. Navi kind of came in late again, as what we saw with Tarung Valhalla on the previous match. So I'm not sure. I think these players right now is feeling a bit off on the timing because we saw a couple of times where teams just kind of hesitated to go into the fight. Like we saw here, RRQ and GTS is very close, and RBN is also close, and M5 on the other side of the map, on the other side of the building. So they just need to go into the mana break area, but they didn't do so. So that's just brings the question into the fray. Why didn't anyone try to seize the mana breaks? Even though we saw 4 teams currently on this group on round number 4 pulling out their Tempests, but I don't really see the Tempest being in use, and now it's just a complete waste. On round number 5 and round number 6, they might not use Tempest, and that's a completely different question. What are you going to do without the Tempest? As we know, now for Navi and also RRQ will have to use their Tempest because on round 4 they didn't use their Tempest. So it's just a complete schmangles, however you want to put it. It's just confusing right now for us to really understand what the teams were doing, because if you really want to spend your tempest, that means you want to seize the Mandal break. But in this case, nobody did. And so what were they doing? How do you feel about this game, Bang Liga? I'm personally confused.
Yeah, I think all of them is quite hesitate because this is more like a final chance for them. So I think that's why they want to play with more discipline. But I think in other side, I'm calling is all of them just don't want to play with a risk move. I think they just want to play safe. But I think in terms of Navi, I think it's already, like I said before, I think it's already in their plan. But okay, I think we're going for a short break. And next, it will be really interesting. Round 5, match point trigger for Tarung Valhalla. So, don't go anywhere, stay in the channel.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, of course, Delta Force National Championship Season 3. Well, Zanken, Tarung Valhalla did not get any challenges from the other teams while they were decoding the Mandel bricks.
Yep.
You were in a bird's eye view, so do you have any takes on that? What are the other teams doing?
I mean, it's kind of similar to what we've seen on round 2, even though on round 2 there is no one taking the mantle, but it's just the same scene, you know, when Tarung was holding on 2 different levels, on level 1 and level 2 areas. There is absolutely no one was trying to challenge the mantle brick, even though they were on the same area. Back again, I think those teams were actually waiting for the sound cue for they to actually initiate the fight and play as the third party. But in the end, after all those minutes waiting for the Mandel brick to decode, there is no one to actually initiate the fight because there is no team that actually hear the sound cue of any team fighting each other. Now, as we can see, Tarung Valhalla is the only team that actually triggered the match point. Navi, in the other hand, was so close to actually triggering out as well, but they got cancelled. They got griefed by RRQ. They were on 41 point marks, if I'm not mistaken, but after they get eliminated, they got demolished, they went back to 39 points, and that is not enough, almost is never enough to actually trigger the match point. On the other hand, again, RRQ play as the last initiating team to actually grief a Navi there after they wiped off Tarung Valhalla. And even though they don't get the Mandel Breed, they didn't get the, you know, the match point as well. They are also piling up kill points and assets from other teams. And now, on the 5th match, although we're going to get back to Space City again, to the leaderboard, as we can see, Tarung Valhalla, even though they got 41 points, they have the last like total kills in, if we compare to other teams like Navi and RRQ, which is 17 and 19, whereas Tarung Valhalla is only getting 16. Even the assets, they get surpassed by RRQ. As I've said, RRQ is piling up total kills and also assets. That's why they're getting 34 points with just 0 Mandel Brick. And if we compare to Navi and Tarung, if they don't have their Mandel Brick, they're 100% are going to be behind RRQ right now. And what is missing from RRQ right now is just Mandel Brick or one more round to actually trigger the match point and then end it the next one. Now Valhalla, I think it's the, you know, one more chance to actually cause this map, and you don't want to choke this. And the last 3 teams, which is GTS, ROG, and M5, I still don't get, you know, how they would actually play this match. Even though this is the last ban and pick stage, you need to actually see through your global standings that you realize upper bracket is that important to actually place, because in upper bracket you have like 2 life, right? If you lost on the upper bracket, you can still go down to actually the lower one. And I don't see, you know, the why that they have to actually play passive and passive again, just like several weeks that we have watched. What do you think, Olu? Do you think this last bottom 3 teams actually have to, you know, be more brave to actually take control of the Mando Brick and play more aggressive towards other teams, or just, you know, stay where they are because they just going to be desperately play on the lower bracket?
Of course, you don't want to get thrown down to the lower bracket side of things, because once you are not in the top 2 of the lower bracket, you will be eliminated just like that. So everyone is trying to get their hands on to this game. the final day. And as we see, of course, Starung Valhalla, after getting a lot of kills and a lot, of course, that Mandelbrick is going to go all in onto their gears, while also trying to fend off the push coming out from that tier 1, who is going to be GTS spawning by the employee side. M5 is going to spawn by the bridge. And of course, we're going to see RBN from CC, RRQ on Dormitory, and also Navi spawning on Westgate. So Navi has a pretty good chance on actually pulling this off, because they are on their favorite position inside of the centrifuge. We have seen on multiple occasions where Navi was able to close out the game in the centrifuge area, so this is one of their favorite spots. So they know how to play this building. So we'll have to see. But M5 now actually is the closest towards that Mandelbrick station. We'll have to see what they do. On the other side, though, ROG RBN actually finding the pick onto Team Navi, and Team Navi Stretch now is down. Pai bringing out that scan towards Navi. They are just going to back down for a little bit. Scan comes through. They know the position from Team Navi. Again, Stretch is a full kill. 1 kill point goes to the hands of ROG RBN. They are going to play this a little bit more safer, as they are going to challenge Team Navi. The head glitch actually hits. Misses from Pizza Boy. Sushi, of course, they want to wipe this team on ramp. They want to wipe Navi. If Navi unable to take this game, then it means it might just be round number 6 going to be on our verge. Sushi, ED device goes out. Gets chipped down, and he goes down. Pizza Boy able to find that trade. Back to reset. Jammer goes out, coming out from Wheezy. Pizza Boy trying to take up the space. Little charge goes out. ED is available, but I don't think they want to use it right now. They want to just wait. ROG RBN is actually backing out of this fight. They are just going to chill out for a moment. But no team has taken the Mandelbrick yet. M5 is really close, but I don't think they know where to go right now. So GTS now is gaining some space in the connector area. Another shot from sniper rifle from RNDZ did not connect. So this is just going to be another waiting game, Zanken.
Yep. I agree with you. The way that this couple of minutes has been played, I thought ROG was trying to get actually more aggressive, or just trying to commit it, try to actually wipe the Navi and, you know, making them miss the actual chance to actually trigger the match point. And now in one line, one straight line, M5, Starung Valhalla, and also Navi is in the same angle. Now Zik eventually trying to put his ult to the job down. EED device cannot actually save his life. Luigi getting M5 raped there. Mew also getting M5. M5 is in the verge of death. 2 players down. Judge is the only player alive, and GTS is the closest team to actually get the Mandelbrick. But no, Susi, Shade, no. Getting the Mandelbrick. ROG RBN, and that's it. Zenith.
Oh no!
Taking down
He
ROG.
gets dropped.
Sushi. The Mandelbrick gets dropped. Me on the other hand with his Stacy 17 trying to play a cheeky little angle there. Still holding. Because we know Mandelbrick is dropped. ROG as well. Dropped to 2 players. And now ROG still trying to play the angles. Play the timings to actually punish GTS F1 players that want to actually take control of the Mandelbrick. On the other side, on the CEO area, we can see RRQ just coming from the hallway to the core area. They are aware of the whereabouts and the presence of other teams under them. ROG still think they're really trying to save Sushi there, but it's kind of sketchy. Navi on the other hand, play on the bridge. doesn't want to actually commit it that fast. They are managed to actually revive Stretch, even though their Stretch have weaknesses. But it's all good. 3 players. It's only ROG and especially M5. ROG Pie getting the Nif down again and again. Now Beyond trying to get 1v1 with the Tarung now. Backing up Tarung. Doesn't want to get committed. Drill charge on. Stunning 2 players from Tarung. Triple blaster on from Milk. He got also drill charge and see Beyond. It's not in a good way. Zeke with the EED device going to rush, going to commit this. Recon out, drill charge out. Little bit of a jump shot, trying to spray down. Doesn't connect. Beyond gets down.
See Zig right now trying to find the other teammates of RRQ. Trying to find his way. The frag grenade comes out. It connects but unable to take down the rest of RRQ. What is happening with this fight? And again, ROG, RBN still has that Mandel brick but unable to decode it because they got Sushi actually got wiped. We're seeing a lot of fights happening in the same time, but as for right now, because M5
finally.
now getting wiped, finally ROG RBN has been able to decode the Mandel brick, and Navi, after finding out the fight was happening, they are going to close in to the centrifuge area. So now they have the ramp area back for themselves again. So this is going to be the same setup that we saw a couple of minutes ago. Pizza Boy, of course, using that Tempest, have that EED device, trying to go in. Smoke comes out. Sonar scan also comes out. Trying to seize the Mandel brick, but of course, they need to be careful because this is going to be another delay coming out of RBN, but no. Navi is now been able to take down a couple of players from RBN, unable to do so. Pizza Boy gets sent back with that EED device, of course. Wheezy now. Course, going to play this a little bit chill. There's going to be a reset. Mandel brick goes to the hands of Navi. While on the other side, sneaky little RRQ is closing in onto the ramp area, onto the buoyancy station. So they are going to make their way from the basement to the centrifuge area. Now, this is going to be really bad for RBN if they get pushed from 2 ways. So we'll have to see what they do.
Yep, as you can see, ROG here, I think they a little bit playing, I don't know, they can actually save their utility to delay for Navi, but they didn't seem to like use it now. GTS, on the other hand, trying to get into the building, play the cheeky fights again, Mew. And Randy's here, waiting for the other side of the connectors. I think he wants to be aware a little bit of his back tap. He's the boy with the EED device. Trying to catch on ROG here. Another frag grenade connects. He needs to back up. It's the boy. Still on the out. Next we can see, I think ROG is more than ready to take the fights on. Stretch. Wheezy. Still on the same line. On the stairs now. Little bit backing up. They don't want to commit a fight that they can't seem to win. Another backing up from Wheezy and also from Stretch, as well as Pizza Boy there. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Clock is ticking. Tarung trying to actually get their team to Black Chamber and Buoyancy Lab there. Dims trying to cross to the other side of Centrifuge, which is test range. Think they don't seem to actually initiate the fight again, because it's still 1 minute and 50 seconds for ROG to actually decode the Mandel brick after seizing it back from Navi. And you can see from the total score, finally Navi, after securing some of the kill points, they actually triggered the match point. And they really don't want to actually let Tarung Valhalla win this decode Olu.
Oh, this might be bad. If RRQ is not spotted by Navi, this might be bad for them because they have not seen where RRQ was. So it is going to be a hell of a fight that is coming our way because 1 minute on the clock. RBN is really ready. Smoke goes out from Navi to block some vision. Trying to delay is Team RBN, of course, trying to use that electric arrow, trying to seize the mana break. Will Pizza Boy get it? Yes, he will be able to get it. And so, the mana break resets to the hands of Navi, but hello! RRQ from behind! Savi is going to get the full kill onto Pizza Boy, and Pizza Boy goes down. RBN again trying to seize the mana break. Wheezy trying to close in the gap, but again he goes out. Sushi is safe and sound, pulling out with his EED device. On the other hand, of course, we have Navi still with the 2 players because they just lost Pizza Boy to the hands of RRQ. And Tarung Valhalla is here onto the staircase. They are also on Milk. What a dirty shot coming out from Milk using that Barretta. That 50 cal M82 was able to take down Pi. And now RBN is in a really bad spot. Double peek coming out of Milk. ED device goes out from Tarung Valhalla. They want to take this area for themselves. Another recharge goes out. Milk dropping real low. Zik was able to find the angle to seize the mana break. So now it is going to be decoded by Tarung Valhalla. The device gets pulled out. Milk is safe and sound. RBN now fighting for their lives and also fighting for the centrifuge area because currently there are 3 teams inside. But actually, Milk goes down to the hands of Sushi, and now Tarung Valhalla also drops to 2 players. Meki Z trying to find his skill, was able to do so, and now Tarung Valhalla gets wiped by ROG RBN. It was a 3v2, and they are out of this game. No match point team will be able to take this game, and now it's up to the remaining teams. We have Navi who is able to pick up Pizza Boy again, RRQ with 2 players, GTS, and also ROG RBN who has that 3 players alive. RRQ is in a big disadvantage, but there's actually still 1 player, Zanken, and that is coming from M5, the solo Nox. Do you think he's going to be a problem for these teams?
I don't think he won't actually get into the core area itself. If I were him, I will just, go away until I have the sign queue and, be a rat and just loot up everything I could. But now, back on the mana break situation, 23 seconds. Navi, if they could get this, match point is on their hands. RRQ,
15
they are the
seconds.
one who desperately needs that decoding. Make you see thing.
10
Trying
seconds.
to find the wine. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's it. Navi get their hands on the mana break. With 58 points, they have triggered the match point. Still on the server area. Fight hasn't been over yet. Pi still holding his M7. Trying to get a hold of RRQ there, who is using his EED device, but not actually seem to stretch. Mew from nowhere. Punishing stretch that wants to actually pick the whole body of him. Which on the other hand needs to back up a little bit because they are left with just 2 players. Only GTS now full with a full roster of 3 players. RRQ as well, only 2 players left. And I think it's just a matter of time from ROG to let Maxi to actually end it. Now RRQ, beyond I think, just dash through the office there. Sushi still playing the utility here. Doesn't want to actually commit because he knows it's a 2v2 and RRQ desperately need these skill points Olu for them to actually trigger match point into the server area. Trying to hold 1v2 here. But actually, Beyond with the spray down. Taking by another one Beyond. What a play. But GTS is hitting the sound cue to actually commit this thing. The Knave trying to find another ult from Nox. From Toxic getting his one. RRQ not in a very good situation now. Beyond still trying to get it. Xavi getting the first one to actually get punished. And RRQ is long way to actually trigger the match point. 4 more points. 4 more points only to let RRQ get the match point. So in the next match we have 3 teams to actually can fight for the Mando break. But now it's just 2. It's just Navi and Tarung.
Yup.
So close.
Yet
Oh
so
my
far. Of course, Navi.
What do you think
after
about the
getting-
ROG here?
I mean, ROG had the advantage, but unable to withstand the push coming out from what 3 different teams. I think it was RRQ, Navi, and also I think it was Tarung Valhalla. So 3 teams went into 4 teams inside of the centrifuge area. And I think they were overwhelmed, so that's why they probably let Navi have it. But the question for me is GTS. GTS has the highest chance to actually take the Mandel brick, but it just show that some of these teams have a really bad read. I think GTS just had a bad read whether or not teams are fighting inside of the centrifuge area or they were fighting for the Mandel bricks. I think GTS just didn't realize that no one was fighting for the Mandel brick. It was only Navi defending it. And the other 2 teams were inside of the building fighting it out. And whoa! Give with that some dirty shots coming out of Pizza Foy. Of course, the fragger for Team Navi GTS. Now it's a 2v2. Jammer goes out from Wheezy, actually getting the pick onto Mew and also RNDZ. And now actually Zanif gets the angle onto Wheezy and Wheezy goes down. Pizza Boy, the only one left. Of course, they are okay if they get Y because they are guaranteed a match point. But GTS wants this kill so bad. Trying to fend off the push. Trying to run. Pizza Boy is running for his life. Unable to defend himself. Tried his best, but unable to do so. So GTS is going to go out of this lobby with some points in their hands. 22 points gathered by GTS. But again, GTS, I think, was the questionable team. You know, they were in the connector. They just need to pull out their EED device and try to pull some smokes, delay the movement from Navi, who is currently defending the Mandel brick, and try to seize them. But unfortunately, for some odd reason, they didn't do any of that. They were waiting until the very last second, until the Mandel brick was decoded, and then made their move. So I'm like really questioning whether or not GTS was trying to read the map or it was just a strategy to be the third party for all of the teams who are trying to seize the Mandel brick. But again, when it was down to the Mandel brick fights, I think some of the teams have a bad read. I think they need to watch the VODs once more to actually realize what they did wrong, because some of the fights that was going on the Mandel, especially on the very late decoding timer, nobody really went for it except for like teams like Tarung Valhalla, who showed up to the fight really late and tried to do it for their own. But against one other time on round number 3 they failed to do so, but on round number 4 they did. And it just comes to question that why are some of the teams are very scared to push, are very scared to seize the Mandel break, where we saw a lot of fights happening in, you know, just last week. So I think some of the scrims that they might have in this week might seem to be a little meta change, where everyone is just very, very scared of pushing, and the rotation is just, the teams kind of scrambled around, you know. Yeah, sure, you see a lot of rotations, but the rotations kind of led to bad positions, I would say, for some of these teams, I think, Duncan.
I think the team who is having the best rotations is teams who rotate twice. You know, if they rotate to one place and that doesn't seem to, you know, get the value of the position, they rotate once more and somehow finding other player and playing the backstep type of play. And the other teams who just rotates one position and just holding until they hear the sound cue, it's, you know, sometimes it's just ending with nothing to be valued about. Now, as we've seen on the last fight, Dion with Xavi here trying to get the kill point as much as they can to actually trigger the match point, but almost it's never enough. It's only Tarung Valhalla and Navi. Especially Navi now is on the 51 points mark, and if they can still, you know, bringing this type of performance to actually game 6, or if we need to play the game 7, they can actually play the point accumulation. But then again, Tarung Valhalla needs to step up their game. They need to, you know, they need to realize they just need one more mental break to actually secure the fight. And on the other hand, RRQ, they cannot win the match. They cannot win the grip on the next match. They can, but actually we need 2 rounds because they need to trigger the match point first and then the mental break on the next. On the other hand, I don't think ROG and M5 has a chance at all, because the way they have been playing and other team has been playing is always dominating and making them has no actual space to play. Especially for M5, I can seem to see what this team wants to do or what they really want to achieve. The way that has been rotating, the way that they has been playing the third party, but they can still seem to play or find the value of it. But we're gonna save that for next round. We're gonna make a little break, a short break, so don't go anywhere.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Champions Southeast Asia Season 3. And we're going for round 6. And it's getting more interesting, you guys. Now, Navi trigger the match point 2. I think it's going to be a really good matchup between Tarung Falala and Navi. But I think I already told you before about Tarung Falala. I mean, of course, we know that they get a match point trigger first, but they cannot play like this anymore. They need to play more aggressive, more proactive. I mean, in terms of round 4, okay, we know they get the manual break, but no one contests it. So in terms how to defend the manual break, I think Tarung Falala doesn't get any tests from other teams. So I think that's why in the round 5, I hope they realize that this is not enough. They need to be more proactive, and that's I think that's probably because in round 5, I think they trying. I know they're trying, but I think it's not enough. Navi in other side play like his usual, play as their plan, and they play with really aggressive. And now Navi have a momentum to secure this group. Zanken.
Yeah, I agree. Navi has now the best chance to actually secure this group because the way that not only they on the top of the leaderboard with the top accumulation point, but the way that they have been playing, even though sometimes Tarung is on top or Navi is on top, Navi shows us like the domination that they have been going by play a little bit more aggressive towards other teams rather than just holding and waiting for the other team to actually come. And with the next round, which is Space City, this is the last round to actually secure the round with just the mandal break between Tarung Valhalla and also Navi Nation. They actually need to take some action by Tarung Valhalla. Looking at Navi right now, even though they only have like 18.45 and RRQ has like 27.27 million with the best total kills as well, they lacking the mandal. Because look, Navi with 2 mandal bricks on their hand already. With just 19 total kills, they managed to actually get 56 point chase versus Valhalla with 41 and an RRQ with the best assets and kills in exchange for the mandal brick is having 36. F1 GTS with the 22, RB and ROG with 11 sadly, and M5 with 0 kills and just 2 total points after 6 games. I mean, for 5 games, they don't actually do anything, super or valuable for them, for their team, for actually their point accumulation. And after seeing this, I think 99.9%, I think M5 is going to be starting from the lower bracket, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I mean, if to talk about M5, I know it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a little bit rude for me, but to be honest, M5 doesn't do anything at all for today's match. I think they realize in terms of the overall leaderboard, group standing, they only get 2 points in the total standing. So even if they become a champion in today's group, I think the maximum point they get maybe only 12 points. But still, I think 12 is not enough. Maybe just enough, maybe or not enough. But at the end of the day, for me, M5, I don't understand at all. If I'm being honest to you, Zanken, I don't understand how they play. How they want to play. I think that's the key point, because sometimes you see how M5 in their position, they kind of always has in the awkward position. I mean, I don't know if you remember in Brakkesh when Navi gets the mandal break. As you can see, M5 just waiting in front of them and doing nothing. Doesn't do any utility weapon. They don't use smoke and anything. They just go straight forward, fight Navi, which is Navi already secure in the defense position. So I really don't understand how they want to play. So I think M5, to be honest, maybe it's kind of rude, but no, M5 is really bad today, really bad from M5. But hopefully they can at least play well. But oh my God, I'm saying it. I really hope they can play well. But now Navi already targeting them, and one of them already getting injured. So I think this will be really
Yes.
hard for M5. M5 need to secure the position first, make sure they can get some recovery. But Navi, as you can see, Navi starting the tier 3 spawn. So I think yeah, still it's a little bit far if you want to fight for the mana break. I think Navi is gonna
Yep.
be just waiting for other teams to decoding the mana break first, and then they were going to start to play retake the mana break, seize the mana break. I think that's the plan. But look at his side from Navi. There is Tarung Valhalla. So I think both
Yes.
of them, both contender for winning this group, starting in the tier 3 spawn. Wow, it's really interesting. Is it going to be round 7? Maybe, probably, because now RRQ have a chance to secure the mana break, or maybe the other teams. But Navi and Tarung Valhalla gonna be make sure it's not gonna be easy for all other 4 teams. Lantian.
Yep, I agree with you. It maybe has the chance to actually open the 7th map now. Last time we see the map, I think Tarung Valhalla from the command center going towards dormitory area, who is left by ROG RBN, but I don't know if they were able to actually initiate the fight to each other, especially for Tarung Valhalla. They need to save, they need to save their ammos, their gear to actually play and fight for the mana break. Now GTS F1 still, I think they are going to just play a little bit slow, loot it up, especially on the CEO area where you get so much loot there. Randy's here holding the other highway with an M700 there. Now, finally Beyond, like with the EED device picking up the Mandel brick now, and I think he is going to decode on the centrifuge area as well as the last Mandel brick spot decoding area. Now, I think the other team would actually take an action and aware about RRQ is going to decode it in the same place again. And based on what we've seen here, I think ROG and Tarung Valhalla is not initiating any fight on the dormitory area as well. Beyond still on his, I think, SKS, trying to find some picks towards the connector area, I mean from the Hudson, but doesn't seem to find anyone. Xavi with the cheeky angle, and as we can see from the drone area, Tarung getting back to the CC area, as well as DCSF1 trying to play a little bit slow on the CEO. M5 from the employee passage, which is Navi now from the bridge. I think they can make themselves a way to the lobby and get behind RRQ's position, which is on the centrifuge area. Pizza Boy trying to check either there is an enemy or not with his drill charge there. The tempo is still really slow, Bang Liga. I think, do you think the fight would actually be initiated in like 1 minute mark?
Probably, but I think the one team that really should initiate the fight is Tarung Valhalla. Because what? Okay, let's say Tarung Valhalla doesn't become a champion. Become a champion. Maybe Navi will be a champion, or RRQ. But if RRQ is will be going to champion, Tarung Valhalla will be fall to the 3rd place. And as we all know, 3rd place is only get you 5 points. And remember, in the group standing, Tarung Valhalla only have 7 points. So if they become a 3rd place in this group, the total score they get only 12 points. And I think this still a possible for Onyx, for GTS F1, for EVOS to step aside, so go ahead for Tarung Valhalla. So I think that's why Tarung Valhalla, even if they not become a champion in this group, at least they must secure the 2nd place, because 2nd place will give you a 7 point. So total score is going to be 14 point, and 14. For me personally, I think it's kind of safe, in the 5th place. So I think that's why Tarung Valhalla should be the one who contests this Mandel break, should be the one to fight this Mandel break. And don't let RRQ take the lead, because RRQ, if they get the Mandel break, RRQ now going to straight move forward, going to the 2nd place in this group, and this is not looking good for Tarung Valhalla. So let's see, are they going to be fight for it, or maybe they're just waiting for the round 7? Let's see about that. But let's see, because now the other teams, because now RB and ROG starting to fire from the underground. I think they want to contest for final break, but RRQ already settled in the centrifuge facility. Let's see, but now Navi become the main predator for the other teams. Now they're going to be looking for a kill point, and let's see, because now usually has been used by Navi. It's Zaboy starting to move a little bit with E device, looking for one kill maybe. Just make sure they can secure one kill point. And the RRQ is already popped out, but Tarung Valhalla is fighting the M5. The M5, one player down by Tarung Valhalla. But let's see, because now the main priority, the main fight is Navi against RRQ. Is gonna be really a good match. It's gonna be a really big match for both of them. But let's see, because now only 45 seconds remaining for RRQ to secure the Mandel break, to make sure we're going to round 7. But let's see, Savi takes the position, looking for a chance, looking for headshot. Okay, it's good pick by Savi. Good, quick pick by Zavi. But let's see, Beyond looking for it. Don't forget, Beyond will be moved for in one move with E device, because Beyond still saving E device. But let's see, because Tarung Valhalla secure another kill, and M5 is going down again. 3 kill point for Tarung Valhalla. But like I said before, the main one is Navi against RRQ. And I think RRQ going to 6-man break. Pizza Boy is down. Strange is making fight back from behind. 5 seconds remaining. And Wheezy going to seize the Mandel break. And now the match point is going to be bring by Navi. 3 minutes still on. But I think RB and RG going to be third party in this situation, Zankan.
Wow, what a match. One initiation fight towards the Mandel break. It's just 3 seconds for RRQ to actually get their safe place to second place. Now it's just RRQ Beyond left. They're getting their hands on Beyond with the same situation. Beyond cannot do anything. It's the whole ROG players that gang him 3v1 there. And RRQ is out of this lobby, Bang Liga. It's just Tarung, Navi, GTS F1 and ROG RBN, and I think 4 of these teams will be getting these 3 players up. Now, Navi is not in a really good position because they're on the outside, they're on the open space behind their Mandel break. Now, I think ROG is already aware of the situation and their position as well. GTS, on the other hand, from the Space City core area, wants to actually get closer and closer to the Mandel break decoding station. Navi still, he wants to actually close this spot a stretch. I think he wants to get a pick, get a hold of a cheeky angle, proning behind that stairs, so anyone could not even see him that good. Now, Tarung Valhalla, I think after they reset, after the fight between them and M5, is trying to get a closer and closer and closer again towards the Mandel break area, which is from the centrifuge area. It's the boy trying with the sniper, M700 on his hand, trying to get a pick, hoping for ROG to actually open that door and shows their heads. Tempo is slowing down a little bit, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Clock is ticking down. Tarung Valhalla still. Bang Liga, I think Tarung Valhalla can actually be the last team to actually initiate the fight. Looking, I think they're on a good position to flank Navi here.
Yeah, let's see about that, because I think, like I said before, they need this Mandel break so much. But look at that, but RB and RG trying to fight back, now doing for a really good job. And Pizza Boy is down. Stretch to try to fight back from behind, and I think it's enough. I think this is not enough time from RB and RG to seize the Mandel break. And Stretch, what a clutch by Stretch, takes another kill. Now only 1 player remaining for RB and ROG. This is not looking good for them. But let's see, because now Tarung Valhalla will be ready for become a third party in this fight. And let's see, teams already moved for a takes 1 kill. Wheezy is down. Navi is in trouble. 2 players remaining, and Dims looking for a system Mandel break. Pizza Boy from behind. No one sees this coming, but look at that, because Navi still can defend this Mandel break really well. Tarung Valhalla with 1 player remaining. Sick, fight back. Pizza Boy is down, and now 1 versus 1. Navi and Tarung Valhalla. Wow, this is gonna become a bloody match, and maybe GTS F1 can seize the opportunity, because don't forget, now Navi and Tarung Valhalla become 1 last man standing, and GTS F1 still with a complete squad. This is gonna be really interesting. Can Straight secure this Mandel break all by himself? Straight by himself, 1 versus 2. He's running around from behind. He cannot do anything. Navi getting eliminated, and GTS F1 see the Mandel break 1 versus 3. Now Tarung Valhalla with 1 player remaining from Zeke. Can he survive in this situation, or are we going for round 7? GTS F1 in the last moment, playing really well with a good timing. Now Zeke by himself, Zeke against the wall. Let's see, because now, of course, with utility itself, with Raptor, I think it's going to be really hard. Of course, in terms of the recon, maybe he can do some intel maybe, looking for information, but in terms of how you kill the 3 of them, I think it's going to be really hard if you play Raptor. But let's see, nothing impossible, but still, GTS F1 is really in the good advantage right now, Zenken.
Yep. Zeke versus the world now. I think he actually wants to revive Milk there, but doesn't seem actually to finish the job. And I think it's 89% chance, or maybe 95% chance to actually we open up the 7th round, because Zeke is actually alone here. Really alone. I don't know, and I think their teammates already coming to him saying that we need these points, but it's either you take the Mandel break or just hide at all. And I think Zeke is choosing to actually just hide and not, forcing to play the 1v3 there, because Zeke is in really bad position. He's only using tier 4 armor, and in the other hand, GTS F1 with 3 people, with 3 players still on their tier 5 bullets, gonna make Zeke is like, it's like a punching bag for them. And as we can see, Mio already holding that angle with, I think, an SKS or either as SR25. Zinnis as well already holding the core area as well. Now Randis is also getting his recon full charge. He wants to actually scan the area in front of him. And I think that's it. Bang Liga, I think we're going to round 7 with this type of play. Navi is out, Tarung can't do anything actually, and GTS coming at the right time to actually play the third party.
I agree. I totally agree with you. I think that's it for this round, because I think there's no way, for Tarung Valhalla to clutch in this situation. Like I said before, if the last man standing is play like Tempest or maybe Dewolf or something like Assault, or maybe something like Stinger, you have some smoke. Okay, I can agree that there's still some chance for Tarung Valhalla to make a comeback. But Raptor 1 versus 3, no. I don't think so. GTS F1 just make sure they doesn't split out, and I think I think they just. There you go, 1 versus 3, and that's it. And of course, Mana Break is going to secure budgeted F1 now. They straight going for the 3rd place with the 44 point, and we're going to round 7. And don't forget, GTS F1 still has a chance to become a champion in this group, because don't forget, in round 7 it will be a huge 20 point in Mandel Break round. So there's still a chance for GTS F1, and don't forget, they get the trigger match point with a 45 points. So I think they still can become the champion. And don't forget itself, in the group standing, GTS F1 and Tarung Valhalla is really toe-to-toe. GTS F1 right now in the 6th place with 8 points. Tarung Valhalla in 7th place with 7 points. So both of them really need this match really much. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see the matchup between Tarung Valhalla and GTS F1. In terms of the Navi, I think we already know Navi with a perfect 20 point in the group standing. So I think Navi is kind of like less pressure. Even if they didn't become a champion in this group, I think it's totally fine. But in terms of GTS F1 and Tarung Valhalla, is do or die. If they want to secure the top 6, they need to win this group. And I think it's going to be a really good matchup between both of them. And I can guarantee you, these two teams, GTS F1 and Tarung Valhalla, is going to be all out for the round 7. And don't forget about RRQ. RRQ maybe doesn't get on the break, but I can guarantee you RRQ going to be secure many kill point in round 7. So round 7 is already being planned to be one hell of match. I think it's going to be really interesting. I'm really curious about the round 7. How about you, Zangan?
Yeah, I'm also really curious how this next round is going to be played, because as you've said, Tarung Valhalla and also GTS F1 is actually toe-to-toe in the global standings right now. it's do or die for Tarung if they really want to actually get placed in the upper bracket now. And for the other team, like ROG M5, I don't think they have much to do left because on their positions, either in this group or in the global standings, I think it's a 90% for them to actually like play on the lower bracket. On for Navi and RRQ especially, they kind of in a comfortable space to actually just play it around because they are more to guaranteed to play on the upper bracket. But then again, Tarung needs to do something out of nothing. As we can see here, GTS still trying to loot up, save their actual assets and just play it around. And do they actually have the time to like extract? I don't think so, right? No time to extract, right? For
Yeah,
GTS.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's enough time. I mean, it's okay. At the end of the day, they still got a mental break. They're still trigger the match point, so I think it's fine. But you
Yeah.
know, yeah, there's some resource. I mean, they can secure, but I don't think so. Yeah, but for me, it's totally fine. It's really fine to the F1 because at the end of the day, the match point is the matter one for them.
Yep.
So yeah, let's see for the last round in this group. It's gonna be really interesting. But I don't know. I kind of you know doing some simulation in my brain. You know about
Yeah.
what if Tarung Fahala just let Navi to become a champion in this group? I think it's going to be benefit for Tarung Fahala because if they just let Navi secure the mana break, Tarung Fahala will be secure in second place. In second place, and like I said before, second place you will get a 7 point, and 7 point is kind of huge in this situation for Tarung Fahala. So I don't know. It's kind of like what if, but if Tarung Fahala somehow lose in round 7 and GTS F1 secure second place, I think it's gonna be a big upset for Tarung Fahala because Tarung Fahala, yeah, maybe they going down to third place, and third place only give you 5 point. In total, you have 12 point. 12 point is kind of like not in the safe position. So for me personally, I'm just imagining in my mind. I mean, I'm just imagine like what if Tarung Fahala just let Navi or maybe just waiting.
Why?
But okay, let's see because okay, what's going on? I think our NPC is kind of angry, So yeah,
Yeah.
you done, but I think it's fine. I think the time is already running out, and of course that's it for the round 6. We're going to round 7 with really good match up between Tarung Fahala and this F1 for looking to become a champion to make sure they can secure in the top 6.
Yes, I agree. And as you've said with your simulation, I think that's like the correct answer to actually play it a little bit more safe if Valhalla doesn't want to actually, take control of the match and being the first place to actually let Navi win. But the homework for Tarung Valhalla is they need to like wave off GTS F1 first to let them not having any more chance to get more points. And actually they really still needs to take off RRQ. The best hope is RRQ and GTS F1 will be killed off spawn, and there's Navi left and Tarung Valhalla left. There's that the really a good time or a really good chance for Tarung Valhalla to secure the second place if they don't want to change for the Mandelbrick in the next round. And as we can see here from the Mandelbrick decoding station, Navi, RRQ, and as well as Tarung Valhalla fighting in the same area, which is Centrifuge. Here it is, Beyond getting rushed by 3 players from ROGRB, and their Stretch trying to hold on Mandelbrick by himself. Managed to actually get one, which is Maxi from ROGRB, but eventually 2v1 situation, Stretch cannot do anything, especially then there's Tarung Valhalla waiting from his back with another push onto the Mandelbrick. But this time, look at this, Dims was really trying to get to the Mandelbrick, but he wasn't aware about the whereabouts of Pizza Boy there, and eventually they got third party again by GTS F1, and in the end, Zeke has only half the choice to actually extract from the backpack. Now, Do you think RRQ still really want to win this game, or they're just really comfortable? You know, they already been guaranteed to play on the upper bracket, Bang Liga.
I think they just go for it. I mean, depends of the map itself. I mean, if they play in Brakkesh, maybe they're going to go going for all in. Maybe don't forget because RQ is like a hunter in this group. You're just looking for a kill point, and of course, Brakkesh is really good map for RQ. But let's see because it depends on the map. But I think for me, the spotlight is between GTS F1 and Tarung Pala. But we're going for a short break because now we're going to round 7. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. So stay tuned.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Southeast Asia Operation. And we're going to round 7. Oh, wow. What? Again. I mean, right now in these new rules, we always gain 7 games. Maybe except ROG in the last week, but actually ROG, the other team always face with the 7 game. I think it's going to be really interesting because I said to Zanken before the break, what if Tarung Pahala just let Navi get the medal break? They can secure second place. 7 points really huge in this situation. But how do you think about the result right now?
I agree, completely agree. Tarung Valhalla should have just not contest that, because I think it led, if somebody else of Tarung Valhalla decoded a Mandel break, their points is going to be, thrown down a little bit, because this is going to be the round number 7, where if a team decoded the Mandel break, it will grant them 20 points, which means teams like RRQ and teams like GTS, who is currently on the 3rd place, could just surpass them in points. If Navi close out that match with that Mandel break in hand and they won the match and the game of Group A, I think Tarung Valhalla has a pretty good chance to actually finish 2nd. But now, because of Navi didn't close the game out, their position in number 2 currently is in jeopardy. And so I think Tarung Valhalla now needs to win this. Needs to actually decode and finish the game off, because if not, RRQ could overthrow them, GTS could overthrow them, and now if they didn't close this game out in this round number 7, they might end up in the 4th place. which means they only get what, 3 points? And so when Group B starts playing, their position, especially because right now they are currently in number 7, might be in jeopardy, Bang Liga. They might not finish up on that top bracket.
Yeah, agree. And 3 points is not enough for Tanova. 3 points is not enough because don't forget, if GTS F1 gains a better position than Tanova, let's say GTS F1 get like what, 3rd place or maybe 2nd place. Let's say 2nd place. They get 7 points. Now GTS F1 will be have a total 15 points. I think they secure in the top 6 definitely with 15 points. And don't forget, if Tarung Pala only get 3 points, it will be count total, they only have a 10 total score. Don't forget, the other teams who gets a 10 point is EVOS, and EVOS still didn't play. And obviously, even if EVOS in the last place, they still get 1 point, right? So I think Tarung Pala, if they going down to 4th place, it will be guaranteed Tarung Pala will be in the bottom 6. So I think now this is really huge pressure for Tarung Pala. They need to, I agree with you, they need to win this round, or at least maybe play safe and Navi will become a champion. Maybe that's the condition for Tarung Pala. But for me, if you're already in this situation, you need to win this game. You need to win this game. You need to win this group, and it will be another Space City in round 7. It's gonna be really interesting to see which team is gonna become a champion in this group. Olu.
Of course, looking at the operator selection, there is not going to be a double operator comp. It's all Tempest. It's all. It's
look at Tarung, Olu. Look at Tarung with two assault, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically the same strat where you have a smoker, a Tempest, and also a recon. So that goes to show that the 3 operators class really matters when it comes to the Mandel break rounds. But of course, Tarung here actually coming in with that D-Wolf rather than a Stinger or a Toxic. So that might change something because they can delay the fight even more. You have the drill charge, you have the grenades, and also the shock arrows from coming out of that Luna, and also the triple blaster. So they have a pretty good lineup if they are able to gain that Mandel break to delay the fight, to push teams out of position. But we'll have to see what they do. But as of for now, actually Dims trying to fend off the push coming out from Navi here. He might be able to read this. He will hear a team actually closing by from that middle area of the map. So they might know that this is going to be a push coming out from Navi. But Navi did not went into the centrifuge area. Dims is really eyeing on them. He hears Stretch and Pizza Boy actually really close right now. Mandel break is online. Team could try to take it now is probably ROG, Tarung, Navi, and GTS, who's really close by. But Navi is just going to pull away. They don't want to risk it. They don't want their points to be in jeopardy. They're just going to take it back. Run it back to rotating to ramp. While RRQ from the employee passageway is going to make their way onto the buoyancy area. Tarung, of course, very close. ROG RBN is playing the sleeping game, where they will prone until they hear some sounds being made around them. I think the game is going to be a really slow Bang Liga. I think the teams do not want to make a mistake. And Tarung, especially, they need to make the first move if nobody is trying to do anything, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, in this is because this is round for all of them. So I think that's why Tarung Pala, especially, same like Agitated F1, they need to play with really careful. You know, I mean, they don't want to make any silly mistake. They don't want to get picked off by nothing. But look at it, because now Mandel break is being picked up by And Navi with the device, Pizza Boy, second man break, and I think they're gonna be going out from this place because they know they don't want to fight anymore in outside the centrifuge facility. I think they just want to make sure they can decode him from outside. But Tarung Valhalla now looking for a chance. They want this fight so much. And let's see.
no!
Let's get going some kill. One player down from Tarung Valhalla.
no, not again.
This looking Tarung Valhalla, what are you doing? Two players down. Now become last man standing. Stretch going for another kill. Is down. And I think somehow they survive because don't forget their team E device. So I think there's still some there's one player can get a self revive. So I think Tarung Valhalla getting out without wipe out, but still with the one player remaining. Oh, this is a really bad start from Tarung Valhalla. This is not looking good for them. And Navi, really good job by them because they realize if they pick Mando Break in that situation, they know there's gonna be something gonna be chasing them down. So they decided, okay, just don't run, just bait them, make sure they're going to outside, and when they get outside, we getting killed. We kill all of them, and there you go. Navi play really well, Olu.
Oh, that was a real well played. Of course, the sound cue coming out of Team Tarung Valhalla, especially with that D-Wolf, man. He pops out his ult, and Navi instantly hears it. Somebody is chasing them, and so they just turn around. They did have the high ground on Tarung Valhalla, but unfortunately, I think it's just a bit of misplay and a bit of misread on the situations where they were too in a hurry to actually try and cut Navi on their rotation. They did not think that through, and unfortunately for them, they lost 2 players. Remaining is, of course, Zig, who pops that ED device before he was trying to chase Navi. And so now, Tarung Valhalla's position is in a real bad spot. What if Navi gets wiped and then GTS finds the Mandel Brick decode? And what if GTS has a couple of kills and overthrow them from this second spot? And then RRQ actually find their way on top of GTS with decoding the Mandel Brick. So there is a lot of options that all of the other teams can take to get Tarung Valhalla out of the race. So this is going to be really fun to watch how Tarung Valhalla, I think with a little bit of miscalculation on round number 6, might just compromise their plan to have 7 points, Bang Liga.
Yeah. I think this is gonna be cost them really much, and this is gonna be really hurt them so much for Tarung Valhalla because they have so many chance to at least secure the second place. So I think in this situation, I think Tarung Valhalla, right now with only 1 player remaining, I know he's gonna revive, but I think my point is I think Tarung Valhalla will be at the passive situation. Of course, they can revive his teammate, but do you want to play aggressive again in this situation? I don't think so. I think Tarung Valhalla just want to play safe. But I think Tarung Valhalla right now, they gonna be make sure that Navi can get the Mandel Brick and being dominant because GTF1 is closing them out with only 6-point gap between both of them. So I think Tarung Valhalla need to make sure GTF1 or RRQ doesn't get any more points. So I think that's why I think they're gonna be hope for Navi to dominate in this round. But let's see because Tarung Valhalla still going for the complete squad again. But like I said before, 2 players already down, and one more time they're down, Tarung Valhalla will be no more. So I think that's why Tarung Valhalla need to be careful in this situation. But let's see because now 1 minute 30 seconds remaining for Navi securing the Mandel Break, and let's see M5 just playing safe and GTS F1. Are they realizing it? I don't think so. I don't think they realize M5 inside. But let's see. RGZ F1 is going to move forward because one player already and what a jump shot by me. And 1 player down from M5. Oh, this is not looking good for M5. Okay, 2 players already spotted out by F1. And I think it's really looking bad for M5. 2 players down. Only 1 player remaining. And another 2 kill point for F1. They getting closer, 4-point gap. against Arumfala, but looking for other team because now RRQ going to contest this final break against Navi. But Pizza Boy's down. But don't forget, there's still some EU device. He can still revive, but it's gonna be really interesting. RRQ going to contest for mana break with a 30-second remaining. Can they get it? Can they seize the mana break? Let's see, because Navi in a good position, and so does Tarung Valhalla from the under the bridge. I think they want to fight Navi against two teams, against Tarung Valhalla and RRQ. And let's see, because now time is ticking, time's running out for RRQ. They need to secure the mana break as soon as possible. But Navi going forward, they're going for all in for the mana break. Positional exposed, Trek must be fall back, but I think 3 seconds remaining. I think it's not enough. But look at the Tarung Valhalla, not enough. And Navi secure the mana break, and Champions Award is done and dusted. Navi once again getting first place with a perfect score and 10 seconds remaining. I think that's not enough for GTF1 secure another kill point. So I think Tarung Valhalla finally securing second place with really close call. But what a play by Navi.
Woo! That was a really good defend coming out of Navi. Of course, when it comes to the last seconds of the game, of the decoding process, you really need to take space. You really need to move forward near the Mandelbrück station, where you can cancel out or even delay the teams who are trying to do so. And that is just what Navi did. Pizza Boy, of course, as assessing the situation. RRQ sending out 2 players to actually try and get the Mandelbrück, but was able to be delayed by Pizza Boy. And then when Pizza Boy goes down, Stretch was there as that second layer to go in and just get the delay onto the teams who are trying to push. And as we saw, RRQ sending out one last player towards the Mandelbrück station, and Tarung Valhalla also sending out one player. Zig was there going to seize the Mandelbrück, but unfortunately, with the calculations, sorry, I think Wheezy pull out the scan arrows in the right time, Bang Liga, to scan both of them, and Stretch was able to get one, Wheezy gets another, and that is how you defend a Mandelbrück siege.
Wow, what an ending in this group, Olu. I mean, I think Tarung Valhalla should say thanks to Navi, right? I mean,
definitely.
Navi doesn't get Mandelbrück because don't forget, Jesus F1 looking for another kill point. And I think the last result, I think, is only 2-point gap between both of them. So I think Tarung Valhalla should say thanks to Navi, because Navi become the champion in this group with the perfect score, yeah, obviously. But GTS F1 closing them down, really close one. But Tarung Valhalla finally secured in the second place, and now Tarung Valhalla with a total 14 point. Now I think they're gonna be moved to fifth place, and GTS F1 stay in the 6th place with a 13 point. So only 1 point gap, and Tarung Valhalla now, for now, still safe with a 14 point. But don't forget, there's still EVOS, there's still Onyx. I think these two teams are gonna be chasing out to make sure they're going to the top 6. But now GTS F1 in trouble because now they stuck in the 6th place with only 13 points. Only 3 point different to EVOS. So EVOS, as long as they get, let's say 3rd place, I think it's enough for EVOS secure top 6. But I think it's gonna be really interesting in Group B. I think the 5th spot and 6th spot, I think it's gonna be really interesting to see which team is gonna be secure the top 6. I think it's gonna be between EVOS, GTS F1, Tarung Valhalla, and Onyx. 4 teams looking for the 2 spot also.
Yeah, I think that is what I have called in the beginning of our stream today, that the mid-table battle starts right now, and this is going to be the spiciest out of them all. We don't really care about the ROGs, we don't really care about the top 4, we care about 5 to 7, and that is all going to come down to Group B later, just in a bit, because we are going to a break, so don't go anywhere, guys.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, of course, the Group B of Delta Force National Championship Season 3. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm accompanied by Bang Liga. Oh, no,
Yes.
never mind. Episode producer,
Yes,
of course.
I'm Bang
Thank you.
Liga's twin. Yeah, I'm Bang Liga's twin.
All right,
Liga's
Zanken
twin.
is back with us, ladies and gentlemen, of course, bringing you Group B. But before we get into Group B, I want to talk about a little bit about that ending on Group A.
Yeah.
I was talking about Tarung Valhalla with Bang Liga. Okay, we were in the same page. Do you think? I mean, I personally, I think it was a really, really bad situation when they got two people wiped out of the map by Navi in the early game, but then suddenly they didn't get wiped out, so they still was able to bring the two players back up, but they couldn't try and seize the Mandel break. But I think me and Bang Liga agreed on this. It was a very scary part of the game for Tarung Valhalla if Navi didn't want. Do you also agree, Zanken?
Yep. I think I really agree with you and Bang Liga. It was a scary place and a scary situation. The scene is obnoxious. The way that I don't know. I think Tarung was trying to actually chase Navi down, but all three of us was on the same page. I think just let Navi get the first place and at least secure the second one. But I think back again, Tarung was a little bit too greedy or wants to actually take the chance there to backstab Navi, but otherwise they couldn't get the third place. But back again, Navi with the awareness, they accomplished to actually turn their back on 180 degrees and get the heads of Tarung Valhalla players. But back again, as we've said, the EED device saved Tarung Valhalla that match. That Zeke weren't able to be ended by Navi, and he actually managed to revive all of his teammates now. And even though they got their weapon a little bit, plucked on by Navi who are trying to loot them, they cannot, try to actually seize the mantle. They can install the time and at least get their position, stay on the second place. Look, it was a really, really close call. And the way RRQ not even trying to seize the mantle brick, it's a little bit anti-climax and giving it to Navi. Look at that point, 46 and 44. If somehow Tarung Valhalla was getting wiped off, after they played against Navi, and then GTS F1 somehow getting either the Mandel brick or at least getting 5 more kill points, it's game over for Tarung Valhalla. But for this group, Tarung Valhalla, after the anti-climax round from the 7th round, it was really, really close for them to actually secure the place on the global leaderboard. But I think we're gonna see that leaderboard not long again. And now for the MVP for this Group A match is going to be Beyond with 13 kills and 9.6 million assets. And with this type of achievements, I think Beyond will be the top kill as well, because as we've seen, do you agree with me if I say that RRQ, even though they don't get the Mandel break, they don't actually win the stage, they don't win the group today, they are the most aggressive team today to actually approach other teams and play more gunfights than other one.
I mean, just look at Beyond's face, man. The man is happy with what he achieved today. And I completely agree that RRQ has the most aggressive playstyle today. Usually it was between RRQ and Navi, but I think RRQ takes the place for today. But unfortunately, again, guys, the Mandel break does matter, and that is exactly what Navi did and RRQ wasn't able to take. And As we see right now, the top kills, of course, is going to go ahead to the hands of Beyond, followed by Stretch with 12 kills, Milk on that 10 kills, and also Mew on the 9 kills. So these are going to be the most aggressive players we have on the lobby. Stretch, of course, last week was on the top kills with 13 kills. Now it's Beyond, and it just goes to show that some of these players really look for kills. And I really like the way RRQ and also Navi plays their composition, right? Their players. You have Beyond who always look for fights, and then you have a Savi usually be on the back. While on the other side, Navi, Pizza Boy usually become the most front man, the first one to goes in, and then you have Stretch as the second layer. And I really love to see how these two teams actually play their fight, and that just goes to show how the teams also was able to gain some assets. Of course, Stretch today will be the top assets value with 9.8 million on his bag, followed by Beyond, Zanif, and also Mew. So I think the loot points also mostly comes from the teams who are killing a lot of people. That's why you see, Navi with a lot of kills, RRQ with a lot of kills, and also GTS with a lot of kills will have the most loot. That's because when you kill someone, you gain 1 kill points, and out of their bodies, you will be able to take their guns, take their armors, take their ammos, and all the loots that's currently on the dead body, and just take it for yourself. And especially for those teams who are able to survive and able to extract, then that will go to your bank. And so I think that's why some of the upper teams will gain that loot value for themselves.
Yep. I agree with you. I think, and maybe teams like RRQ and GTS who send their players to the top kills leaderboard, even though they have the loot, they have the asset value, I think they can be a little more loot if they manage to actually extract, because we've seen GTS about 1 or 2 times they survive and actually secure the whole lobby, but doesn't even manage to actually extract all of the loot that on their backpack. But back again, the group A is ended, and Tarung secured the second, Navi for the first, and GTS for the third place. And I still really a little bit curious about the global leaderboard. I want to see whether or not Tarung Valhalla get the upper bracket, and I really want to see as well if GTS still can finish at the 6th place on the global leaderboard and secure that upper bracket. But we gotta move on, because it's now time for Group B, Olu, which is we have Flanker, we have ROG, we have Onyx and EVOS, EWG, and do you
Executor.
think in Executor? And based on the previous weeks, I've seen ROG with so dominating 4 map, if I'm not mistaken, 4 map they finish it off, and for 4 consecutive rounds, 4 consecutive match, they never put behind themselves on the 2nd place. They always been 1st place since Zero Dam. And do you think they can actually remake that scene today?
Yes. Well, considering about the players, I'm pretty sure that ROG is going to back this up. About the round 4, though, I'm not really sure, because of course you have EVOS who was able to come back out of that 6th place position from Group A last week. So I think EVOS is going to have a great game, especially when they are up against the teams who are very aggressive, such as ROG. So we'll have to see about that, whether or not they could end it on round number 4. But again, you have Onyx, who has been underwhelming, I would say.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure how to describe them, but they were the ones who were the representative of Indonesia back in the POC last time we had it. But now they are on the bottom 6, which really brings on a question: why and how could they let this happen? You could probably say that yes, Onyx used to have 2 squads, and then they kind of fend off to each other and play in different teams. But again, they were there on the POC, so they have the advantage on the historical run towards the POC. But now
The
they need to step
experience.
up. This is the final day. If they do want to be on the top 6, then at least they need to be on first place. But ROG community is still there. Do you think Onyx will do it?
I think they could. I think they more than could actually win today's group. If not, they, even though they couldn't actually surpass us, even RRQ, Navi, or ROG on the global leaderboard, that I think there's really a chance for them to actually win today's group. But I don't think the chance is higher if compared to ROGs. But we're going to go to the first map, all the eco rounds of the extraction shooter in Delta Force, which is Zero Depth. And we are going to see the setup between teams. Now EWG is going to play
Ooh,
D-Wolf
Stinger.
as their assault. And APOS, we're going to be using Firon in Executor. No assault at all flanker still with the Viron, as Big Z is going to be using it. I think Just Juice will also gonna be the Raptor. And as we can see from the map here, now AFOS I think with the tier 1 spawn, same with ROG, and EWG with the tier 3 and meta. Just Juice, Big Z in the Cement Clan. Major Substation will be taken by Executor there. And I think ROG, Rai, now are going straight to the admins, straight to the area where the host zone is usually being taken on. We're going to see whether or not ROG and FOS going toe-to-toe with each other and get the first initiation fight on this eco map. Image is going to be the Nox with his QGB, whereas CTRLZ is going to be the Firon with Prap and Undouk as their support team. Now Kreko is toe-to-toe with CTRLZ already on the office room here. Still looking and hearing for the sound kit to actually pick the better fight for them to actually take. Now still Undouk getting a little bit punished with an EMP there. Showed by ROG. It's gonna be a first fight for us here. ROG! Ray getting shot from behind, not knowing where CTRLZ is coming from. 2v3. ROG on the handicap, not on the advantage now. EFOS is holding and controlling this fight. Do you think ROG can survive this?
Well, that was unprecedented coming out of the team as high caliber as ROG without the information of where Control Z is. And it looks like Image is having a technical difficulties because we see him actually AFKing on the background right there. So it must be left with Kreko alone. And EFOS has not realized about this. So I think they're just going to play safe. I think Kreko, of course, assessing the situation, probably will say that I'm just going to play this real safe. If I were him, I would just, hide out in somewhere in secret. But on the other side, though, Onyx will go facing off against Executor. Amorfati dropping low. Half HP. MP goes out. When this goes out, and Amorfati is down. Guzman takes him down with the triple blaster. Wilson trying to get an angle. But unfortunately, he was taken down by Frost. Of course, a full kill getting by Onyx, and it is left to couple out alone using his his K347 and also the Uluru to be left stranded alone. Again, they were trying to open the safe, but it looks like Onyx heard the sounds and Onyx just went in. Unfortunate for Team Executor, the timing out of the rotation from Onyx caught them off guard. Of course, Allegra coming in with that Nox ult probably went panic mode on Executor and just is left there trying to survive, but unfortunately they were cut off by Onyx rotation from all the way from the visitor side. And Kreko, of course, still alive. Only player arrives. Oh, it's Image actually. Image is back. So it's a 2v3 situation. Control Z trying to fend off the push coming from ROG RBN. Control Z. Crawl's Net actually connects. So Control Z is dropping to half HP. They were just trying to fend off the push. Image is actually taking his teammate's body to be safe. Revive is going through. EVOS might want to make a move to cancel out this revive coming from ROG, but Kreko trying to fend off the push. EMP goes out. The cancel is there. Image getting pushed. The spray down, unable to connect, but Prop with the trade, of course. Kreko in the background. Unfortunately, ROG is out of this eco round, Zanken. What happened?
Wow. I think ROG was trying so hard to actually revive a Raider. Because I think when Kreko... I think it's because when Kreko is trying to hold that angle, he was really good there, but doesn't able to actually spray it down and confirm the kill towards CTR Alzida. It's very, surprising for Kreko to not being able to finish that job. Because CTR LZ was, being unaware of where Kreko is holding, even though he knows where he flashes it. But, CTR LZ was getting flash first. It should be an advantage for Kreko to finish that off. But it is what it is. ROG and Executor out of this lobby, while ROG only securing 2 points. It's kind of weird to see from ROG, but anything can happen in distraction shooter, especially in this group. Now Flanker with 5 total score. I think they already securing some of the loot points, some of the loot from Sim and Plant there. Big Z, Meta, and Justice
Gotta go.
still
This way.
reconning and playing really slow. They really wants to play this airdrop, I'd say. I think they want to actually save that AWM through the next map, which is Brakkesh, or even save it until Space City. Now Big Z with his KC-17, not being aware of other teams from the riverbank, but never mind. They put their silver wings on top. Now Team Flanker is already in the verge of fighting the next team that they're gonna face us, which is EWG. Just holding with the Raptor. Now putting the EMP, confirming the one location of the EWG player, which is Ghost there. Trying to repulse a little bit. Doesn't wanna play the angle too much active. Now, little bit of a head coming on from the Ghost there. Reset is completed from Ghost. He has been able to actually heal himself. Now Maddox, I think it's a CI-19 here, if I'm not mistaken. He's gonna hold that angle. It's 2 players is holded by Big Z alone there. Close. Now Meta with the ult, trying to actually get the field. Nabex getting Meta out of this lobby. Ended by Nabex. Really close. Now 2v3, Big Z and Just Juice. Can they actually win this? Just Juice is down as well by Maddox. EWG is putting Flanker down, but Big Z is still alive. You cannot underestimate this man. It's 1v1 situation. None of them could actually revive his teammates. Big Z still in a knockout situation. Big Z! Another wipeout from Flanker and from the man himself, Big Z, Olu.
Big Z coming off clutch, but unfortunately, I don't think that clutch is going to matter because Onyx is actually closing in. Yes, sure, they did get that AWM, but could they put that into use? Big Z now getting pushed by Onyx. Onyx trying to find that angle. Here's the heals coming through. Allegra is trying to push, of course, with that silent assault. Even though his flashlight is on, he saw Meta. Meta gets dropped into 1 HP, so it is going to be very close. Whether or not, Her's just going to play this a little bit safe. The MP goes out. Did find where Meta is. Last shots, and Frost gets the kill. Big Z is left alone once more. They need... Oh, but on the other side, it's EFOS! Coming in through from the admin area, has to find their way onto the area on the southern side. Control Z.
Enemy there.
Couldn't find it. Still,
Enemy spotted.
Allegra. Kind of the push, but unfortunately enough, and Dog with the silver wing trying to do something very low on Onyx. Of course, Allegra. Magnetic bomb did not connect. Allegra is still standing strong versus the 3 people from Onyx. Control Z, dash forward. Control Z gets the kill. And the last player alive out of Team Onyx is just trying to find another way into the fight. Guzman actually being flanked again by Big Z, and Big Z is coming through, and Big Z finish off Onyx. Oh no! Big Z with the plays, ladies and gentlemen. Zanken, where did Big Z come from?
I think he just ran around and went under the bridge, you know, from the river bank and play a little bit wider to the left side of the map from the river itself. You know, I think he's going to actually a little bit swimming towards the crocodile area, the Nile crocodile, but I think he's already being best friend with the crocodile, so he doesn't get bitten. Now Just Juice is alive. Olu still EFOS and flanker now, even though it's a 2v3. Still Just Juice and Big Z is one of the best players on this tournament. EFOS, in the other hand, cannot be underestimated. They are made the best comeback, if I could say, from last week Group A. Still trying to get closer and closer towards the airdrop now, not knowing whereabouts of the last flanker players now. 9 points on flanker, 12 on EFOS. Still, Team Big Z and Just Juice doesn't want to get this team having 3 points, but as we can see, Big Z is on the riverbank extraction point just with Just Juice. I don't know if they actually want to extract from here or keep fighting and keep trying to knock off EFOS one by one. Still, from the drone view, we're still going to see but what this team's going to do when I think Big Z and Just Juice called it off, and I think this is enough for them. Getting the AWM, getting the resource, getting 9 kill points and assets. I think that's enough for them, and they are going to call this thing out and leave Team EFOS, just the 3 of them, to actually find another extraction point. Olu.
Oh, I think it's enough for them, you know, getting that AWM, getting the kills onto EWG, and of course the last player of Onyx. I think that's enough. They are very satisfied with that. I think Flanker getting some of that kills rolling, especially with Big Z with a huge 3 kills, and also Control Z with the huge 3 kills, actually, is going to be the highlight of the game. Still, there is still 5 minutes in the clock, which means the airdrop for the second airdrop will be available for EFOS to take. They are still going to try and figure out whether or not the teams have extracted all wiped out the lobby or not, so we'll see what they do. But again, I wasn't expecting, for whatever reason, ROG community ID getting wiped on the first game. Now I'm just going to put that to you, ladies and gentlemen. Let that sink in. ROG community got wiped off the game in round number 1. Yeah, sure, it's an eco route, of course, but they did go against EVOS, one of the teams that has been struggling in the early game. We saw EVOS last week, and up until round number 5, they were on the bottom of their group. But then on round number 6 and on round number 7, they came back. So you can't just put a blind eye on EVOS, of course. But still, they got wiped off a team who was struggling the most on the early game. So I think EVOS has finally found their way, their vibe, to actually pull it off, to be able to pull off a lot of things in the early game. And I really love to see that coming out of EVOS, Zamken.
I agree with you. I think EVOS has already found their grasp on their feet to actually play on this tournament, to play on the pace, on the new rulebook as well. They know what to play, they know where to find enemy, and they know whether or not they want to take a fight or just want to actually play it passive. Now, after EVOS pulling the 0 dam extraction point, they're just going to wait until the dam's going to open and they can extract all of their kill points and also their loot. With 14 total skull just on the eco rhyme, I think it's more than enough securing all of it, and plus they're already securing the AWP itself for either the Brakkesh or the Space City. ROG, on the other hand, with just 2, even lower than EWG and Executor, which 2 teams is also just struggling in these past few weeks. But back again, this is the eco round. We cannot say anything too much on the eco round because there's still more to see. Game 2, Game 3, and Game 4. Prop here trying to play. I think he's going to get the wall breaker here. Trying to loot as much as he can before the dam extraction points open up, getting some gold bar here and there. And I think it's in the nick of time. We're just going to be waiting for them to finish looting and extract for the next round. And on the next round, I think with ROG, not so much, resource to actually set up for Brakkesh. I think they need to play a little bit more passive or play the third-party play style on Brakkesh, because if they still really wants to play their playstyle, which is more to like an aggressive type of playstyle, a little bit more proactive, being the one who initiate the fight, not waiting for other team to actually give them the sound cue to initiate a fight between each other, play the third parties. But I think they need to play a little bit more passive, because I don't think the resource is that good enough to actually prepare for an initiating fight. Now, on the other hand, Onyx was really on a closer way to finish off flanker and as well as getting more kill points and loots, but in the end, EVOS rotated so fast. Although, as you said, one of the core points in this game is rotations, and how EVOS rotated towards Riverbank after they wiped off ROG. I think they already knew that there will be some teams in there who would fight off each other, and they can take an advantage and play the third party there, Olu.
Yep, I think it was a really great call coming out of EVOS, with all those information, of course, going out. The long fights, the long drawn fights between EWG, Onyx, and also who was it again? The other team, Flanker. Of course, it was a really long fight. That's what was been heard by the players, of course, from EVOS, and they just assess the situation and say, let's go third party this. Let's go third party this. This is going to be a long game, so let's just go in. And so, with that, I mean, I'm really happy to see EVOS, having a great game. But the question will be whether or not EVOS could find their rotations right in Brakkesh, because last week Brakkesh didn't end well for them. And as for ROG, I think we're going to see what RRQ did last group, where they are just going to play really passive, just waiting on people to go through a corner, like we saw what RRQ did. They were settled in the museum itself. They didn't want to push. They didn't really want to do anything until the end of the game, until 16 minutes into the game, and finally they made the move out of that museum area. Other than that, they're just going to settle down, try to survive as much as possible, and try to look for the kills, because as for now, they don't have any points, and they don't have any money to actually afford a good gear, a good weapon. So we'll have to see what they do in the future. And of course, congratulations on Evos, and I think it was Flanker who, of course, survived, yes, with that AWM. So it is a huge win for Flanker and also Evos. So props to them, finding the kills, finding the extract, which we rarely see. Usually you see ROG on top, Flanker in second, but on the later rounds. Flanker will come in on the later rounds, not on the first round. So I'm very happy with the first eco round here, Zanken.
Yep. I'm also happy about how this gunfight has been taken on the first map. There is no actual team that play too passively. Even EWG, they trying to actually play the gunfight and be a little more aggressive than their previous playstyle. Executor, on the other hand, they were trying to loot around the major substation area, but getting caught off guard by Onyx, and then Onyx managed to actually wipe them off, because back again, with the higher ground advantage, they can easily find and execute players from Executor. And if I'm not mistaken, on the global leaderboard, I don't think Executor in a really good place as well. I think they're still on the lower side of the bracket as well. So team like Executor, Evos, and Onyx, they need to actually control this flow of the game. If not, the zero them, they really need to start to turn the tables from Brakkesh to Space City to actually control the leaderboard and make themselves at either top 3 or top 2, or even if they can put the championship to actually conquer this group and place it. And we're going to see you guys on the next round, guys.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3, and we're going for round 2 in Group B. An exciting moment here you see in round 1. I mean, EVOS step up really, really well. I mean, all to say about ROG is getting wiped out at the early stage. Maybe in normal condition, I will be shocked. Same like Olu, but right now I think not that much because we already know that ROG already secure the top 6 with already get the 20 points, so I think that's fine for them. But EVOS,
Yep.
I think they are the really the one who needs the point so much because in the group standing itself, EVOS still not safe going to top 6, so that's why I think I understand why EVOS determine really well. They really want to make sure they're going to top 6. So that's why they play really aggressive in admin and secure kill. And obviously now EVOS, if they want to go into top 6, they only need at least 3rd place. So if EVOS getting 3rd place, I think it's enough for EVOS to going for the top 6. So I think that's why EVOS want to secure point as soon as possible, Zanken.
Yep, I agree with you. It's like the same scene or the same situation that EVOS had now as like Tarung Valhalla. They are the one who were really needing the points to actually secure the upper bracket position. Now EVOS has been showing some pretty promising performance on the Zero Dam, but still the map is still so much to explore. There's still so much match to go. There's Brakkesh and Space City on the round 2, round 3, as well as the round 4. We need to actually see what would EVOS do and what would they need to do to actually dominate this lobby, because we still have Onyx, we still have Flanker as well. It's one of the toughest group in this match.
Yeah.
We can see from the leaderboard 19 million has been gathered for EVOS with 5 total kill points, and that accumulates to 14 total points. Flanker on the other hand chasing with 11 million of total assets, and then 4 total kills accumulating to 9 total points. And then there's Onyx with 4 kills, EWG with 2, Executor and ROGT1 with both 0 total kills. And what surprises me here, I thought either Image or Kreko completed the end, completed the knock to one of the EVOS players, but it didn't seem that it completed, so they have 0 total kills. And for that reason, I think in Brakkesh, if ROG still wants to actually dominate this group, just like what Navi did, right? Navi even, they also are secured in the upper bracket, but still they really want to win the group. But if ROG still want to do the same thing, they really need to take step up on the Brakkesh. Do you think ROG will actually try to the Mandel Brick first try, or the lobby will be the same as the the previous group, who does no team actually plays the Mandel Brick at all?
Yeah, I think like I said before, because our ROG already secured the top 6, I think they just want to they want to chill. But chill doesn't mean they play passive, okay? Don't get me wrong. When I say chill, it doesn't mean they're gonna be play passive. What I mean is they just want to play aggressive. They just want to play what they want. I think that's the point about ROG. So if you're asking me, I think they just want to play, just play as their usual play. They want to maybe try to do something, maybe try to experiment, tell something, maybe. It will be happen in round 2, but let's see. But for me personally, I think ROG gonna be play like the usual play. I think they're gonna be playing with more aggressive. But like I say, not because they play aggressive, but why I say they're gonna be play aggressive, because I think that's the comfort play that they used to do it. So I think that's why ROG is gonna be playing aggressive. And look at that, they bring out Uluru and Toxic. As we already know, if you bring Uluru and Toxic in brackets, you want some fight, you want some gunfight, definitely. So I think ROG is gonna be definitely gonna be looking for some kill point. But let's see, because we're going to round number 2, and let's see, because EVOS once again they play with a really like a usual composition in the brackets. You want to make sure you can defend the Mandel Brick because now you have Raptor, you have Uluru, and you have Gizmo. I think in the same time you have a good aggressive play, but at the same time you can play defensively well with this composition. But let's see, because now Executor now starting in a Babel, so does EVOS. I think it's gonna be a really good matchup between Executor and EVOS. Like I said before, EVOS need this point so much, so I think they're gonna be go for the kill point to make sure they can get the score as many as they can. But let's see, because now the other team Flanker and Onyx, I think they start in the tier 1 spawn, and I think Onyx, I think gonna be the one who initiate the move. Like I said before, Onyx, same like EVOS, they need the point so much because in the group standing they only have a 6 point. So I think that's why Onyx is not enough. But Team Flanker is the one who secured the Mandel Brick first. Duncan.
Yep. As we can see now, Flanker is going straight to the fight here with Onyx. Oh my! Meta getting his head chopped off by Allegra there. So close. Allegra, but I don't think Allegra can actually end it now. But Allegra says no. He says otherwise he wants to chase it. He wants to push this. He wants to play the 3v2. Now, Roller Nest already executed. Big Z, as well as Just Juice, has to play some spaces here. Onyx with 9 points. Just Juice still holding the same angle. Is he can advantage, and Just Juice goes down as well with Onyx. Flanker, what is happening? Now Frost using his Morse ult, trying to scan Big Z and his whereabouts. Allegra. Oh, finally he gets the sound cue and the notification of the presence of Big Z. Now, just like that, and Flanker is out of this lobby. It's going to be hard for Big Z to actually play this lobby anymore because he is just alone. But the other teams are all still on full players. So fast, the initiation towards the Mandel Bricks making Meta unaware of Allegra's angle there. They playing so tight of an angle, and as we can see, Big Z has to take choices to actually back out a little bit and play the kill points in the end. Now ROG finally making some differences towards the Royal Museum again. I think they already aware as well about the presence of Onyx because they heard the sound cue, the gunfight between Flanker and Onyx on, I think, Image. Image and Array is going to play the leave here. It's kind of like a bad decision because that angle is so tight and so hard to actually play, but we cannot judge it yet. Allegra tried to play slaughtering, but doesn't seem to connect to anything. Allegra, again, with the Uluru wall, trying to hold the common angles towards the window there. As we can still see, finally, Evo is going to join the party towards the Royal Museum fight. Onyx, in the other hand, their decode process is already reaching 1 minute and 50 seconds mark. Allegra, with all his might, is trying to actually hold it off very good. Frost with his Morse as well, trying to hold off as much and as long as he can. Now Frost still waiting. Guzman with through the smoke, hitting Array with the half HP. Still, no players down from the both of teams. I think EVOS is going to actually play the third party role here, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I agree. Now they don't want to play aggressive because now Onyx just stay inside because they know ROG already going inside in the Royal Museum. But let's see, can they survive? Because now Guzman now looking for a chance, and don't forget, I actually really love MK4, in this situation because we already know MK4 with the hip fire is good accuracy, but Kreko using lighter ammunition to make sure all of them from Onyx is going outside, and let's see, can they survive? But now there's another party, and it's called EVOS coming with becoming a third party, and let's see, 3 teams fighting for the Mandel Brick. Now let's see, alright, trying to spray through the smoke, but not going hit anywhere anytime soon. But Kreko try to move forward again, and let's see, 3 teams fight looking for their life. Right, looking for another kill, but Onyx, 28 seconds remaining to secure the mantle brick. Can they get it? Image still waiting for the momentum, waiting from outside, to looking for a chance to seize the mantle brick. But can he done it? Now, still a complete squad, 13 seconds remaining. I think there's gonna be some smoke, I think will be throw, and they're gonna be seize the mantle brick. I think Image going to get it, and there you go.
Wow.
ROG, they code 6 the mantle break, and now another time for mantle break. 3 minutes remaining, and now 3 of them. I think they just defense from the outside. But let's see now arrive, launch the silver wing, looking for information from inside the room. I think Onyx just want to play safe, and I totally agree with why Onyx done this. I mean, if Onyx trying too hard to defend the mantle break, I think it's gonna be a really poor judgment for them. I think it's a really good decision for Onyx to just stay inside, because the situation is not secure at all for Onyx. Don't forget there's EVOS in there to become a third party, so that's why Onyx just let the mantle break seized by ROG, and they're just waiting from inside, and maybe they want to play as a third party, so maybe they want to bait EVOS to coming to seize mantle brick, and then they're gonna fight each other, and then Onyx become third party to clean them all. So I think that's why that's a strategy from Onyx, and I totally get it why Onyx done that. But let's see, because now another party already come to secure the mantle brick, and that's it's EWG to become the fourth party, not just a third party, but the fourth party, and this is gonna be really interesting to see. But I think Nap X, I think he just want to fall back, because yeah, there's still some time. There's no need to rush right now. There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds to fight for the mantle break. But let's see, because now Array kill survive in the outside. I think he tried to spray, but wow, what incendiary! What a play by Onyx, and they toss them out. Big Z takes 1 player, Array is down, but Allegra secure the kill with incendiary. Oh, this is not looking good for ROG. 2 players down with the 1 player remaining. Oh, they getting tossed by 2 teams. Incendiary now become a nightmare for ROG with 1 minute remaining. I think all of them going to be fight for mantle breaks again.
Yep. What a play from Allegra with the incendiary. They roasting all the players from ROG. Now Image is the only one left. Guzman with the spray with the MK4 trying to get the last kill, and he did it. Decoding interrupted, and now in the other hand, CTRLZ seizing it into most cheekiest angle now, and Doug getting his first kill, I think. Yep, Onyx Guzman is going down as well as Frost. Oh my EVOS! What are they on to right now? They're just so dominating and playing the best timing they could even actually imagine. Now, it's only Allegra left. Still, there's Executor, couple out, Amorfati, and as well as Wilson here trying to find a little bit of an opening towards the mantle brick. But EVOS still on the reset timeline. Try to get his out now. Wilson, Roller Nest is also going to be executed. Allegra on a 3-kill streak. ROG still on the 2 points mark. Now, couple out, trying to get closer and closer towards the mantle brick. Allegra from the first level trying to readjust his positions, because they know EVOS and Executor are on a fight right now for the mantle brick. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. CTRLZ almost getting through the smoke toward Executor. Amorfati there. Another incendiary is out. Allegra, look at this man. He doesn't want to give it away that free. He actually wants to grief Executor and EVOS. Now 1 minute on the clock. EVOS is getting closer and closer towards this match. Oh, couple out. Fragging a frag grenade in front of himself. Little bit of misconception right there. Almost killing himself in the nick of time. Wilson still doesn't have any clue whereabouts the players of EVOS holding their angles. Amorfati still wanting to do the recon himself with the silver wings. Trying to find players of EVOS. Here there goes. Getting 1 information, but the presence of 1 player from EVOS. 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. EWG, I don't think they really want to do anything except for waiting. Now I think it's between Executor and EVOS, both holding, waiting for the same mistake that ROG is doing. Yep, ROG, he doesn't have any incendiary. He's going to actually seize the mantle break. Oh no! What an EMP! EVOS! Oh my god! Ooh, 0.0 seconds! An Executor somehow managed to actually seize the mantle break, Bang Liga.
Yes, but it's a really close one. But I think there's still good position for EVOS. But still, EVOS with a complete squad. And let's see, can they seize the mantle break again? Because now Executor fighting for their life. I think they survive in this moment. But for how long? Let's see. But look at that. It's a good grenade by Couple Out. I think EVOS need to step back a little bit. But still, there's 120 seconds remaining for EVOS to seize the mantle break. But let's see, because now I think Allegra secure 1 kill and Executor's down. Oh no! I mean, they play really well until Allegra somehow joining up with EVOS to take down Executor, and Executor is no more. They already down, and EVOS once again sees the mantle break with 1 minute 30 seconds. But let's see. But I think it's gonna be huge point for EVOS because Onyx only have 1 player remaining. EWG only have 2 player remaining. Yes, of course we know EWG is close, is really close in this position. But Allegra! Oh, bad timing. I mean, I think he want to throw some utility, but I think the timing is not in their side. And Maddox takes the kill. Allegra's down, and Onyx getting eliminated. 2 teams remaining. EVOS against AWG. It's gonna be really interesting. But let's see, because now Sonar scan 3 players, and Maddox play with confidence, and they want looking for some kill. And look at that Maddox, but I think Maddox really be careful because they play in the open field. Dog takes the kill. Maddox is down, and Nabs become the last man standing. Can he survive? Can he do something different in this situation? Can he clutch in this situation? I think it's really hard. 20 seconds remaining. There's not enough time. Now, we got last man standing. He want to put some pressure against EVOS, but I think EVOS is really in good position with a 3 player. After 1 player down. EVOS 1 against 3. Now is down. AWG is getting eliminated, and EVOS dominate in round 2, getting a mantle break. A huge 12 point he got, and it's really good point. 38 point for them. Okay, we know it's not enough if you want to trigger a match point, but 38 point in 2 rounds. That's really huge, Zanken. That's really huge. You only need another point actually. Now 39. If they can get to another 2 million value and they extract, they trigger match point in round 2, you know. But can they get it? For me personally, I don't think so. I don't think it's enough value. But 39 point, that's huge, Zangen.
Yeah, I agree. It's huge. But I think if they can, play a little bit more long to actually loot the amount of the other teams had, we know that 2 million equals 1 point. But, okay, never mind. I don't think it's possible because they would not have the time to actually extract all those loots. But again, as you've said, 38 or even 39 point for the 3 rounds is very, very huge now. 40 point, yeah, like I said, if they loot a little bit more, I know that they could take it all, but I don't know if they can actually extract all of this loot that they have been looted.
Let's see.
And I don't think it's possible though. But if they can still keep going with this type of performance, I think today is going to be EVOS day. 2 rounds. If they just need more time to extract 40 points in 2 rounds, it's even better than the record held by ROG. No, ROG finished all the map group within 4 maps. This time, if
I think it's possible, you know. It's possible,
it's possible in the extract.
Wow, it's really possible for EVOS. Wow, trigger match point. Only 2 rounds. Wow, put some risk on EVOS, Zangen. Put some respect on EVOS.
Some respect
2 rounds and
on
they
EVOS
already.
name.
Wow. What a play by EVOS. I think this is the best performance EVOS has in this tournament so far.
Yes.
I mean, 40 points in only 2 rounds. I don't. Wow, I quite surprised. I'm quite surprised.
Yep.
I don't understand how they get 40 points only 2 rounds, and now round 3. I mean, there's some possible chance we're not even face Space City. You know, I mean,
Yes.
if that's really going to happen, it's gonna be. I think that's gonna be a record in DFNC history. You know.
Yes.
I mean, wow, what a play by EVOS. I saw how determined they want to win this so much, because like I said before, EVOS need this point. Obviously they not safe in the group standing, so that's why I saw in their eyes that EVOS really want to win this group so much, and they show us they can play really well. They play really disciplined, but one more thing is they are so aggressive, but somehow they play with something like a clean plan. They play so clean, but at the same time they play aggressive. I mean, this is somehow for me some kind of perfect performance, in the 2 rounds.
Yep.
Wow,
I
what
agree.
a play.
Perfect performance for 2 rounds. What can you say? Match point in 2 rounds, that means you played
Yeah.
perfect for 2 rounds. It's like easy to tell. But if they really wants to close it on the 3rd map, it means they have to, actually hope that Flanker and also ROG is a little bit more to a throwing gameplay, just like, I don't say that they both are throwing, but it's just a bad day for them. Really bad day. 2 straight rounds, either Flanker and ROG getting wiped off in the off spawn, and only getting. I saw that ROG only still getting 2 points, but back again with EVOS 40 points on 2 rounds, 1 more Mandel break, and it's job done. What a perfect performance that I could say. I cannot judge the next or the Space City. As you said, we can actually, have the chance to not even Space City, but we can and we need to actually watch the next round. And I hope other teams, especially like ROG and Flanker, as well as Executor, Onyx, and EWG can actually play it more confident. But EVOS, man, it makes both of us speechless, but we are going to save that. We are really going to expect it more on the next, because we are going to catch a little bit break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Southeast Asia. And we're going to round 3 and it's match point, Olu. I mean, I think it's the new record, right? I think it's the new record for this tournament. I mean, round 3 and you get the match point. EVOS takes the 40 point, the exactly 40 point. And I'm quite shocked. I mean, today they play really well. And I think this is the best performance I saw in EVOS. How about you think, Olu? Wow.
I mean, I can't say anything. That's all I was saying when I was watching the game, Bang Liga. Honestly, from the bird's eye view, I was watching in the background how you guys casted that and how the teams are playing that. I mean, it was fight after fight after fight after fight, and the fight never stops. Even though at the start, yes, it was going really slow. But then all of a sudden, when ROG came in, trying to push off EVOS from their area, and then they got wiped out, and then GTS, Flanker comes in, and all the other teams were coming into the museum area, and everything was happening all at once. It's just like the movie, everything happening all at once, and EVOS came out on top. I don't even remember anything out of the fight because every bullet was dropped. I think Bang Liga, all the ammos that were brought into the game actually ran out. Actually, EVOS didn't have any ammos anymore. I think that is exactly what happened because the fight just keeps going, and I was so tense on my chair that I was even jumping up and down because I really want to see EVOS on the match point on round number 2, and this is the record. They set the record for the fastest match point. Only 2 rounds, Bang Liga. I mean, you got to witness that at first glance. And of course, we have the now leaderboard. 12 kills by EVOS with 12 points on the Mando brick and also 33 million assets. Equals to 40 points. And yes, they are now on match point. So EVOS could possibly close the game here. Bang Liga, let that sink in. What just happened, Bang Liga? Honestly, you were casting, you were speechless. I was speechless, and so it is crazy.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense, you know. I don't want to disrespect EVOS. I mean, EVOS play really well. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't make any sense. I mean, you get a 12 kill. Okay, 12 kills in 2 rounds is okay. I mean, it's really good. It's really good, but it's nothing special. But you get a 33 million asset only in 2 rounds, Olu. I mean, how you find that treasure, man? I mean, how you find that asset? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. They play really well for me. And like I said before, I think this is you can asking for more about the performance because I think that's really a perfect round from EVOS. But the consistency is the key point, you know, because always the problem with EVOS is inconsistency. Remember them? I mean, they always like play good in early and then the late one they play poorly. Last week they played poorly in the early one, and then the last 2 rounds they play with the best performance. The consistency is still is my question. Can they get the consistency? Can they secure in round 3? I think we're gonna see about that. I mean, this is gonna be a new record. I mean, if we didn't go to Space City and the game done in round 3, wow, that's gonna be surprise me. If you're asking me, Olu, my prediction, I don't think so. I think we're still going to Space City, but you never know. We never know. But my prediction, no, I think we're still going to Space City, Olu. How about you?
Yep, I think so too because some of the teams that oh my god, Flanker is popping out the double knocks, Bang Liga. Oh, they really don't want to lose, Bang Liga. They want to play that third-party gameplay, huh, Flanker? I see you. Of course, they don't want to let EVOS win this round. And EVOS is actually going to spawn over in the tier 3 spawn. And I think this is going to be a real good thing, Bang Liga, because they don't want to lose points early. So they want to play it a little bit more safe, and they just got the tier 3 spawn. But right off the bat, EWG actually finding a kill onto Allegra. Oh no, that is not on my book list. Hello, Onyx. Welcome to the game, I guess. Allegra just went in and I guess he didn't look right and left and just dies immediately. I think it was EWG who have an odd rotation. They didn't go for the museum. They stayed in the market, Bang Liga. Ah, I see. That's what happened, guys. The rotations, of course, does matter. So EWG just says, nope. Thank you. I'm not going to the museum. And as we see now, Ghost trading some gunfights over to the players of Onyx. Frag grenade goes out. Knob X also trying to look for the angles but unable to do so. So it must be a reset from Onyx. Again, this is a 3v2 situation, not inside of the museum. That means the museum is free, all to the hands of Executor. And this is exactly what we want to see from the bottom team. Even though it doesn't look like Executor is in a really rare spot. You have ROG below Executor, Bang Liga. Let that sink in. Okay, what happens here with ROG?
Yeah. I mean, they just having fun, you know. ROG. I mean, like I said before, I don't want to underestimate ROG. I mean, yeah, we already know that they already secure in the top 6, but yeah, maybe you want to experimental something, maybe. So I think it's fine for ROG if they want to try something new. So I hope they done it, because if they actually doesn't do that, I mean, that's gonna be question mark about their performance today. But let's get out. Ross takes the hit. Maddox is down. It's now looking bad. Crawler Nest is summoned for Guzman. The secure will kill. And look at the spider. Oh, catch someone. Oh, this is not looking good. EWG. Guzman takes the kill. And no, they don't. You cannot revive your teammate. And EWG is down. 3 kill point. Goes to Onyx. It's a really good point. But right now, Executor still safe for mental break. But don't forget, EVOS. They want to end this group as fast as they can. They don't want to go. They don't want go into Space City. They just want to end this group in Brakkesh. And let's see, can they actually done that? Because EVOS is closing by. I think they try to be closer and closer again, going for a mental break. But Prop, I think they already found out about Prop, and I think EVOS need to stay safe for a while. From the underground, I think they want to play safe, because from behind, ROG want to play aggressive. Ray and Ren, of course, they want to move forward. They want to play aggressive, going for a mental break. But let's see, can they do some redemption in round 3? Because this is going to be really interesting between 3 teams: ROG, Executor, and EVOS.
Mage, ROG trying to find the whereabouts about the teams inside of the museum area. Was not able to spot out the players of EVOS, but they do know. Contamination goes out from Kreko. Dragonfly Swarm also goes out. Prop getting jammered. They know that EVOS is here. They want to look for the kills. ROG is going to push. Control Z alone currently. Still able to delay with that incendiary grenade. Sonar scan goes out. EVOS knows the position of the players from ROG. Gunshots being traded. 1 minute on the clock, by the way, on the Mandel break. Allegra on the other side, also finding Wilson. So Onyx is now on the museum area, which means there might be some disruption on the decoding station. But this is what truly matters. Will EVOS get wiped on this second round, on their first match point? Reco sees Control Z from a slightest bit of angle, unable to find the connection on his ammos. Of course, Jammer goes out from Team ROG. Fending off the push from Team EVOS. This will be a really bad situation for ROG if they couldn't find a wipe, because they are now stuck here with EVOS. EVOS, of course, still be able to find those win onto Space City. But 20 seconds on the clock for Executor's decoding process. Allegra also gets another kill onto Executor. 10 seconds on the clock. They need to seize this Mandel Brick. Will they be able to get it? One player from Executor is out, and they will be able to take it. Executor will get their first Mandel Brick ever. And right now, on the other side though, Kreko still being burned alive by the incendiary from Control Z. The push coming in. Image trying to take up space, but unable to do so. So it's a 2v2 currently on Evos. And what a jump shot coming out from Image, getting the 2 kills. And now Endog is left alone versus the 2 players that are still alive from Team ROG. But on the other side, Just Juice coming in clutch to find the wipe onto Evos. And Evos is now on 40 points, Bang Liga. Oh my god. This match is just going out of place. Executor getting that matter. Oh, Jammer goes out. And still, the fight is still going on, Bang Liga. Take it away.
Yeah. I mean, it's still on for all of them, but I will talk about you later about Onyx because I'm really impressed with them. But let's talk about it later because now ROG is still looking for some kill point. Flanker in the upstairs. I think they just want to stay in the position. But ROG, I really wish they want to play aggressive, but one player already down, so I think that's why ROG is quite. Takes a break for a while because they know there are only 2 players remaining. So that's why they just want to play safe. They want to play with really careful. They don't want to be careless. But Ray, let's see, because now Flanker want to take some damage against ROG. This is gonna be really interesting. ROG, Ray takes the shot. Not enough. Because there's a survive. Swarm is on for ROG. They want to fight back, and 1 player down. Just Juice is down. And let's see, alright. They want to secure another kill. But look at that, because Wearing This is on. Meta takes the kill. But now become 2 versus 2. This is gonna be really interesting. ROG against Team Flanker. This is gonna be a really interesting match. 2 knocks. Gonna be fight against ROG with a defensive because they have Uluru and of course Morse. Let's see about that because now Onyx become the top 40. Meta is down. Team Flanker now in the deep trouble, and so does ROG. Onyx wants to take so many points in this round because they need it so much. But let's see, Kreko somehow still survive, and ROG somehow still with the complete squad. And let's see. Smoke is pop out. Onyx try to survive at the corner. Can they survive? Because now Guzman become the last man standing. Incendiary. Awesome. Oh, Guzman is no more. I think Guzman's going down, but no. Somehow Guzman still back, but no. Onyx getting eliminated. But ROG still survive with 2 players. And I think they're going to fall back to recover his HP again. Okay, because Onyx eliminated, I want to say this. I'm really impressed with Onyx because if you remember Olu at the Royal Museum in front of Mandel Brick, Onyx decided to doesn't want seize the Mandel Brick because what? Because they want to extend to round 4. If they seize the Mandel Brick, okay, there's gonna be another point, but that's not guarantee win, because you will be give a chance for Evos to seize the Mandel Brick. So that's why Onyx decided to okay. Just let Executor secure the Mandel Brick. We'll just secure more kill point. So at least we're going to be extend to round 4. And that's a really smart move by Onyx. So that's why round 4 is on. And thanks to Onyx to just let Executor secure the Mandel Brick, Olu.
Woo! Man, there's 2 rounds, man. I mean, it is something else. And as we see right now, of course, Big Z is going to take that AWM. Am I seeing this right? He has a shotgun. He has a 7.25 Bang Liga. Isn't that illegal? Come on, dude. You're bringing a shotgun to a tournament. Oh, that's the first time I've seen that one. And not the... I think he's using the leg rounds. I think on the shotgun. So it's a 2-shot kills if you shot the legs. So that's pretty dirty, Big Z. I'm just going. That's a hate on me on Big Z. Actually, that is just dirty. But again, well, it's part of the game, so you can use it. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, Big Z, all the power to you, mate. But again, wow. What a game coming out of ROG. Of course, we all know that ROG can do it. It's just the matter of when will they do it. And now it shows that they are going to do it in this game. They want to fend off the push coming out of EVOS. Of course, they really held on to that fight for the longest time. ROG standing their feet against what? 4 squads, I think, that tried to push them. Onyx was there, Flanker was there, EWG that, and it wasn't, EFOS was there. So they hold on with their both 3 feet against 3 squads, Bang Liga, in that museum area, in that basement. Wow. That just goes to show what this team's caliber is currently at, because that is just amazing gameplay by ROG, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, ROG. Yeah, we never doubt, about their individual skill. We already know they play really well. Remember last week they secure the group with only 4 rounds. So I think that show you this team is really good. So yeah, we never shocked about the performance for ROG. For today match, yes, of course we know about ROG kind of struggling in 2 rounds, but yeah, but let's come on, let's give some applause to EVOS, because EVOS in the 2 rounds play with perfect performance, like I said before. So I think that's why ROG kind of struggling. But in round 3, I think EVOS already realized, because he get the match point, obviously all the other teams is gonna be make sure EVOS doesn't get mana break. So I think that's why the mana break itself is really on fire. So many teams want to secure a mental break, but like I said before, Onyx with a smart move, just letting Executor takes mental break, I think it's a really good one. But ROG at underground, they secure so many kills, and I think it's really good. Good for them, good for round 4, because we know that ROG right now only secure 10 point, but let's remember, they at least can get extract. At least they can bring some resource for the next round. And don't forget, they bring out AWM. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I think they bring up AWM, right? I think I saw that. So I think it's ROG will bring it up. So yeah, let's see. But if this is true, I think it's gonna be good resource for the Space City. Like I see, yeah, like we already know. Space City, you need AWM to at least going for a pick off, going for 1 kills, and then you can go for it. Because ROG, if ROG gets the first blood, they're gonna be go for it. They will be go for it, and that's a guarantee. So that's why when they have AWM, it's gonna be really useful for Space City. So let's see. Round 4, I think it's gonna be really a blood match, but still advantage for EVOS, because at the end of the day, EVOS still the only one who trigger a match point. So I think still in their hands, but it's not easy to win this group. Like you said before at the early one, this group is really tough with all of them. With all of this team in the group B play really well. So yeah, of course, we already know it's not gonna be easy for EVOS. And like I said before, it's not gonna be 3 rounds. It's gonna be more than 3 rounds, and that's for sure. But EVOS, I think, they need to play with more consistently. I mean, it was kind of a little bit too fast in terms of how they want to contest mental break. So that's why they're getting wiped out. So I hope in the next round maybe they will play with more discipline, play with a more patient, because you are in the match point. I think you just let the other teams take the mental break, and you can go for a third party. So I hope it was done that, but let's see, because now I think Executor just looking for another value to make sure they can go home from a dog tag extract with a maximum value that he can get. And ROG, I think they're gonna be extract easily in the helmet. I think it's already fine for all of them. And yeah, round 4 is gonna be really interesting, Olu.
Man, I still, you know what I'm curious about is the total points that ROG will come out of this game with. It's showing that they have 10, but I think they have more. They supposed to have more, because my God, that was a hell of a fight they had in the basement of the museum. But again, sure, they did they seem to get a lot of kills, but unfortunately, I think they didn't get a lot of full kills. That's why I think the points are not really showing. But again, they still have a lot of dead bodies to loot, so that might be on good use for them to bring back home. So we'll see whether or not they will get more points. as per right now, I mean, I'm really shocked about. I'm still shocked that EVOS still have their match point unlocked. I was worried that they are not going to have that match point, especially if they die this round. And I was really worried when they got into the museum area really early, and then took a fight versus ROG and was not able to fight against the team who are decoding the Mandel brick. So I was really, really worried for them just now. But turns out afterwards they still have that match point unlocked. So we'll have to see what happens in the next round. Round number 4, of course, is going to be that Space City, where Bangliga also point out that the AWMs will come out. And I think it's going to be a hell of a good match, because, man, the gunfights in this group, I wasn't expecting it to be this good. Because, well, you have EWG, Executor. Sometimes people might say that they're on the bottom side of the group, but you can never take these teams out of the out of their respect, brother. Because just look at this. Executor going out with that Mandel break. Their first Mandel break, I think. And that's a huge, step up onto their game, because we rarely see them fighting for the Mandel break. And at last, on the final day of the pick and bans, they're here extracting with only one player. Yeah, sure, but still, they got a Mandel break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm giving all my respect to Executor and EVOS right now, because my God, what a game! What a game 3, Bangliga. Oh
Yeah.
This is why Delta Force is fun, right?
Yeah. I think this is why this game is really competitive. But for me, even if there's chance, even there's a slim chance to win this group, you just go for it, and that's a some mentality from Executor. Because as we all know, Executor in the group standing only get a 3 points. But let's say but what if they become a champion, Executor? I mean, it's really hard. Don't get me wrong, it's really hard for Executor. But if they can get, they can going to become a champion in this group, they're going for getting a full 10 point, and total point they will be get is a 13 point, same like GTS F1. So I think that's why there's still a slim chance for them to secure top 6, but they need to become a champion. So I think that's why that's a mentality for Executor, and I really love it. They just go for it, just do the best. I mean, we already know the situation is not looking good for Executor in terms of the group standing, but as long as there's hope, just go for it. And I love it, and I love this game so much. And this round is a really good round for everyone except EVOS, maybe because EVOS, I think they want to make some history, but no, it's not gonna happen, bro. It's not gonna happen. This is a really hard group if you want to pull this off only with 3 rounds. I mean, yeah, you can dream it, but still, it's really hard to pull it out. So I think it's fine. Nice try for EVOS, but at the end of the day, all of them, they doesn't want to end this game so quickly. They want to move forward, going to round 4, and round 4 is gonna be a really bloody match between all of them. And look at it for ROG. I mean, they play with the patience. Like I said before, aggressive, yes, it's good. You play aggressive, that's your DNA. But don't forget to play with patience, looking for a right timing to fight back, to counterattack against the other teams. And I think they done it. So ROG, congratulations, they play really well. And you say about the value about ROG. Don't get me wrong. I think ROG, and don't forget, ROG starting this round 3 with only 3 points. And they end up with like 60 points, 16 or 17. I kind of forget about their point. I mean, you get so many points, in this round for ROG. So I think in terms of the value, I think they totally fine. They can go for it again in round 4, and maybe, we never know, maybe they can trigger the match point only.
Well, we'll have to see that. We'll have to save that for the later rounds, of course. But we do know that ROG is a force to reckon with. You can't take ROG out of the picture on any games, and this game particularly, it just goes to show that, well, they are currently the strongest team right now. They are showing why they are top 2 on the global leaderboard. And yeah, the fights coming out of ROG, even though the first two games were not so well, but here it shows that they could survive, they could get a lot of kills and just show off their fangs. And I really love what ROG is showing. So we'll save all the talk later for the next round. We are going to Space City, so don't go anywhere, guys. Stick to this channel.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4, Group B of the DFNC National Championship Season 3 PC. Final day of the pick and ban. The gunfights look immaculate, Zanken. I mean, ROG coming back in that particular game was on my list. But, of course, Onyx dropping down one player and was able to wipe out EWG was also on my list. I'm sorry, EWG, but you need to play better. I want to see more of you. I want to see what Executor did on EWG. I want to see the EWG from week number 3 came back to find those kills, to find those points, to find those Mandel bricks decode. And we're not seeing that from EWG. But on the other hand, the teams, the gunfights, Duncan, I mean, you were also on the sidelines just a minute ago. What do you see from the gunfights out of that game?
I mean, I agree with you. All your list between ROG getting the top of the match again, and also Guzman, if I'm not mistaken, wiping off EWG with a 1v2 situation, and that's, I also agree with you. EWG needs to play better, or at least play like they're a team, not just an individual, you know. They fight Guzman like 1v1s. They fight it like it's not even a team game. It's like a free-for-all game. They don't actually, you know, have a chemistry between each other to actually come where the presence of Guzman is. They got pushed by an NK4 and then get wiped off at lobby just like that. And ROG, I think they got great timings and actually wins the fight with EVOS at the Royal Museum, wiping off that team, wiping off the chance that EVOS wants to break the record with just 3 actual round to finish the game. But now we are going to move on the 4th round, which is Space City. And maybe on the flanker, they try to join on a third party, you know, between ROG and EVOS, but in the end, they also left with just 1 player. And now we are going to see back again to the leaderboard. Even though Executor got their Mandel break as of last match with the 13 points, they still can't manage to actually get the total points. It's just like 1 total kills with like what, a Mandel break, just 19. I think Executor, even though they got the Mandel break, they really need to step up the game. Like really need, because other team, at least EWG already get 5. ROG T1, who is doing absolutely nothing in the past 2 rounds, they got 4 kills already, and Executor, they really need to step up on the total kill points, because they cannot just actually base on the Mandel break to actually win this game. Onyx with 0 Mandel break still on the 25 mark and leading kills with a 16. And as well as EVOS, because they can actually manage to survive the last 2 maps, which is Zero Dam and Brakkesh on the round 1st and the round 2nd. They managed to get the cumulative point of 31.01 million total assets. Now, on the Space City, looking back at the last match, I know when I saw that EVOS really tried to actually take the Mandel break first contact. They really determined to actually close the game on the 3rd round, but doesn't seem to pave the way that smooth, because ROG are on the way as well as flanker, so EVOS couldn't do anything besides just waiting for their life to be taken. But on the Space City, Olu, do you think it's still possible for EVOS to actually, you know, close this game on the 4th round, or you already see that teams like Flanker and ROG already, you know, get the grabs of their feet to actually get back and turn the tables down to EVOS?
Ooh, it would be a really tough call whether or not EVOS is actually going to going to close it out on round number 4. But I think if EVOS could possibly play it very careful, and I'm not saying that they need to be careful as in they don't want to go for it, but of course we are going to see 2 teams actually going full gold. Flanker with the 2 golds, EWG with the 2 golds, while on the other hand, ROG is playing it a little bit more safe with not pulling out that tier 5 on round 4. But other than that, Onyx and also of course Team EVOS will go into this match with full tier 5 gear. So I'm excited to see this. But talking about EVOS again, I don't think they will close it out just yet. Now, this is me talking about the Casterkers, so they probably will end it on... Oh no. Arai! From afar! Was able to take down Endog, who was trying to cross the middle bridge by the cable. Unfortunately, and again, Prab also dropping down to
What?
NPC! The sniper from on top of the middle core area actually gets the kill on Prab. No! EVOS, just as we are going to tell you that you're going to win the game, again, the caster curse struck. Oh, that's a bad. That's a really bad one, Zanken, if I were to say. And the sniper even finished off Prab. Oh no! The caster's curse. The caster curse, man.
Enemy here.
I don't know, man. I think it's just a disaster class coming from the NPC again and again, and now.
Sorry, guys. I mean,
I
the
think it's
NPC
just-
is doing it. Yeah.
It's not even minutes, Olu. It's not even 2 minutes, and EVOS already left with just 2 players. And as you've said, they not even in the match point anymore. 37. They lost 2 of their players and lost 3 points as well because they lost their assets. Oh my god. But I think EVOS could actually turn the tables a little bit if they can actually manage to revive both of their players. And on the other hand, Secutor coming from the bridge side towards Hudson, and Big Z, Meta, and Justice, I think they're already aware about the Mandelbrick is going to take them. Yep, as far as I'm concerned, there is no players around yet to actually contest the Mandelbrick, and Flanker is going to actually play the decoding station on the centrifuge and trying to set it up properly with Luna and Stinger. But I think this setup is actually better for seizing rather than defending. Do you agree?
Yes, but again, you can still defend the Mandelbricks because you have that Luna delay, right? Coming out of that frag grenade, and also the electric arrows that she has, and also the drill charge coming out of that Tempest will, of course, going to be very valuable utilities to use. Sure, they are not the best if we're talking about, you know, the Ulurus and the Shepherds out of all to defend a Mandelbrick, but again, it's still something that you can use to actually fight off teams. And right now, oh, Control Z is going to come back for his teammates. Unfortunately, Endog was not able to be revived, and Onyx is still actually on the employee side of the map. So he will see Control Z, and this is going to be a disaster for EVOS. But because again, Control Z is trying to just pick his teammates back up, but unable to do so because Onyx is still here for some reason. The decode is still going. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Flanker might just hear the position out of coming from ROG. And ROG seems to change their minds. They are going to go in via the centrifuge area from the basement, and Control Z is actually really close to ROG. So he might want to take this real slow. He wants to get that revenge kill onto ROG, who knocked Endog down. Oh, 2 by that's armor swap.
You thought it was
right
red,
there.
huh? You thought it was red? It was the armor, bro. It was the armor.
Yep. Of course, Flanker has this place on lockdown currently. On top of the stairs. Ooh, we see a player from Flanker actually getting the info, so he will back out right now. ROG, of course, want to look for this fight, but on the other hand though, Executor, Kapalao dropping real low, ED device getting pulled out. Big Z, of course, going to defend his place near the Mandel brick. So all flanker is out on the open, really close to the Mandel brick. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to be separated. They want to play together, and that is exactly what flanker is going to do right now. Of course, they have the upper hand because tier 5 is actually being brought in by them. So it's going to requires more effort from Team ROG to actually kill flanker out here. ROG is just going to check every single corner. This is what you need to do in a game of Delta Force. Of course, we saw a couple of teams last group did not check the corners and they also fall down. So we'll have to see. Greco, of course, using his D-Wolf, Image, Gizmo. So this is going to be a delay type of lineup. We'll have to see whether or not 35 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to seize this? No other teams is currently available to do anything for this Mandel brick. So it's just ROG versus Flanker, and Flanker might just have this for themselves. Onyx is really far away. Echo trying to check with the triple blasters on the Mandel brick station. This is going to be really hard because they don't have a Tempest, and it's 10 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to do so? But unfortunately, it looks like Flanker will take this Mandel brick for the round number 4. The game continues, Zanken.
Wow, they just let him deal with it and get the Mandel brick from ROG itself, and I don't think that situation ROG can do anything because Greco is not using Tempest. Otherwise, he can actually get the Mandel brick with the EED device. But right now, I think they're just going to focus to kill off the flanker because Meta is now having an AWM on his hands now. Greco still with his gun, picking and slicing the angle to find the presence of flanker, but Executor Amorfati getting Maddox down to its knees, getting one and ending Maddox, getting him out of the lobby. Meta trying to build a little bit of a pressure. Greco is down, and so does Big Z. Just Juice getting a Ryan. That's it for ROG. Flanker getting their first wipe to the ROG. That's what a play from him. What a play from Flanker. 34 points, and if they can manage to get more points, they can actually get the match point. But couple out with the EED device trying to get his hands on Executor. And Navex, as well as Ghost, is out of the lobby as well. Flanker on the other hand, Allegra getting Meta caught off guard. Trying a little bit of Just Juice! Whiff of the year! Just Juice cannot take his hands onto Allegra and punishing Big Z alone and manage to survive. He needs to find a way to at least gather the AWP back from the Meta's hand, but I think it's going to be impossible since Onyx is already on the top of the connector, but now somehow CTRLZ getting the end for Wilson. Allegra getting Just Juice, and that here CTRLZ with the 2. Olu 1v2. Now 1v1. Amorfati, our pop-ups, trying to get his hands onto CTRLZ who's using Asphalt there. Oh my toe-to-toe cheeky red play. Trying to heal a little bit. I think CTRLZ is going to win this. He is! 1v3! What am I watching?
1v3 situation, and Control Z takes it for EVOS. Back to match point he goes. Oh, what a clutch coming out of Control Z. An unprecedented event. He gets out with full 3 kills onto Executor. He says, sit down. This is my game. They got the match point unlock again. Oh, that was
Wow.
nasty coming out of Control Z. Oh my god. Whew. You know what? That's just a little side quest coming out of Control Z. He didn't have to do that. Yeah, sure, you can argue that he needs to do that for, you know, still having that match point unlock on the next game. But that's a really side quest because Executor, man, Control Z was there for them. I think he knows, like, he really wants to get a full wipe on to one of the teams, and he chose right. It was Executor, and I think he's just very, very confident with his aim. And it looks like the bottom 6 teams still have a real aim power discrepancies with the top 6. You know, it's damn. I'm just in my jaw just dropped watching Control Z right there.
Yeah, so am I. I was a little bit of a speechless. Like, I was watching, like, Kappa Loud and Wilson was trying to bang him with the 2v1, but that asphalt from the hands of CTRZ is just too crazy to handle for them, and sad to see the disappointment coming from Pop-Up's face. Amor Fati there was trying to win the 1v1 of his life for the team, but can't actually get the job done. But nice try for Executor there. They still got their Mandel Brick on their hand. Now Flanker got the 4th one. It's gonna be a Big Z now trying to hold his step. I don't know what he wants to do, but I think he wants to get the same scene as what CTRLZ just done, which is 1v3, probably because I think Onyx is going to pull the lever on this side of the match, on the centrifuge. But we're going to wait. Yep, told you. And through the smoke coming from Big Z, he's getting pushed. He's getting pushed 100%. Still holding the same exact. Another one! I told you! Olu, I told you!
He's going for the highlights! Big Z is going for the highlights! NPC, of course, is going to get the full kill onto the players that he goes down. Guzman goes down. Of course, the full kill will go to the hands of Flanker. And now, Big Z trying to repair his armor, of course, with that tier 5. We'll have to see what he wants to do. Big Z versus Frost. A 1v1 situation is coming up your way. Luna versus a Tempest. Of course, it's going to be the jump coming in for Big Z. Big Z pulls out because it is going to be an M250 on the hands of Frost. It is a very scary weapon. 3 shot to the face. So you'll have to see whether or not Big Z will have his highlights as per what we have seen. On to Big Z now. The dash forward. He gets it! 3 kills! Onto the hands of Big Z! The full 3 kills, the full team wipe onto Onyx, and he gets his highlights. Ladies and gentlemen, say hi to TikTok. Oh, what a beauty.
Hi, TikTok. Hi, TikTok. Here's your clip. Olo, I told you the moment Big Z is not wanting to actually go that, he holds the same exact position. He holds the right angles, and there it goes. There it goes. 2 consecutive 1v3s on this map. I don't know what's happening. 2 consecutive. It was CTRLZ, and then it's Big Z. Now Big Z, I think his homework is trying to do as much as looting as he could, and bring as much loot as he can to actually get the match point if possible. Still get the AWM there. AWM is going to be saved by Big Z here. And oh my, I'm still speechless of how 2 times 1v3 is done on the same match. And I think the 2 1v3s is done by 2 same exact operators, which is Tempest. CTRLZ was using Tempest as his operator with Asphalt on his hands, and now with the KC-17, Big Z did the same exact thing, and with 38 points, I don't think he can actually like trigger the match point, or I think he really wants to get the tier 5 gear to get back for his teammates, because tier 5 is actually really needed by your
Yep.
teammates, because as you said, we cannot buy another T5 in the next round. So I think Big Z is going to save it for his team with the tier 5 and tier 5 armors and helmets there. It's in a matter of time we're going to see him. We're just going to wait for him to actually finish looting. 2 minutes left on the clock. Is he able
There's not
going?
enough
Does
time.
he is going to be able to actually extract or not? I don't think so, right?
No, there's not enough time. Of course, you need 4 minutes to pull the lever in Space City, and if you do want to go and take the rocket extract, which is way safer, but it takes longer, so
Yep.
it is
It's
around
take
what,
longer.
7 minutes ish if you want to take the rocket extract. So there is no possible way to extract this map, but again, man, props to Big Z and also Control Z, man, because the backpack extract was taken by Control Z, so there's no more ways for them to extract. So this is going to be the end of it. But I want to talk again about the Mandel brick was taken by Flanker. Where did the other teams go? I think I only saw ROG who was contesting the Mandel bricks. EFOS got wiped. Executor tried to go in but was delayed by Flanker, and then they pull out. And then EWG was somewhere? Did you see
Yep.
EWG somewhere? Anywhere? Onyx was on the other side of the connector. They were in the test
I
range
think they were on a
area.
tier 3 spawns. I think EWG. I'm not quite sure where they actually spawned, but they were nowhere to be seen. But they get wiped though. But even then, I couldn't see where and when and why EWG is still playing like this. Just okay, if they still going to play like this, I'd say we're going to keep them off the conversations of the upper bracket. That means they're already, safe and sound playing on the lower bracket by their own decisions. Now on to the next team like EFOS, Flanker, and also Onyx there. Think the way that they have been playing, especially EFOS, I think it's a little bit unlucky because they got caught off by Onyx, who is spawning from the employee passage, and then we're going to actually see that EFOS was unluckily getting killed and ended by another sniper bot. Olu, I think you need to make it stop. You need to call the developer to make it stop for the NPC to kill our players, bro. It was Brakkesh and the helicopters with the M5. Now the sniper is killing and stopping EFOS to actually get the match point.
Oh,
But
here's EWG.
back again. TTRZ. This is EWG getting executed by the executor, and I really don't know why they're playing Cinefa somehow. I don't know, but maybe it's their own strat, but we can see that it's not working that well, and this is so heartbreaking. Look at the face of Amor Fati here. He was really trying to win this 1v1 of his life, but the asphalt fire rate is really hard to counter, and this is it. 1v3 again. Another headshot. 2 headshot. Again, the bot were that close to actually griefing Big Z, and the other roll from Tempest that was used by Big Z just ended. Oh, what do you think, Olu?
I mean, that game has it all, the except for
Yes.
the Mandelbrick fights.
I agree. It does have it all.
You do have the Mandelbrick fights between ROG and Flanker, but well, I mean, it's not as what we saw on round number 2, where that was spicy. That was a Mandelbrick fight, if I were to say so. That was amazing, but This round, not so much, but of course, we are going to expect more coming out of the players. I want to expect more out of Executor. Having that kills onto EWG, of course, is going to be a really good asset for them. The kill points is also very good for them, so I want to see more of them. And for the other teams, EFOS just need to be consistent, like what Bangliga says. But we'll have to see that in the next round because we're going to a little break. So we'll see you guys in just a bit.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. Hope you guys still excited for more action. And we're going to round 5. And like I said before, Zanken, before you guys take away, the problem with EVOS, the consistency. I mean, it always happen, you know. I mean, it always happened not just in this season, in last season too. If you remember in the final, I think I think at the final, somehow they become, I don't know why they play like that. Suddenly they because I remember in last season they are the favorite, you know, they are favorite to become a champion in season 2, but suddenly they falling apart really deep down. So I think that's the problem, and it happened again. The consistency now become a really dangerous situation for EVOS because of course, yes, we already know they still in the first place, but I don't think it's gonna be takes any longer if they cannot get some point in this round, especially in the match point trigger itself. But yeah, but let's see about that. EVOS need to really wake up in this situation, because I don't know, they just going asleep in round 4. I don't know why, Zengen. Yes, is that a sound? Zengen, you good? Okay.
I'm good. I forgot. I agree with you about the EVOS. I think they fell asleep a little bit, not just on the 4th round. I mean, on the 3rd round, they fell asleep after they really tried to get the initial fight towards ROG with the Mandelbrick, and then they just get wiped off just like that. And then they need to actually close the fight on the 4th map, which is Space City. But as you've seen, they got also griefed by the bots again. The NPCs is shooting them from the top side of CEO, and then they also get shot by Onyx from the employee passage. I mean, it's probably for them to get a little bit underwhelmed, but there is some unlucky factors. But as we can see, overall Riddleboard Flanker just went up to the 2nd place again with 36 total points, getting it from the 14 total kills and 17.5 million assets. And Executor, even though they have the 3rd Mandelbrick, they still left off the 4th place with the 23, because let's see Onyx now without the Mandelbrick already getting 26 points with 18 kills, most kills in this group, better than T1, EWG, and Executor, and even Flanker and EVOS. 18 in the top kills right now. Onyx is very aggressive, very playing towards other team. I rarely see them playing passive in these couple of rounds, and it resulting them having the best kills on the team, even though no single team except for EVOS that can actually chase EVOS to actually get the match point, but I think EVOS on that match was saved by CTRLZ Bang Liga, because if CTRLZ didn't manage to actually extract or kill the Executor, 3 of them, they would lose the match point again.
Yeah, they avoid a worst possible situation in a round 4. I think thanks to Control Z, I think it's fine. But I don't know. I mean, it started getting not looking good for EVOS. I mean, they're getting down by NPC. I mean, that's really so unlucky by EVOS. I mean, I don't know what's happened with them. I hope they going to wake up in this round, but let's see, because now so many teams try to chasing them down. Flanker, don't forget, only 6-point gap. They only need 4 points to trigger the match point. And Onyx itself, don't forget, Onyx need the point really much. I think in terms of the group standing, Onyx still only has a 6 point. So I think if Onyx want to place to secure top 6, Onyx needs to at least at the second place in this group, because if they going for third place, I think the point is not enough, and I think they're going to be fight for the last chance qualifier. So let's see about that. But look at for Executor and ROG. I think both of them all going for the all out. They bring the tier 5 gear. I think it's going to be really interesting to see, especially Executor, because all of them now using a tier 5 gear, and Executor try to move forward, going for the manual break. I think, of course, they play with nothing to lose, because as you can see, if you remember the group ending, I think the possible of them going for top 6, I think is going to be really hard. They need a perfect 10 point if they want to make sure have a chance going top 6. So I think that's why I think for Executor, they just want to enjoy the game. They want to go all for it, go all out for this round. And let's see, can they secure the manual break and extend to round 6? I think it's gonna be really, really good. See to watch out. But let's see, because now Onyx already just play in the defensive position in dormitory. I think they just want to play safe for now. They just want to play a gatekeeping, just looking for 1 or 2 kill. They don't want to contest manual break from the early one. I think they just gonna be let the other teams going fight for a manual break. And the other side, let's see, because EWG already start to swim, try to fight in the side. I think they just want to looking for 1 or 2 kill point before they going for the manual break. So in terms of the manual break itself, I think it's between Executor maybe, or maybe EVOS, or maybe Team Flanker. They want to fight for a manual break. And Onyx, don't forget, because Onyx needs this point so much. Because if Onyx gets the manual break, they can trigger the match point too. So I think that's still a really good possible for other teams than EVOS to at least extend the round 6 and trigger the match point. But Maddox already getting hit. Getting low HP. I think he needs to recover it first, but I think it's fine as long as they don't die. I think it's totally fine for them. They can recover again. But look at the bright side, because Team Flanker now have a chance to secure the manual break, and they pick up. And I think they're going for the centrifuge facility. I think, and Onyx the other side want to doing some gunfight against the other teams, and I think it will be EWG versus Onyx. It's gonna be a really interesting match. Zenken.
Yep. I can see now Guzman and Aligra was trying to actually a little bit play more aggressive towards EWG, who has been cracked by Aligra there, but I think they call this hold it off, not to play too harshly, or else they can actually make it into a blunder. Guzman with the KC-17 still trying to hold their picks now on the core area. We can see from the drone fight, Flanker is decoding the manual break, chased by ROG here already on the other side. Now Big Z again and again, they going to come find him. Now again, Flanker and ROG, one of the rivals in this tournament. Still waiting, Big Z now holding his drill charge, trying to hold it off a little bit. Reko, I think, with the Tempest trying to get a little bit of a pick here. Roll up. Now trying with the MK47, but doesn't get anything. He really chooses to actually back down, but at least Arai can actually cross into the office room, the little office room there, held up by Image, still with the Luna, cooking the grenade to actually pop off when it get closer to flanker. Justice, Big Z and Meta chooses to actually back it down to a little bit. Oh, is that a blade server? There blade server there. Red item. No one has actually find it yet, but they are too busy fighting. Oh, I think one of them is going to find the blade server. No. Oh, yes, it finally. I think someone is finally pointing the blade server. But Onyx, Frost with the compound bow getting the ghost down in the dormitory area.
Wow.
Nabix is on the low HP, getting wiped out as well, and that's it. EWG, 5 straight rounds, doing absolutely nothing, and again they got wiped off. It's very sad to see a tier 1 team goes down like that. Now back again to the core area. Big Z, is that a 725? I think it is. The shotgun. The Big Z is playing the shotgun meta, trying to hold the entry of the centrifuge there. Still going to aim for the gate. But Kreko, I think he's waiting for the EED device to be getting again, and trying to pass his luck to actually getting either the flankers, Mandel Brick, or the players here. An Executor, I think they're just holding on the other side of the connector now. Bang Liga, Evos is going to chase flanker from behind.
Wow.
Meta here, I think he is aware of the whereabouts of the props here. One more second. Competition is there. It is Meta! Down by CTRLZ, and ROG also taking down Just Juice. Even though Big Z using his ED device, but it's game over for flanker Bang Liga on this round.
Yes, but I think Evolve himself ready to fight back, and now ROG takes the Mandel Break. I think this is the Mandel Break, but let's see ROG, can they secure the Mandel Break itself in round 5? It's gonna be really interesting. Evolve one player done, but I think he can self revive with the ED first, so I think that's fine for Evos, but there's chance because now time is extended. Team Flanker is getting eliminated in this round, and let's see, 4 teams fighting for the Mandel Break. Evos already closer one. Dog try to be on front line. I think he wanted to pick against Judge or get Ray fighting against Ndog. It's gonna be a really good matchup. Folk Arrow. I think Ndog using Folk Arrow, but look at from in front of them. I think Evos is really in deep trouble. Now they are in a bad position, and this is a chance for ROG to take the kill because now Evos is really not in good position. Oh, Pram. Oh, he made already cooked the granite. Pram is getting hit. It's only half HP. Prap need to be careful, but look at drill charge. Good drill charge is open to Image. Image need to stay calm, just to want to play safe. Prap. Oh, I think they already know the position of Prab. I think there's some image. I think there's some shoulder maybe or weapon is popped out. So I think Image already know there's someone in behind the container. So let's see, can Prab survive in this moment? Image, just stay calm in this moment. They just want to stay safe. They just want to make sure they get killed. Oh, so close. Auto Prop going to pop out. Image, just stay in the position. Just stay in this spot. They don't want to go anywhere. Doc try to cook the granite. He want to throw to inside to make sure one player of ROG is getting down. And of course, half HP is already reduced. Image, you really need to be careful in this door. Prop already pick up, but what a shot! Headshot for Image. Prop is getting down, and Evo's now in the real trouble. Richard is on, but it's okay because now Greco want to eliminate Evos. And this is really possible. But look at that. Greco is ready. One player down, but I think somehow Ndog still survive. And good Folk Arrow from Image to make sure holding the recovery HP. I think Evos is no more. Evos getting eliminated. And we're going to round 6. Another bad decision by Evos. Now Executor against ROG. Ray tried to defend Mandebreak by himself. And I think somehow he still survived. But Executor never underestimate this team, Zangen.
Yep, I agree. Executor is trying to actually play the Mandel Break. We cannot actually underestimate this team because they already got the Mandel Break for themselves as well. Greco, on the other hand, still holding the decoding station because it's just 30 seconds before ROG can actually take the Mandel Brick and turn the tables for them, for the team, for ROG. Now still 6 players left as their enemies. Onyx and also Executor. 3 versus 3 versus 3. And I don't think any other team would actually try and fight this Mandel Brick. Because as we can see, Executor is holding back to the connector side. Onyx is not even trying to actually get the Mandel Brick. And I think they're just going to let ROG left up with the Mandel Brick. But if actually ROG can actually get these last 6 kill points, they would actually activate the match point. Now as we can see, I think Reiko there is getting the Blade server. 34 points. Flanker, who were closer to the match point, cannot actually get it again. An Executor getting himself some fuel right there, some rocket fuel to add up more to their total asset value. 35 now because ROG is currently looting the bodies of Flanker. It's gonna wait still 8 minutes. So many time left to get more kills, get more loot, and extract with all of the kill points and as well as the total assets. Now, as we can see, Buoyancy is getting held by Onyx, and Executor on the other hand, waiting at the lobby now. ROG is on top of Onyx right now, and it's a timing. Allegra didn't seem to care or aware that Kreko is going to be on his left. I mean, it's Array. And I don't think Array is also aware about the presence of Onyx. Now Frost, I thought they were going to actually pull the test range, but I don't think they are. Now another ultimate is being executed to actually check, but they are still holding. They don't want to make any sudden movement. ROG with 1 more point for them, surpassing Flanker in the total score with 36 points. Now with the 37, they really want to trigger the match point and end it all on the next match. But we can still see Onyx is still alive, so does Executor, and they cannot extract yet because the lever hasn't been pulled. 6 minutes into the clock. Do you think they can actually extract this, Bang Liga?
Yeah, I think they could, but I think in terms of ROG, I think the main objective they want is looking for another kill point, because now you have a 37. It will be a really close one if you can get another kill point, you can secure a 40 point, you can trigger the match point. So I think that's why I think ROG, I think they just want to looking for another kill point. In terms, can they extract in this moment? Yeah, that's still possible, but it's not gonna be easy because 3 teams still survive with the complete squad. But yeah, let's see, because now Kreko looking for a chance. Okay, I think Kreko realized there's 2 of them already pop out, and Kreko just fall back using a device. And of course, there's some information for ROG that Onyx already doing some gatekeeping at the outset, and I think ROG is going for the different route to make sure they can have some escape moment. But let's see. Like I said before, ROG, I think they just looking for kill point. If they didn't get any kill point, I think they're going to try for the extract. Let's see about that. And of course, we're going to see the other teams. Executor itself, I think they just spread out. I mean, there's a little bit dangerous situation, for Executor, because they just, one to another, just really far away. So I think if one of them is gonna pick up, I think there's not gonna be any support. And there you go, Kapal out needs to escape in this situation. Drill charge is on, and Kapal out, I think finally there's some backup from behind. But I think Reko just waiting for a chance to move forward to secure Kapal out. But Kapal out is already low HP. Reko want to fight back, and let's see. Kapal out need to be careful too, because now Executor, 2 players already coming to going for the Kreko. Kreko need to play with patience, play with the discipline. Just let Kapal out getting paid. But look at the biggest now image already going from the other side. I think it's gonna be really interesting to watch. Wilson all by himself, and the helicopter already being extract. It's already active. Sorry. So let's see. Are they gonna be extracted? Let's see, because now Image fight against Executor. Image becoming a front line, and good a fault arrow. Connect with one player, and it's not looking good for Executor. Image want to fight back. Another fault arrow is pop out, but from inside, Kopal try to fight back. And there you go. One player down, two player down from Executor. Now Kapal become the last man standing. Drill charge is on, but I think it's not enough. And Greco takes the kill. And what a play by Greco. And Executor getting eliminated. And there you go. 41 points. So as long as they can get extract, they will be triggered the match points. And then.
Now, as we can see now, it's oh my god, Array with the kill of the WM. I thought Onyx was actually going to kill and wipe off ROG here because Kreko is already been punished. 2v2 situation. Aligra getting one, and Image is also down. It's only Array now for the kill, but still Guzman is on Flinder. I think it's going to be impossible for ROG to get the match point because oh my god, this match, I think we're going to be on round number 7 because no one is actually going to the match point. ROG can even touch it as well. Now, Array has to make some decisions to actually just goes away, back off, and as we can see, Guzman getting the rocket fuel from the body of Image. I think he hasn't loot the Krakos body, who also had the Blade server as well. 37 points from Onyx. Now, if Onyx can actually get these 38 points from killing Array, and they can loot more than 4 more millions each, I think they can actually trigger the match point as well. But I think that is closer to impossible. But Array here trying to make something out of nothing, getting closer and closer towards the Hudson spawn, and getting closer as well towards the helicopter extraction point. And I hope, and I think he wants to actually cut the rotation of Onyx Esports here. He wants to actually play what Big Z played on the previous round, playing the 1v3 situation. Array with the AWM stuff, as far as I'm concerned. Still trying to get a pick. 1 minute on the clock. It's going to wait for the Onyx players to actually come closer and closer to his crosshairs. Still, I think Onyx is also aware about the presence of Array here. They think that Array would not actually let them extract with comfortable peace, safe and sound. But yeah, Array is still on the same spot, holding with his sniper, trying to get the one that he desperately needs to actually get the clutch for their team. Still, no sudden movements from, I think, both of the sides. ROG with the one player left, still waiting for a miracle. Onyx still don't want to actually get their feet closer and closer, and they scan on the wrong direction. Array is still not noticed here. One shot, but I think it's on the legs or either it's on the hands now. Array is still trying to get another shot, but misses. Trying to smoke it off. 4 more seconds. And there it is! 39 points. 1 more points, Bang Liga, to actually trigger the match point. And there it goes. There it, our 5th round goes, Bang Liga. We are going to the 6th map. We are going to the 6th round with only EVOS Esports who still the only one who triggered the match point again. Oh my god.
Well,
wow.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with EVOS. I mean, I know they start not really well in the tier spawn, but still I still expecting more for them. I think I wish they put some fight, but I think okay. I know they want to contest for a Mender break, but I think it's a little bit too fast. If you remember, they fight in front of centrifuge facility and they just go for it. Go for from below them. So I think that's why I think it's kind of some risky move from EVOS. I mean, you didn't get any single kill, you know, against an ROG, and you decide to just go for it. I think that's some reckless move by EVOS. I don't understand why they so rush about taking the mana break. I think they can wait, maybe just looking for one kill, and then they just go for it, because if you play like that, Kreko is gonna be destroying you, and Kreko really done that. I mean, Kreko just go for it, move from inside, go for outside, and takes kill. And so does Image itself. Image is really in a good position, and yeah, of course, EVOS is getting eliminated. Like I said before, Prap is doing a little bit too much for me. I think he can play with more patience. I think he can wait for the other teammate. And obviously, if you're just stuck in the corner like that, yeah, you're gonna be getting eliminated by ROG.
Yep.
And I think ROG itself once again play really well in terms of the individual skill. But yeah, maybe the first 2 rounds makes them need to catch the point really much to get the 40 point. But I think it's not easy at all, because there's Onyx. Because don't forget, Zanken, it's not just EVOS need this win. Onyx really need this win too, because like I said before, in the group standing, Onyx still stuck with only 6 points. So I think Onyx really need this group, need to get some good performance. But yeah, only 39 points, 39 points. One more point is not enough.
One more point.
I think I agree with you. I think it's gonna be round 7 in this group.
Yeah. That's why, because as we can see, 39 points for Onyx to actually get the Mandel Break, it wouldn't actually make them win the game. And ROG was very close to actually get the match point, but Onyx was there. They were able to actually extract and get the kill points, so they were really close for ROG as well. And if we really want to see Game 6 is the last game for EVOS, they need to stop playing like this. Like for the past 3 rounds, they need to keep their consistency, their discipline towards the game, play a little bit more closer to each other, not playing some awkward position, just like you said on Prap. But we are going to save that for the next round. For the 6th round, we are going to see who will prevail on the next round. See you there. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Southeast Asia. The game is getting more interesting. I think if you are EVOS fans, if you are fans of EVOS, I think you're in really deep trouble, guys. I mean, after 40 points in round 2, Olu, they now only have 42 points. So you only have 2 points in 3 rounds. What's going on with EVOS, Olu? I mean, I don't understand. The consistency is really make me curious about this team.
It's about the positioning and the fights that you need to take and to avoid. I think if I were the ones who are currently in match point, I don't want to touch the Mandel bricks earlier into the rounds. I will make my move in around 30 seconds on the Mandel brick process being decoded and everything. The last 30 seconds will I be making a move. Other than that, I really don't want to. Because why? Because if you're holding the Mandel brick and you still have a lot of teams currently like on your right, on your left, on your bottom floor, on top of you and everything, it's just really hard to close it. And this is exactly what we saw on Mobile Division also yesterday, where we have teams like Underdog FPS consistently throughout all the games were there on top of the leaderboard, on top of every single team that is in their group. But again, they failed to do one thing, and that is to decode the Mandel brick when the match point is unlocked. And it goes to show that it is really hard to have a hold of that Mandel brick if there is too many teams alive and you don't want to be that team to defend the Mandel brick, especially in such an open space where we saw EVOS was spending their time defending the Mandel brick. And let's just let this leaderboard talk itself. ROG is on 35 points. Now, after 5 games, Onyx was at 40 points in just 2 games. And what in the world has Onyx got themselves into? Oh my god, they are so unlucky, if I would say so, because if they survive the first 2 minutes of the rounds, they will get pinched from all the sides. You saw them getting pinched from right, left, behind, center, and every possible direction you can have. EVOS will have that situation. If not that, they will just get cut off right off the bat, as we saw on game number 4. I think that's just the conclusion, Bang Liga. I don't think EVOS would have the courage to actually close this on game number 6. I think it's going to go ahead and head on to game number 7. What do you think?
I agree with you. I mean, I see it was Zanken too before the break. I mean, I think it's gonna be round 7 because I'm not convincing about what EVOS do. I mean, it's not convincing at all. I'm starting to worry. If you guys are EVOS fans, you need to start worry about your team, bros. I mean, because the problem with me is sometimes it's getting weird and weirder. How they play. I mean, I don't understand why they try to seize the Mandel break in that position. I mean, that's really bad position, Olu. I mean, you didn't handle ROG really well on the inside, on the centrifuge. I mean, we already know that's a common sense, right? If there's someone, we already know it will be someone, it will be some team, it will be defense inside the centrifuge facility. You need to handle it first, and then you go for a Mandel break. But EVOS just staying below there and just go for it and maybe using their luck. I mean, luck is not their side right now. I think that's why it's kind of really weird for me. But look at that for EVOS, D-Wolf and Viren. Okay, I think they want to play really aggressive. They're looking for a kill point maybe, and hopefully it will be good for EVOS because if they somehow still didn't get a match point in this round, I think it's gonna be hurt their confidence, and I think it's gonna be give some chance for the other team like Onyx, because don't forget Onyx only need one more point to trigger the best point, and ROG, don't get me wrong, ROG still have a chance to make a comeback, you know. We already think in the first round like, okay, ROG, I think just what they just want to play chill because they already secure the top 6. But look at the bright side. ROG start to crumbling up. They're going crawling up to the 3rd place, and still possible, you know, to become champion in this group because only 7-point gap. That's a really close one, Olu.
Absolutely. That is why ROG is the most feared teams across the board. The global, if you talk to Navi players, they hate ROG. If you talk to flanker players, they hate ROG. Everybody hates ROG. That's just goes to show why they are so good. The first 2 maps, yeah, sure, they didn't really do well, but on the other 3, oh my god, they are nasty. And it goes to show how one game doesn't concludes how your games will be, and that is exactly what you need to you know, your prejudice towards all of these teams right now, because sometimes EWG have their day and they won a really good position, as sometimes they didn't do so well as what we saw today here. EWG is not doing so good, so we'll have to see what the other teams will do. But of course, EVOS is real. Ooh, they got some courage to actually take that for themselves. Mandelbrick goes to the hands of EVOS, and they are going to go ahead and try to be the first team again to try and defend their Mandelbricks. And oh, it looks like who's here. Hello, says ROG. EVOS again is going to go ahead and try to defend themselves against ROG. Greco, of course, going to use that Tempest. They have still that Tempest in them. And Dog, Crouching Tiger goes out. ROG now gets sent back. Greco using his EED device, of course, going to get sent back. So it's another delay. This is a really good comp for delays because you have that magnetic bomb, you have that triple blaster coming out of the hands of EVOS. Now, of course, you also have that sonar scan for your recon. Triple blaster goes out. Another delay coming out of the hands of EVOS. Control Z trying to delay as much as possible. Flash comes out, did not connect from the Morse. So this is what you will see all throughout the map. EVOS just stumbling onto ROG every single time, Bang Liga.
Yeah. I mean, that's some rivalry, you know. So I think it's fine. I mean, we need some entertain, you know. And I think that's why EVOS and ROG bring us some really good intense fight, some entertain. So I think I'm really happy with both of them. But in terms of the EVOS, I think they start to worry, of course, because ROG again, bro. I mean, in EVOS set, like, why RG keep going against us? I mean, please, RG, let us go. You know, we want to get some match point, but of course, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy, although, because obviously ROG have some pride, you know. They want to perfect score, same like a Navi, you know. So I think that's why they want to secure this point. But let's see, Dog still waiting for the chance. ROG still in the stairs. I think they're looking for a good timing to fight back. And then there's some magnetic bomb is on. And I think ROG going fall back. 1 minute 50 seconds remaining. I think there's still enough time to ROG to put some kill point to going for EVOS. But let's see, because the Mandelbrick is still being guarded so well by EVOS. I think EVOS still waiting for a chance to counterattack against ROG. ROG itself just waiting for the moment, maybe looking for one player, maybe doing some overextend, and then ROG just go for it to take 1 or 2 kills. But let's see, because now, and Dog put some fight again, but the position already exposed, and Dog need to be careful. And another victory is on, and then Dog is in trouble with the HP, but the Crouching Tiger makes ROG must fall back. One player down, but don't forget, he still can self-revive. So I think it's totally fine for ROG. But EVOS put some really good defense in this moment. And let's see, can they still being consistent? Because like I said before, the problem with EVOS is consistent. Olu.
EVOS, of course, 1 minute on the clock. On the other side, though, Flanker get the kill onto Amor Fati. Our pop-ups is down, ladies and gentlemen. Executor also getting pushed by EWG, but Kapalau turns out to be the stronger aim, and he gets the kill onto Ghost. So this will further delay the decoding process. Of course, EVOS is still there, and Allegra on the other side again from the bridge. They got a kill onto Justice, and Justice is down, and nobody has the chance to try and seize this mana brick except for ROG, and ROG coming in. Image, of course, Lil Chan goes out and try to dash away and unable to do so. Control Z goes down onto the hands of Image. Sonoscan goes out, and now it is 11 seconds, and ROG is still going to be able to take down all of EVOS player, and EVOS is out of this game once more. Oh my days. On the other side though, Big Z got a kill onto Onyx Frost using that loitering munition, and Allegra has ran out of ammo and unfortunately couldn't take it down that player from Flanker. And now, of course, the jump peak goes out. Incendiary goes out. Did not hit Allegra. Allegra left alone, while Flanker is also left alone. So it's a 1v1 situation over by the extraction point. On the other side, we still have Executor and EWG just eyeing on them. Of course, ROG now decoding the mana break. 1v1. Big Z versus Allegra. Drill charge comes out. Did connect, and Big Z still be able to stay alive. The jump peak. Will this be a match? And Big Z again with the clutch, getting the full kill onto Allegra. Onyx is out, Bang Liga. My days, what is happening in this game?
Well, I think, of course, this is like a three-way fight between EVOS, ROG, and Onyx. But I think I'm wrong because now Team Flanker getting close by. But I didn't realize, I'm being honest with you, Olu, I didn't realize about the point of Flanker. 39 point actually he get. And somehow Flanker is going to get some match point too. But let's see, because EWG, one player down. ROG doesn't satisfy with this moment. They want another kill. I think they're going to kill the Greco. Wow! Welcome back, Greco. I mean, we really miss you so much. Look at that. What a play. What a clutch by Greco. And that's going to be definitely going to be trigger the match point for ROG. 45 point. I think it's enough for them to trigger the match point. But let's see. Flanker gets 40 point. If the last player can extract, they can trigger the match point too for Team Flanker. Yep. So maybe it's going to be 3 teams gonna be have a match point. It's gonna be really interesting. But I think Executor want to look for some moment. Maybe they want to looking for one kill point maybe to another to at least increasing their point, because they still have 22 point. And don't get me wrong, we're going to round 7. If somehow some miracle happen and Executor gets the mana break in round 7, it's gonna be get the huge 20 point, and Executor still have a chance to win this group. So I think that's why this is still for anyone. Yeah, maybe except EWG, because EWG only 10 point. I think it's not enough. Maybe I'm sorry for all of you. Maybe our fans of EWG. But for the other 5 team, it's still possible. But let's see, Olu, because now Flanker want to play some gatekeeping.
Z, of course, getting that pick onto Executor here. On the other side though, oh no, Meta goes down to the hands of ROG. And Arai actually finding that kill. He flanks away from the centrifuge area and actually getting the kill onto one of the teams from Flanker, and that's a full kill. So he's not coming back. Meta is not coming back. Arai still trying to look for the kills here. Kapalaut actually drops down in the hands of ROG. And now it's only left to Big Z. Again, Flanker leaving Big Z alive, and Amor Fati trying to fight for his life, but was Oh my god, another trade kill from Big Z. So it is going to be a 1v1v1. Amor Fati goes down to the hands of Kreko. Kreko versus Big Z. Who's going to be the clutch player for this game? Of course, the mana brick has been decoded by Team ROG. So this is just going to be a 1v1 situation. If so, Team Flanker might just be able to unlock their match point. Big Z trying to repair his armor. Kreko back to full health. Both of them, tier 4. The recharge goes out. Kreko trying to push. Big C trying to fend off the space. Kreko, another drill charge comes out. Deployable cover. It is going to save his life. This is going to be Big Z's moment. He needs to end the last player. Kreko needs to be ended. The last kill of the match will be taken by Big Z a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh! Oh, the teabag deserving. I think that is reasonable from coming out of Big Z. Oh my god, Bang Liga. The teabags came out on the stage live to everyone's watching. I think it is still acceptable out of that fight from Big Z.
Yeah, definitely still acceptable, and we need this fight, you know. We need this match. I mean, look at that. He become the last man standing all by himself, and the last moment he gets the kill with a really good performance. And I think I never saw in this moment, you know, nobody get extract except one player. Now one player have many times to secure another value to make sure they can trigger the match point. So now I think it's guaranteed, right? I think it's gonna be guaranteed. 3 teams gonna be trigger the match point, and let's see about round 7. I think round 7 is gonna be really interesting to see. I mean, once again, really close for Onyx. Only 1 point, you know. Onyx, oh my god, it's so unlucky for Onyx. Only 1 point. He just need 1 kill point to at least trigger the match point too. But let's see, because Big Z all by himself. I hope he doesn't lonely in this game, because yeah, of course, he become the last man standing. He can rotate, he can explore this map, he can do anything he want, but don't forget to extract, okay? Don't forget to extract, because if he doesn't get extract, hopefully 40 points still enough. Hopefully 40 points still enough for them, because Big C bring many value now, bring many value, kill point. I think still enough, and I think Big C just enjoying this moment, right? So round 7 now is guaranteed with EVOS, ROG, and Flanker trigger the match point. But really curious to see EVOS has a match point, but with a 39 point. Is it another record? I mean, EVOS now have 2 records for today's match. Okay, record for the fastest trigger match point, but now they record to getting match point with under 40 point. I mean, what's happened? I mean, it's really good fun fact, right? I mean, it's really weird to see EVOS have 2 new records. And if EVOS make some miracle and get Mental Break in the last round, wow, it's gonna be really funny, you know. I mean, how is it to happen? But I think Big Z is gonna be safe. I think Big Z is only fine, and I think yeah, we'll see about the 3 teams. Round 7. How do you think, Olu? Is it gonna be ROG again, or maybe other teams going to make some miracle happen?
I mean, looking from the plays that is currently coming out of ROG, yep, I would definitely pick them over any other team. I mean, they're just the most consistent. Of course, if we're talking about the first 2 matches, yeah, sure, they didn't end well, but afterwards, they are the most consistent. They keep adding up points while also racking up a lot of kills, even though they got their first Manda Brick here. So, well, round number 7, ladies and gentlemen, is coming up your way in just a bit. Of course, we're going to see an operator reset, so you will have a lot of operators being pulled out again. Will we see a double Tempest coming out in this group? Because last time in Group A, On PC, of course, we didn't see a double operator lineup, but might be different. Maybe in Group B, they will find a way to actually get that a double operator coming in, especially those double Ulurus and double Tempest, which is really fun to watch because you can either be the most defensive team out of all, or you can be the most aggressive team out of all with that double EED charge. But again, of course, the man, the myth himself, Mr. Big Z, out here trying to show off his skills. Of course, is just going to take what he can as if for now, because he is going to extract with the backpack extract.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to take it too long. Of course, 45 going down, just 1 point. He will still have that match point unlocked. So currently, we have 2 teams who have unlocked the match point, Bang Liga. And also, we also have 2 teams who has 1 less point to the match point. So, wow, I mean, that's just crazy for me.
Yeah, it's a crazy group, you know. I mean, anything is possible. I mean, yes, of course. Now, in terms of the point, I think ROG just leave the other teams. You know, they start to turn on their performance, and now they have like 66 points. But I think, yes, it's good. It's a really good point. But don't get me wrong, there's still 1 more teams, and I think they can go for it. And there's a team flanker. Team flanker gets the battle break. He takes the win. But I think now in this situation, I think it's really bad for Onyx, because like I said before, in the group standing, Onyx still only secure 6 points. So I think they need a little bit more if they want to survive going to top 6. And for the EVOS perspective, now this is getting ugly for them, because I think the first one, I think EVOS gonna be okay. I think they're gonna be survive. They're gonna be secure in top 6. But now they're falling down to 3rd place. Correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe 2nd place. I kind of forget about it. But this is not looking good for EVOS, because yeah, I know they're still safe if they get a 3rd place, because if they get 3rd place, they have a total of 15 points, and 15 points is more than enough to secure top 6. But still, is it gonna be 3rd place? Or maybe they're going down for 4th place, because don't get me wrong, if Onyx gets the kill point, gets more point than EVOS, Onyx would we go for 3rd place, and EVOS maybe will be falling down to 4th place. And if EVOS going to 4th place, I think the point itself is not enough for them to survive going to top 6. So I think this is really crucial round for EVOS. EVOS need to wake up, bro. They need to wake up, bro. I mean, I don't know what's happened with EVOS. The consistency for them is really become a mystery for me. I don't understand why it was never get consistent about their performance.
I mean, yes, sure. This was our topic from the beginning of the stream. On round 2, Bang Liga said that EVOS lacks that consistency. Sometimes they do good in the earlier games, and then sometimes they do good in the later games. And it exactly shows why EVOS is really scared right now. I think on round number 7, they might just be a little bit scared to play the game even, because that's just a showing of a blunder and a half, I would say this. But of course, we're going to go ahead to round number 7, where we are going to finish off all the things that we have started. But we are going to be in a break in just a little bit. So see you guys in just a little bit.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority, protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another round number 7 of DFNC Season 3 SEA. I mean, What more would you want, Zanken? And I think this is your prayers. Did you pray for round number 7, Zanken?
No, actually, no. I didn't actually pray for the 7th round to be get played. So, although if I'm not mistaken, we are back to 14 consecutive game. Am I right? Am I correct?
Yep.
Another 14
Yep.
consecutive game. Although here
Yep.
we are back again to 7 round per group. Now on the 7th round, it's really again and again an anti-climax for EVOS. Okay, looking at the map rotation, 7 straight map. EVOS until 6th match, until 5th match, I'd say, and then ROG comes out of the 6th. EVOS Olu, as I think Bang Liga just said, they broke the record for the fastest to reach the match point on the 2nd map. But if I'm not mistaken, on the 6th match, they went back to 39 point. What do you feel about that? Going back from match point to lost the match point again. Olu, I'm sorry for a little bit, tingling in my body, but it's an anti-climax, from round 2 to round 6, and rather than you get more points, you lost it until on the 6th round you lost the match point. How is that even possible, Olu? As the one who, cast the whole 6th match, I know the Big Z moment and Krakow was one of the best moment I've had, not to mention the T-back, but EVOS, Olu, how?
I mean,
They went back to
I mean,
59.
I have no words, Zanken. I literally have no words, because at one point I feel like I'm really exhausted. If I were the EVOS players, you are getting frustrated every single game because you cannot close it. You're so close yet you are so far. And if you see the total kills out of EVOS, I have yet to see a kill getting added to that total kills. I don't think they have killed anyone in the past 2 rounds. And if I were on it, if I were EVOS, I am totally frustrated. And I'm not so sure how the team comms is going right now for EVOS, but I feel like it's going in shambles, because you don't really know what to say to each other. No, you really don't know. You want to correct the fights going on between each other. You jump first and then I follow in, but then everybody was there and they still got wiped. And so what do you talk about in that sense? Oh no, I know, of course, Zanken is an IGL, by the way, guys, so we'll ask the IGL, what kind of situation would you put your team be in this predicament?
I mean, although ideally we, not to mention you are also the IGL, ideally we should have and we should have been and always been a PMA, right, in this type of situation. EVOS were going up and down. The ideal type is they have to be a PMA on, which is positive mental attitude. But if I were them, I would have broken my window, my doors, and my desk. But that's just me. We're going to move on to the 7th round here. Space City, Onyx on the printing area, and I mean on the CC area. Flanker is on dormitory. Meta here, Big Z, I think they want to open the west gate. EVOS on the other hand on the dormitory. ROG on the bridge, and Executor from Empoli Passage, as well as Executor from the printing now. Just Juice also as Big Z is getting a little bit of chip damage, I think, from EVOS, who were holding the west gate entry. But they actually managed, but oh my god, Allegra somehow getting a player from Executor. And CTRLZ also getting meta out of nowhere from the dormitory side, and somehow Onyx also already initiating towards Executor here. Allegra with the KC-17 try to actually play the chip damage there with the flash on, getting Amor Fati down to his knees. Now 2v3. Allegra still holding the same angle, wanting to Wilson and Kapalao to actually take the aggressiveness down. Allegra! What was that? Wilson is daydreaming. He's not holding the angle properly. Allegra still alone, but his teammate is coming to rescue. Frost with the Volt Arrow. Another frag grenade to be opened. Another Volt Arrow down. Connect. Wilson is half HP. Trying to be a little bit hiding. But somehow Allegra getting punished by the Volt Arrow of Kapalao. Frost still finding Kapalao there, but doesn't seem able to connect the shot to the heads of Executor. His Guzman, of course, with the Stinger, try to actually revive his teammate before getting ended, before getting the weakness. Wilson trying to hold back a little bit, trying to group up, but Wilson, what are you doing? He managed to actually force the EED device, knowing that one person is on his left and somehow ROG in the nick of time, in the middle of everyone's getting their hands, getting their guns onto each other, getting the Mandel Brick and bringing it to their favorite decoding station, which is on the bridge in front of backpack extraction point. And I think if they can actually make this up and hold it as, you know, the last time they play this actual spot, they could actually kill it off just like they killed it just 4 games on last week. But now, I think Flanker is going towards the Hudson area there. Guzman and France still on the connector, and EVOS, they play a little bit passive right now. Olu.
EVOS has the high ground, if I were to say, because right now they are the furthest team from the decoding station. The only thing that might be stumbling their way onto the Mandelbrick is EWG, and we have seen not so good day for EWG, so it should be a little easier for them to get through to the decoding station. But we'll have to see whether or not EVOS will be able to even get close to this decoding station, because from what we have seen today, EVOS trying their best to actually contest the Mandelbrick as one of the first team to be there, but it has not turned out so great for them. So this is going to be the game where they are located furthest away from the Mandelbrick. So we'll have to see whether or not this will be the correct initiation move, the correct move that EVOS was totally should have done from round number 3. We'll just have to say. But of course, ROG now having this spot on lockdown. Meta actually looking at Image. Gets the angle. He's waiting, but he waits too long. Meta now gets spotted by Image. Of course, too long of a pre-aim. Did not take the shot. And so Meta is spotted. And now EVOS, of course, going to stumble out with EWG. EWG currently holding this bridge position. 3v1, and it is Gunners. It is a Gunners. Ghost is out of this game. Another one bites the dust from EWG. Will be Mr. Not So Much. Oh, the deployable cover goes out. Control D rolls in, and NavX will be the second victim out of EVOS. And now it's just left with one last prayer from EWG. The double Uluru from EWG did not find their timings, and so one less team to worry about for ROG. And also the other team, well, on the other side, of course, Control Z still going to use that Volt Arrow to kill off NavX. Flanker is a long ways. They are still in Hudson currently. Arai actually spotting out Onyx there inside of the bridge area. And now Allegra actually gets dropped by Kreko. Kreko goes in. And Guzman sends Kreko back. 46 seconds on the clock. Now EWG actually trying to go in alone. The last player of EWG trying to seize the Mandel Brick and unable to do so. EWG is eliminated. 35 seconds on the clock. ROG is... Oh no! Arai actually gets dropped down by Endog. A full kill. 2v3 situation. EVOS versus ROG. 20 seconds on the clock. EVOS needs to do the job. And Endog! What a shot coming out of that SKS. Instantly dropping Kreko to the ground. One left player from ROG. Image is trying to do his best to delay this off. Unable to fight it. He finds it. Oh, but ROG is eliminated from the back by Meta. And so the decoding process is interrupted. Zanken!
What an anticlimax there for ROG. Image did his job, but the Meta there with the long range killed off Image, that was trying to seize the Mandel Brick. It was so close, yet so far for the ROG team, the only thing that they can hope is for Onyx to actually get it, but I think one of them should get the Mandel Brick, and there's no way for ROG to get the win for this map, for this group, because either one of these teams get the Mandel Brick, it will surpasses ROG's points. Now back again.
This way.
3 of them is already down with 1, so Flanker and Infos only just to play with just 2 players. Onyx is the closest Game 7 I ever casted and I ever seen, because one of them get the Mandel Brick, then it's game over now. Big Z try to get the pick towards EVOS players there. A little bit of a cheap damage to the SKS. And now cooking his grenade here, I think lurking towards Just Juice. Still trying to get a little bit of a through the smoke, but doesn't seem to be able to do so. Prap here jiggling his M7, trying to get another pick because Flanker is decoding now with the 2 minutes mark. I think Onyx is going to wait until the sound cue says that they can push after Flanker and EVOS turning up their fight here. Big Z! What is he doing? He's on an awkward situation right now, Big Z! With the Tempest, I think he just managed to get the EED, but oh my, he is...
Oh no!
It is what it is. It means it's either EVOS or Onyx that is going to actually win this group stage today, because Flanker with just Big Z, not trying to actually, underestimate Big Z, but 1v3v3, it's kind of impossible for Big Z to actually get it. Not to mention Onyx is trying to finish this up and really trying to actually finish Big Z and making Flanker have 0 chance to actually advance to this group. Now, EVOS, they're already back with 3 players. 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. They're really trying to win this, holding. And I think the sound, when the time hits 1 minute, all of them except for Big Z is going to try to snatch the Mandel Brick. What do you think, Olu?
Yep. Onyx, if they do get this Mandel Brick decode, then that means it will go on to the match count, the total point count. And if they do get this Mandel Brick, that will be 20 plus points. And not counting that EVOS right now is still alive. So if they wipe out EVOS and then get the Mandel Brick, they will be rank 1. They will be on top of that leaderboard for this Group B. So this is still up for grabs, everybody. This is a 20-point Mandel Brick decode. So this is going to be very expensive. As what Zanken says, 1 minute mark is where Onyx will try to make their move. But if we see here, Endog and Control Z is very close to each other near the Mandel Brick area. Smoke goes out. Of course, the Tempest will try to make their move. Big Z actually getting spotted here by Prap. And Prap trying to fend off the push from Big Z. Allegra unable to actually find the C's. Oh no, the ED device has been wasted. So this is 1 minute of EVOS trying to fend off the push that are going to come from Onyx. This is the last chance for Team Onyx to actually try to get this wipe. Allegra failed his mission to seize the Mandel bricks. We'll have to see what Onyx does. Frost trying to look for the angles, but EVOS is stuck into that truck. That container is unable to find that angle. Onyx Frost is still trying his best to locate these players. Of course, Allegra has already said to his teammates.
Enemy located.
One player gets spotted out of Onyx Frost. He hears Big Z on the background. Another ED device actually coming out from Allegra, trying to push off this the Mandelbrick seizing station. Frost goes out. Control Z using that ED device, of course, trying his best to take this for themselves, and it is going to be the Mandelbrick goes to the hands of EVOS, and EVOS goes up. The last push, trying to get as many kills as possible.
Wow.
Onyx trying to find this kill. Dropping low, of course, trying to get this kill, unable to do so. Control Z with the kill, and the last player remaining, Onyx goes out, and Big Z, of course, it is going to be EVOS's game, Zancan.
Wow. Finally, the climax that EVOS was hoping and waiting for the 7th game straight. They could have done this in the 3rd game, but there it is. Their moments on the 7th game after we roast them for losing the match point. And then after that, they found Executor players doing absolutely nothing on top of the bridge, giving them another point there. Executor can't absolutely do anything there. And CTRLZ just demolishing them with another asphalt moments there. And then after that, Flanker was trying to seize it off with just, couple of minutes left, with just 1 minute left. But just getting flanked by Onyx from Hudson. And then ROG, suddenly they lost the place that they usually win it, but it is what it is. ROG lost it in the matter of time in just like 5 seconds. iMatch was, they was successfully holding the Mandelbrick. iMatch successfully killed the player that wants to seize it, but Meta there. Meta, who's the one that cancels ROG to actually win the match today, win the group today, because of Meta, iMatch was killed and decoding was interrupted, even though there were no one who were trying to seize it. This is the moment, look. One of the Executor tries to actually get it, look, and the CTRLZ trying with the EED device. iMatch get him the right time, but oh my, Meta there. Meta saved the day for EVOS. That's it.
Yep.
I called it. Called it. Meta saved the day for EVOS, because in a matter of seconds, ROG should have won that, but it is what it is. ROG is down, and congratulations to EVOS Esports. They played a really good game, really tough game, as specifically for round 3, 4, 5, and 6. But on the 7th game, they really want to turn the tables. They get back on that PMA road and actually finish the job, Olu.
The perseverance coming out of EVOS, surviving whole 7 games to finish it off on round number 7. I mean, that was just a cinema and a half, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying to you how EVOS went from 40 points in round number 2, could have finished it off in round number 3, but then all the way to round number 6, no match is finished by EVOS. And of course, we'll have to see about the global standings up until this point, because this is going to be the last phase that we are having on the pick and ban phase. So we'll have to see that in just a minute. But before that, we're heading to a little break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Stay in the channel.
legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, welcome back to the Level National Championship Season 3 Operation. Wow, what an ending. It's all
Yeah, what
about Avos.
ending.
I mean,
What an
they
ending,
don't
Bang
they don't
Liga.
want they don't want to win easily, you know. They just want to win in a hard way. And yeah, they
Yes.
want going to round 7. Yeah, thank you, Avos. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Avos, for give us 7 game. Thank you so much, Avos.
Very entertaining.
you-
Thank you, Evos. We love you.
Very entertainment. Hope you guys enjoy top 6. Hope you enjoy
Yeah.
that. I mean, why you give us 7 game? You know, even if you want to win, just go for round 3, bro. Why waiting for round 7? I don't understand. But yeah, at the end of the day, they get the win, and I think with this win, I think in terms of the point, I think they already secured the top 6 because they get a 10 point in the group standing. I think it's enough for them to go in
Yep.
top 6. But I don't think so. It's enough for Onyx because Onyx now they're going to fight in the bottom 6 then again. How do you feel?
Okay. I mean, EVOS, as you've said, they want to play the hard way. They really want, but I think in their mind, it's very fast and easy for us to actually, end it in the third round. So why don't we just play it off and then play until 7th a game, and then there it is, EVOS securing another 10 point for the first place in the group now. And for Onyx, it was really close for them to actually seize the mantle break, but the EED device from the Onyx was trying to actually seize the mantle break, was sadly has to fail and not being able to actually get the mantle break itself. And as far as I'm concerned, and I remember, Flanker is the one who finished on the second on today's group stage. Now, I think on the global leaderboard, we also have ROG, we have RRQ, then we also have EVOS now, as well as Flanker. So for Onyx, I think they need to step up their game a little bit. They need to catch up with the time. They need to catch up with the pace, because as far as I'm concerned, they actually had the competence to actually fight for the group, for actually taking the first place, but they were too late. They were too late playing this type of pace, even though they have the kills, they have the assets, but they can't seem to actually chase the pace of EVOS and ROG and also Flanker. And for other team like Executor now, and as well as EWG, I think they are more than 100% starting from the lower bracket, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, of course, we know that some great teams are going to fight in the lower bracket in the bottom 6.
Yep.
But I think, yeah, of course, if you're talking about DFNC Season 3, I think all of them is a great teams. So I think even if Onyx need to fight from the lower bracket, I think it's not because Onyx is bad, but it's more because the other teams play really well. So I think it's totally fine for Onyx to fight back again. But let's see. Now ROG, I think they finished not with a perfect score, not like Navi,
Yep.
but at the end of the day, it's all about getting to upper bracket, because upper bracket give you advantage to one step ahead going for a Pan Pacific operation. So I think it's still possible. I mean, ROG, don't get me wrong. Of course, they start not really well today, but they finish it really well. Okay, we know at the end of the day, they didn't get any mantle break, in round 7, but I think it's totally fine, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, they fight really hard, and I'm really happy to see ROG. I mean, they're still a contender to become champion in this tournament for me personally.
Yes,
So I think
very much.
it's gonna be interesting to see ROG against Navi, you know. I mean, it's gonna be really interesting in the upper bracket, because correct me if I'm wrong, because they're always getting Professor. They never face each other, right? They always have a split group, you know. So I think in the upper bracket it's gonna be really interesting, Zanken.
If I agree, I really want to see the upper bracket. It must be going, and it will be as the most competitive bracket I've ever seen, and we've seen, because we have RRQ, Navi, Flanker, and as well as ROG. They're the most dominating team that we've seen in the couple of weeks, couple of the group stage, and we really want to see what can they do about it. And on the finals, I want to talk a little bit about the rule book. 7 games maximum is just for the group stage. You know, when things went as what we have today, we have 14 games, and both of them has to be ended like with 7 games, but on the finals it would be surpassed to 10 games. So we will not, stop in the 7th if we have some tie situation, some draw situation like we've seen, but we will, advance to the 10th game. And not only that is going to, consume the mental, the endurance, the strength of players, the mentality of the players when they have a draw or tie situation. It will only make the ambience and the tense of the game is harder and harder each round. And do you think Bang Liga in the top bracket is there will still be dominating team, or it will be very very tight and close to each other?
I think it's gonna be really different. I think it's gonna be different kind of play. I mean, of course we know that Navi and ROG, I think they dominate in their own group. But when they face each other, it's gonna be really different result. Maybe they're gonna be face each other so many times. So maybe one of them not getting any dominate again. But I think you need to put some respect for other teams. Teams like RRQ, they can still play with aggressive and sometimes Beyond. If Beyond in the peak perform, Beyond can secure many kills. As you can see, RRQ never get the first place, but Beyond always get the first place in the MVP in terms of the kill. So I think you don't write off about other teams like RRQ. So I think it's gonna be interesting. Team Flanker always make some game changer for the whole group. I mean, they sometimes become a third party. I think they are the best third party I ever see. I mean, in terms of dominant, we already know about Navi and ROG, but in terms of third party, I think Team Flanker always doing really good to become a third party. And I think it's gonna be see about that. But let's recap again. I mean, we already know in the Group B, the logo is all about EVOS until the round 6 because ROG. But at the end of the day, it's EVOS all day long.
Long, yeah. It's EVOS all day long, all this time. First round EVOS, second, third, fourth, and fifth, and somehow they lost the lead and give it to ROG. But on the 7th, another comeback has been showed by EVOS again. And I thought there were a lot of chances for other team like Onyx and as well as Flanker to at least chase either ROG or EVOS, but hands down today's Group B, I think ROG and EVOS, especially from 4th to 6th round, it's all about them now. So we can see 14 consecutive matches for Group A and Group B today. What a long game and what a match today. And we are going to see the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard for this group. And as we can see, EVOS with 2 Mandel Bricks round number 2 and round number 7 with 32 Mandel Brick points, 27 million assets, 25 total kills, and 70 points. Look at the number 2, ROG with 2 Mandel Brick, 31 Mandel Brick points, 20 million assets, and 24 kills, accumulating to 65 total points. Flanker with just 1, but the total assets still on the 20 and the same exact total kills as ROG with 48 points. Onyx is really underrated here, Bang Liga, without a single Mandel Brick, but still can get to 42 points and 30 kills, more than any of the teams of this group. And of course, Executor, even though still only getting 5 kills and 22 total points, 9 million, they still can secure the third Mandel Brick with 13 points Mandel Brick, and EWG 9 mil, 6 kills, and 10 points. I think EWG today is a little bit more, it's not a little bit, it's more and much underwhelming for them, because I don't see the courage, the eagerness from them to actually win or try the match, win or try the game. Or is it because they really believe that if anything they do or anything they try to actually win this group, it would not change that they will still be playing on the lower bracket, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, talking about EWG, I think it's like a similar situation with M5. I think the problem with them is sometimes they doesn't know how they want to play. I mean, sometimes they want to play aggressive, but always in the awkward position. Sometimes they want to play gatekeeping, but they play in the open field. Obviously, you can get picked off by the other team, right? Sometimes they want to contest for Mendel Brick, but they didn't commit enough. So it's a little bit, like half to half, Sometimes like they're going for 50-50, never about 100% do what they really want to play. So I think that's a problem for EWG and for M5 in the different group. And Executor actually play really well, but I think still not enough because this group is really tough. And let's talk about the MVP, because the MVP itself is gonna be Big Z, and I think he actually deserve it. I think he should deserve it because so many times Big Z survived by himself, carrying the team, and Team Flanker gets a really good point. I think it's all because of Big Z. Remember in round 6, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe round 6, they play really well, become the last man standing, give some hope for his team. Yes, of course they didn't get a champion, but I think it's still fine because Big Z by himself play really good, and hopefully he can keep their momentum, keep the consistency, so Big Z can bring his team to get a better placement again. Zenkan.
15 kills and 12.5 million assets by himself. With one time he managed to win the 1v3 and clutch his teams. Another time they actually save the team for himself and top kills another one. Big Z with 15, even though Aligra get the same exact total kills, but Big Z here with the MVP, and the clutch is immaculate, even though Aligra with his assault as well is also one of the top performing players on this group, because of him as well, Onyx can gather around 30 kills, and Kreko, it's a daily job for him to actually secure kills like this on the top 3 now, 12 total kills, and chased by CTRLZ with 11 total kill. Is a little bit underrated here because CTRLZ also won a 1v3 situation, if you remember, and it was immaculate as well. It was tremendous for the team, and we are going to see as well for the top assets that Divine players at itself. And yep, this is why Big Z is the MVP top kill and as well as the top assets value with 12 million. Aligra, on the other hand, also on the second top assets value list with 9.8 mil, then CTRLZ with 8.8 and Kreko with 8.7. It's just divine that these players, they kill players with the most loot and kill the most as well, because all of these players that actually comes up on the top kills and also on the top assets are on the same value. Big Z is the MVP for his team. I'd say Aligra as well, CTRLZ, Kreko today for ROG is their best player. And I think it doesn't actually, making their team, their teammates not actually helping them, but it's just top kills and top assets. It shows that who is the players that value so much for their team for just today. We can't actually predict the future of who will be the next top kills or top assets for next upper and lower bracket for each respective teams. But today, who the players that we've been shown, like Big Z, Kreko, Aligra, and also CTRLZ have shown their best performance, as this is the last ban and pick stage on this tournament, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I mean, Big Z play really well, but in terms of the asset itself, I think it shows how tough Group B is. I mean, there's 4 teams just toe to toe in terms of the point. I think even Onyx doesn't make it through to the top 3 in the group B,
Yeah.
but still Onyx puts some good fight in this group. So I think that's why this group is really tough for all of them, and especially ROG. I mean, ROG, yes, of course, at the end of the day, they still secure the second place in the group B, but still in the hard way. It's a really hard way from ROG. I mean, if you remember in the last 2 weeks, ROG is kind of dominate the group, especially last week. If you remember, they only need 4 rounds to secure the group, and I think there's no one challenge them. But today, not so much. Today they get some challengers, and of course EVOS play with convincingly, play with aggressive. Yes, of course we know that so many rounds they kind of like being questionable about their decision, but at the end of the day they still secure the champion. And also I think EVOS play really well. Of course, there's some evaluation they need to fix for the next week, but overall for now they can at least celebrate because they secure in the upper bracket. So I'm really curious about the next week. I really want to see it. I really want to see about the upper bracket and the lower bracket. Because especially in lower bracket, don't get me wrong, because lower bracket is gonna be really entertaining because you only have one more life, one more chance to survive in this tournament, to have a chance going for a Pan Pacific operation. So when your life is on the line, sometimes teams in the bottom 6 kind of like wake up, kind of like revitalize, and they start to fight. They start to put some good performance, and I really hope some of them is gonna do that, because correct me if I'm wrong, I think in lower bracket is only have 1 slot, right? Only have 1 slot. Only the winner going to stay in the tournament, and the other 5 is getting eliminated, right?
I think if I'm not mistaken, I remember the same thing. Only one or 2. I think, but I'm heavier on the one team is going to be survived on the lower bracket, and the other 5 who actually went away to their own home. And as you've said, it would actually make players and teams to actually get up, wake up, and play their best performance, their best game that they could ever imagine. Because one wrong step and you are out of the game. Not to mention the Pan Pacific, but you are out from the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 operations. And I think it's a wake-up call for the players and the teams on the lower bracket. They really need to realize they are representing their team, their own respective community. They need to wake themselves up to shows that they are competing in the best and the top stage in this Southeast Asia. They competing as the best the best players of own respective communities. So they really need to show that why they are there. And I really want to see some differences, especially from teams like Executor, EWG, and as well as M5, because I haven't seen them playing that really good of a match or a really good of rounds. Even though they managed to qualify to this stage, but I think they still really need to actually, show themselves, prove themselves that they are the best of all, even all the teams on the qualifier, they are the best. But we are going to see lower bracket and upper bracket probably on the next matches and on next weeks. Subjectively and individually, I really not expecting teams to like dominate in each of brackets like upper or lower. I expect them to be more competitive, especially for the upper bracket. But the lower bracket, Onyx is there. I think Onyx is on the lower bracket, and if the other teams from the lower bracket is not going to actually wake up and play their best games, there is a chance for Onyx to actually dominate the lower bracket, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, I mean, of course we know this can be some, you can in this group you can saw this as you can look at the team. Oh, this is like how they perform. But in terms
Yep.
of the result, I think you never know. You never know. It's a different stage for me. It's a different, different kind of fight because at the end of the day, when you're going for the next round or the next stage, maybe you never know. There's something maybe just don't want to using the full power in group stage. They want to show it up maybe in the lower bracket or in upper bracket. We never know about that. So I think that's possible. There's some team is gonna be shock us.
Yep.
Maybe a team like a Tarung Valhalla. Don't get me wrong, Tarung Valhalla today play really well, and maybe they can show us something in the next week that they can secure the spot for the Pan Pacific. Like I say, so does a team like RRQ. Team like GTS F1, I think okay. We know GTS F1 today is kind of like okay, just okay, but
Yep.
never write off about this team. But for me personally, I cannot predict about this result, about the tournament itself, because if we're talking about yes, it's gonna be Navi, or it's gonna be ROG, I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think so, to be honest. I mean, right now or today match, I think we show that actually team like Navi, team like ROG still has some weak side. They still have some weak weakness. So I think that's why the other team maybe can learn from that weakness to fight back against both of them. So okay, let's see about the standing itself, because I'm really interested, because my internet issue starting to not looking good. But Navi with the perfect score with 13 point, ROG in second place 27, EVOS going third place with 20 point, Flanker in fourth place with 19, RRQ 17 point, and Tarung Valhalla with a 14 point completed the top 6, and GTS F1 is falling down to bottom 6 in 7th place with 13 point, Onyx 9 point, RB and ROG 7 point, Executor 5 point, M5 4 point, and EWG once again become the bottom place with only 3 points. Zankan.
Wow, that was the moment that we've been talking, the closest moment when Tarung Valhalla almost lost that 1 point and making GTS F1 on the 6th place. But now Tarung Valhalla survived and secured their place on the upper bracket with Navi, ROG, T1, EVOS, Flanker, and RQ. Wow, really close one. 14 total score to 13. Just one total score, one placement on the group stage, and it would make Tarung Valhalla on GTS F1 place right now. But in the other side, as we can see, Onyx with the 9 total score, not doing so well, but for today, I'd say Onyx has a lot of improvements towards chemistry and individuality. And for the other teams like RB and ROG, Executor, M5, and EWG, especially for M5 and EWG, I don't really see an improvement from them for the last 3 matches that they have been played, the 3 weeks that they have been played. And this is Bang Liga, the group stage bracket.
There we go.
The upper bracket and the lower bracket. And as we can see there, I think there's 2 slots of the lower bracket, Bang Liga, to actually advance, if I'm not mistaken. Am I seeing it right?
I think it's only one, because in upper bracket, if the first place is just go straight to final, final in the right side, and then the one slot will be give for the first place in the lower bracket. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. Maybe you're right. Maybe about there's a 2 slot in there, but let's see about the next week, because if I remember, if I read the rules, I think the first place. But yeah, I agree with you. When I saw the Onyx one going to back 4, I think maybe we have a 2 spot. Maybe that's spot. Maybe in the second place they only have 1 more chance. In the first place, you have like 2 chance, like
2
a chance in the upper bracket.
The first
Yeah. So I think
bracket
that's the correct
chance.
one. I think the correct one for the PC, for the PC division.
Wow, what a tight here, and And I think my prediction for lower bracket is as the same as this picture right here. Probably, for my take, GTS F1, GTS F1 and as well as Onyx is going to actually advance to the group stage match 2 and match 3 if they can actually play with the performance that have been consistently doing and do more improvements on them, because lower bracket is going to be more competitive, looking at the, you know, they're going to fight for the main stage, the final slot, and still trying to actually goes off to the Pan Pacific. But on the upper bracket, wow, the first bracket is going straight to the final, goes with the match 2 and match 3. Do you have your own take or your own prediction, or at least one name that you predict is 100%, or maybe in your prediction 80 to 90% is going to the grand final, Bang Lika?
Oh, that's that's a really tricky question. Maybe, you know what? I really wish RRQ, you know. I really wish RRQ gonna make it through, because, of course, don't get me wrong. I love Navi, how they play. They're really good. ROG looks scary with the performance, but never write off but Beyond. I mean, this player, bro. I mean, Beyond play really well actually. They by himself really secure the point for his team. So I think RRQ maybe is doing can make some surprise move, but let's see about that. But I know you're gonna say Torong Fala, right? But let's save it for later, because I think we're going for fun for that's for today. So thank you so much, operators, for watching today, and don't forget to watch again in next week. I'm Bang Liga, Zanken signing out. Thank you so much, and see you in the next week. Bye bye.
Bye bye, guys.